Well, it's been 39 days since there's been any red ball cricket at Emirates Old Trafford, and we're here this morning in glorious sunshine for the LVCC match, Lancashire against Yorkshire. The Roses clash. David Lloyd is alongside me. Something about Roses matches, David, isn't there, that just brings out the best in everybody?
You know, I just wish I were playing. It's a great fixture. It's got great traditions, and both players, both sets of players, are now carrying the game forward as we used to play. You used to play Roses matches. I'll tell you what, they used to be that tough, but we actually got on all right. Yeah,
we did. News from the middle straight away is that Lancashire have won the toss and they're going to bat first. They're playing two spinners in Matt Parkinson and Tom Hartley, and Lancashire basically need to win 3 games. There's 3 games left in the championship season. They need to win all 3, and that includes a final match against Surrey here at Emirates Old Trafford later in September. So everything's set up for a fantastic finale to the county championship season, David.
Well, that's a good start. You know, you can see that it is bright sunshine. It's a pitch that I don't think it's going to have much pace. So the thing to do, when you've got 2 spinners in your side, you win the toss and bat first. So it's important that Dame Villas has won that toss, bat first. Now you've got to bat well to bring your spinners in later in the game.
34 points behind Surrey as we stand. It's a lot. Lancashire basically needs Surrey to lose and to beat Surrey in the last game of the summer.
And the next game that Surrey plays against Yorkshire. So Yorkshire will perhaps need to do Lancashire a favour, and then if everything went to plan for Lancs and they win the matches, that last game is an absolute ding-dong match against Surrey. It's here at Emirates Old Trafford, so you know there's lots to look forward to. They've got to catch up. It's not a bad position to be in. I know that there are a lot of points behind, but when you're the chasing, you can push. They'll be nervous, Surrey.
Lancashire had the best of the Roses match at Headingley earlier in the summer. Didn't quite pull off a victory. Yorkshire have only won 1 game. We've just been talking to Otis Gibson, their coach. He's guarding against complacency because they could get relegated. So it's not going to be an easy game, this.
No, they're always tough matches, and they say it's a private do, and it is. It's Lancashire, Yorkshire, the traditions of the game, and you don't want to let the county or your team down. But from Yorkshire's viewpoint, they've got to stabilise things. They've got to try and get something from this game. I think it's important that if they think about this game, they get nothing from it. The Surrey game, they get nothing for it. Yeah, relegation is a problem.
Just on a more general point, how difficult is it for players coming out of 6 weeks of white ball cricket to just switch almost instantly into the red ball format?
Well, I certainly wouldn't want to do it. You need to be playing. You get into a rhythm of playing and with a red ball. But it's not the red ball that's the difference. It's the stamina that's required over 4 days. And, you know, it's a test. We talk about test cricket being 5 days. County cricket is a test over 4 days. And my own personal view is that you can't just keep dipping in and dipping out.
Well, they're certainly doing that because it's less than a week in some cases, and only a couple of days for those lads that have been playing in the 100.
Yeah, so you need, I think you need a good staff as well and good backup players, because inevitably there'll be injuries. Somebody will fall down, and so you need backup players to come in and do the same sort of job.
Lancashire's batting strength is good at the top of the order with Jennings and Wells, and then Bohannon at 3. Bohannon has not had perhaps the season that he would have wanted. It's been a little bit fragmented, his batting.
Well, he got a double 100 and then he followed it up with a 100. He looks a fine player to me. He looks a no-nonsense player, a little pocket battleship. And you go back to my time, we had a lad called Eric Pillin here who didn't actually play for England but was certainly good enough. I think Bohannon will play for England. And again, we're going back to what you've said, that stop-start may not have done him any favours. He got a double 100, he's in the groove, suddenly you come out of that groove.
Stephen Cross batting at 4, he's got
brilliant.
1,500 runs across all comps this year.
Yeah, I'm absolutely thrilled for him. You know, he's a seasoned player. When you look at him, again, he's no nonsense. He's a Blackpool lad, isn't he? He's from over there, or as they say, the West Coast. But he looks as fit as a fiddle. He's a senior player. What do senior players do? Senior players look after themselves. They've got experience. They know how to play a situation, and he does that brilliantly.
good blend of youth and experience here at Lancashire, with Dane Villas coming in at 5. We've already mentioned Stephen Cross, Tom Bailey, who will lead the bowling attack as well. And you can fit in the youngsters like Hartley, and I still rate Matt Parkinson as a youngster.
Well, your two spinners, and he's
George Lavelle's playing.
George Lavelle as a wicket keeper, and Parkinson will be the senior player. Is Balderson playing? George Balderson playing? Well, there's another lad who captained England under-19s. He's doing fantastically well. I watched him practice this morning. There's nothing of him. He's really whippy, but he's got a fast arm. I'm just watching him ball here. I thought that's amazing how a kid like this can get the ball through, and he's taking wickets, but he's a good all-round cricketer.
Do you think this fixture, this Roses fixture, still means as much to the players involved?
I'll just say I hope so. It better I'd do.
We always used to say that this was just below Test match cricket in terms of atmosphere and the way we played the game.
Well, there'll be lots of viewers. I played against Fred Truman and Ray Illingworth and Brian Close. I was frightened to death of them. I don't think these lads will be like that. And look here, the umpires are on the way, so it looks as if we're going to get set for a cracking day's cricket. Yeah,
play starts at 10:30, of course, so that's half an hour earlier. There's the bell going in the background, and we can get upstairs now and join Scott Reed.
So there has been some moisture, which is not really unusual, is it, in this part of the world, Scott?
That's outrageous. I'll let you take the first over from the James Anderson end. You have that privilege.
And what a privilege it is, because Ben Code is going to get things going for Yorkshire here then with the ball. Reminder, Lancashire won the toss. You remember that match here last year? Yorkshire fans will want to forget it, of course. And here is Code, right arm over the wicket running towards us. It is wide of Luke Wells off stump, and he's able to watch that go by. There's a few in early doors. The huge stand away to our left, which is usually rammed for international cricket and those sort of matches. There's not a single person in it. But those who come looking to be entertained here, and well, the Yorkshire contingent will be hoping that they can flip what happened in that match last year. Remind you in a moment, because Code's in again and Wells shouldering arms, and it was a horror show, wasn't it, for the White Rose? 20 odd for 7, was it?
Something
in that
like
first
that,
on that first morning.
Yeah.
Oh dear me. It was a
Stuff of
shocker.
nightmares for the White Rose.
It was. Yeah. It was. I think the video was burned immediately. You know, some sort of ritual burning of it, and never to be seen again.
Yeah.
And they almost got out of that, didn't they? Remember Dom Bess being the last man out with about 15-20 minutes to go on the final day. In the end, playing for a draw, and Lancs won it by a country mile in terms of the result, as Wells drops this latest Code delivery down into the leg side. And Finlay Bean, there he is, number 33, doing the fielding. Those involved with Studley Royal CC will be wanting me to say something to the effect of the bowler and the debutant, both produced by that club, out there on the field at Old Trafford for Yorkshire at the moment. Here is Code once again. This time asks the batter to play to the offside of straight, and he's dropped it out to Dom Bess, who's at point. Good to see Bess back on the field as well, because he suffered a horror-looking injury last time Yorkshire played, week last Tuesday over at Scarborough, where the ball was winged in from the outfield. He was making a run and couldn't see where the ball was coming from. He was unsighted, and he whacked him on the back of the head, sort of bottom of the helmet area. Very nasty looking incident. Here's Code again, and Wells dropping that into the leg side. There's no run. So yeah, you had to say, when you saw the incident play, would we see him again this season? It looked that serious at first. I think he was a little bit groggy for a few days, but good to see him back on the field. And hopefully there's going to be no future issues in that regard, as Code is in, and that's dropped into the offside by Wells to complete a maiden to open this Roses match. You'll see George Hill there on screen. I'm told he is fit to bowl again. He's been missing, as far as that side of his game's concerned, for some time now. Was whacked full on the toe, and it must have been very painful, that, at the speed of Jamie Overton in the match against Surrey that Yorkshire played over at Scarborough back in July in the Championship. So although George has continued to play, he's not been past fit to bowl, but I believe from what Otis Gibson was saying to me on Friday that is now the case. He can be used if required. Jordan Thompson, meanwhile, will open the bowling. Just getting things sorted out field-wise. 3 slips in place, a point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on. Just what you'd expect, really, to start the day. The sun shining, there's a mid-wicket in place, and also long leg. And he's going to then, therefore, be bowling here to Keaton Jennings. And asked him to play first up, pushed up towards mid-off. In comes Bess to do the fielding. Jordan Thompson, well, what a great time he's had of it in the 100 recently, hasn't he? Made the select 11, whatever they're calling that team. And yeah, new experience for him. He's been away from his Yorkshire teammates for a few weeks, playing with the likes of Owen Morgan and some other top players, I'm sure. Learning things that he will be able to bring to bear for the benefit of YCCC going forward, and also maybe for the benefit of London Spirit in future 100 seasons and other franchises around the world, as Jennings just leaving that one through to Jonathan Tattersall. Mentioned it's his first match in charge at championship level, taking over the captaincy from Stephen Patterson. Here is Thompson in, right arm over the wicket, and that's pushed into the offside by Keaton Jennings, and there is no run. Does seem unusual, having commentated on the county matches for the last few seasons now, with Patterson always been at the helm, that he no longer has the job. But Johnny Tattersall keeping wicket as well as captaining. No place in this 11 for Harry Duke, who had a good RL50 tournament, and he's still there or thereabouts. Nicely driven this by Keaton Jennings. It's going to be the first runs of the match. Matthew Waite giving chase. Is he going to reel it in? No, is the answer to that. Waite and the ball finishing the wrong side of the rope as far as Yorkshire are concerned, and nicely played off drive by Keaton Jennings. Gets Lancashire off the mark. 4 without loss. Lancs, of course, having the better of it as far as the championship table's concerned between these two. They played out that draw at Headingley earlier in the campaign. And Lancashire mathematically can still win the championship. So plenty to play for here today. Trying to keep the pressure on those teams above them. As Jordan Thompson's latest delivery sees Jennings shoulder arms. And again, there's no run. Yorkshire, well, they'll want to get as many points as they can in this final round of 4 matches. Want to get as many points as they can as early as they can. So clearly looking to play well here, apart from the usual Rose's pride, to stave off any potential threat of relegation. Jordan Thompson switching to round the wicket to just try and change that angle of attack, but Jennings is able to leave another one wide off stump. Scott will be back at some point. Don't worry, folks. He's not deserted us straight away, but we have had some techies this morning, and he's still working on that. So Luke Wells yet to get off the mark. Keaton Jennings on 4. Lancashire also on 4 after 2 overs. And Ben Code going to continue. At the James Anderson end. As I say, pretty sharp downpour during the night, but certainly the playing surface looks good enough. But outfield didn't appear to be appreciably slow with that Keaton Jennings off drive for 4. And here is Ben Code then. Round the wicket to Wells, who is asked to push forward and plays it straight back to the bowler. No run if you're just joining us in more recent moments. Didn't quite make it for the start. Yeah, maybe you thought it's 11 o'clock. Oops, got it wrong. It's September, of course, 10:30. Alex Wharf and Russell Warren, the 2 umpires. Lancashire lining up Jennings, Wells, Bohannon, Croft, Dane Villas skippering, Balderson, Lavelle keeping wicket. Hartley, Bailey, Williams and Parkinson won the toss and decided to bat. Refresh your memories on that Yorkshire side in a moment, because Code coming in once again and again asking Wells to play, and this time the first semblance of a false shot in the match. He's got a thickish outside contact. He did square him up. Bess has given chase and they have got back for 2. So Luke Wells getting off the mark, but slightly precariously. 6 without loss. So for Yorkshire, it's Lythe, Championship debutant Finn Bean, Kohler Cadmore, Frayne, Waite, Hill, Tattersall, Bess, Thompson, Patterson. The outside of off stump. It's obviously bounced a little bit too much to hit the stumps as well, but he was interested in having a little flick at that, Luke Wells. Ben Code, well, Yorkshire certainly missed him in the first half of the season. did make it back into the side for that match against Hampshire at Scarborough a few weeks ago. His seasonal debut in the Championship, that one, coming up as late as it did in July, as this latest code delivery is turned square on the leg side by Luke Wells. There's no run. Yeah, good to see him back in there. Drops that into the leg side where it's fielded by Bean, who I'm sure there'll be a few nerves around. Finlay Bean made that score of over 400 just a couple of months ago, playing in the Yorkshire second team, and was signed up, if you like, on the back of that. Pencoat again. Wide on the crease, and Luke Wells. And there's still a real buzz about the place here at Old Trafford this morning. Just what you expect on the opening day of a Roses match. The periphery with a bit of a crane across to the right side. New stand that Scott will tell us all about going up. Covers have been dispatched over that side of the field as Jordan Thompson's in for the first ball of over. Number 4 to Keaton Jennings, who shoulders arms. Keaton Jennings, well, run machine per se, I suppose you'd say, but certainly a run machine when he's played against Yorkshire in recent times. He said, to play at that one, and that was pretty close to off stump, and you'd have to say that is a good leave from the former England man. Made 200. $249 for 3, 104 for Stephen Croft. Keaton Jennings, as I mentioned, 238. Dane Villas made 82 as well. Phil Salt, 37. And in the end, Lancs declaring 566 for 9. 3 wickets for appears alongside, as if by magic. Mr. Ben, or is it Mr. Reed?
Well done, Jonathan Doge. You've kept the ship sailing in the right direction. Thank you for a sterling effort.
It's been rudderless for the last
I wouldn't go that
20
far.
minutes.
I find that very hard to believe. We just had to plug a few different things in, that's all. You know, just plug a few things in and happy days. We're up and running. Just a few plugs, that's all that's needed. I've not seen any of the cricket. How's it gone so far? I'll let you have a drink, shall I? It's cold in and balls to Jennings. That's turned out towards the onside. And there is no runs. 7 without loss. Wells 3, Jennings on 4.
It's been quiet so far.
Has it been quiet? Excellent.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, it's been pretty quiet. Ben Code has been asking a few questions. He's been getting the batter to play, or the batters to play a little bit more than Jordan Thompson so far. One slightly edgy stroke by Luke Wells. Doesn't look that confident against Ben Code.
He's in and bowling to Jennings. Oh, there's an appeal. Jennings playing forward. The slips went up. Code went up. Nothing from the umpire.
And I think you kind of getting from Ben Code what you expect, really. He's asking the batters to play. He doesn't look easy against him with the new ball, but he hasn't yet found a breakthrough.
7 without loss. Wells 3, Jennings on 4. As Code turns from the Jimmy Anderson end. Over number 5 of the morning. 4 slips waiting. Jennings eases the ball away through the covers all along the ground. And jogs back for 2. Thompson catches up with the ball out towards the extra cover boundary.
2 runs to end the...
Lancs will not want to give any ground to Yorkshire in these early stages, having won the toss and decided to bat on what essentially at the moment looks a pretty good pitch. It's slightly darker of tone than you normally see, but I think we've kind of got used to that coming across here, you know, from the T20 match early in the season. It's just the look of the square these days, isn't it, really? But there's no difference in terms of how it plays.
No, I think Lancashire's team selection is quite intriguing, isn't it? Because the team that they've picked would suggest that I'm pretty certain the pitch has been used, because there's been a lot of cricket played here over the last month or so, as indeed many of the test grounds. But Lancashire have gone with 2 frontline spinners in their team, Tom Hartley and Matt Parkinson, plus Luke Wells. Would be a spinning option. They've effectively got kind of three spinners in the team there, so that might give you an indication as to how they think potentially perhaps the pitch might play through the course of the 4 days. Little delay here while Thompson just ties his boots up from the Statham end, but he's back and ready to go with Wells on strike. 3 slips in place, and Thompson comes over the wicket and bowls again. And that's defended into the offside by Wells out towards extra cover, and there's no run.
I'm just looking down at the recent results between the sides in Championship cricket, and I really let the side down, to be honest with you, Scott. Not seen a Yorkshire win in Championship cricket against Lancashire in the 4 years doing the job. 3 draws in that innings and 79-run Lancashire win here last year.
Yep.
Last time Yorkshire won back in 2018, before my time.
Thompson in bowls, defended by Wells up to mid-off, and there's no run.
I would have got. I'll be working on that in the nets. I am going to be working on that in the nets, the commentary nets.
Yeah. Are you saying you're overdue a result? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, massively overdue result, really.
All right. Wait till next year.
It's 1-0 to you.
I've
3 draws.
9 without loss. We're in the 6th. There's Thompson. He's going to come over the wicket and bowl to Wells, who drives. Nice looking shot. Oh, it's gone through Waite at mid-off. And it's disappearing down towards the boundary. Will it reach the rope? It does. Waite scampering after it, but hit firmly by Wells. He gets 4. His first boundary of the morning. He moves to 7, 13 without loss.
Oops. It's not what you want to see, is it, in any game of cricket? But he's not got down quickly enough. Matthew Waite's gone underneath the barrier he was trying to put down. So, you know, you go back to your junior cricket days, make the long barrier, make sure you get something behind it, doesn't go under your body. And, yeah, he's not going to want to see that video again, isn't Matthew Waite?
Thompson again. Left this time by Wells. Angled across him, the left-hander, and into the gloves of the keeper. And there is no run. Adam Lyth giving the ball a quizzical look.
On his way to Worcestershire next year, Matthew Waite.
Oh,
3-year contract.
Plenty of player movement at the minute, isn't there? Every day you seem to see a new signing, or a player moving from one county to the other. Again, Wells defends. It's a straighter ball. He has to play at this, and it's played back down the pitch towards Thompson, who feels off his own bowling, and there's no run.
Is that true? That, I mean, it's not just on the player grapevine, it's a commentary grapevine as well, isn't it? I understand you had an offer from Worcestershire, but Sussex have tried to trump that. Lancs, and now you've got your agent involved and you're trying to get a better deal out of Lancs, is that right?
I think that's just pure tabloid speculation.
Is
really.
it tabloid speculation?
Can't believe a word of it.
I think I did read it in the... Which local paper was it I read it in?
Manchester Evening News. Thompson bowls. That's a good delivery. That beats Wells. Goes into the gloves of the keeper. Short ball to end it. Bit of bounce and pace through to the keeper. It's the end of the over. We've had 6 of the morning. 13 runs scored. Wells has 7, and Keaton Jennings unbeaten on 6.
Yeah, quiet start. No, it's not true, folks. By the way, he's not going to Sussex or Worcestershire.
I don't know. Sussex is lovely, isn't it?
I understand he'd put a call into Yorkshire though, saying, "Can we get Doidge out?" I fancy his job. Can you imagine that, swapping roles? You a Lancashire lad doing Yorkshire.
I'd be all right with that. I'd be fine.
And me a Yorkshire lad doing Lancs.
No, you struggle with that.
So Keaton Jennings re-scratches his guard. Hasn't faced much from Ben Code so far. 13 without loss after 6. And Jennings has a half dozen of those. And Yorkshire are already trying the attacking move of bringing in Will Frayne under the helmet. That short leg here. Come out of the slip cordon. Ben Code, having set that trap, bowls him one wide of off stump. And he's able to leave it. So just saying, when you were scampering around trying to sort out the sound stuff,
yes,
that what was I saying? Yeah, still got a chance of winning the title.
Well,
if results dropped your way and you had a really good last 4 matches.
Yeah, they need a bit to go their way, don't they? They've got 3 matches left. They're going to have to win all 3.
Oh, of course, 3 for you, yeah. Here's Code in again, and Jennings pulls the bat inside the line through to Tattersall, no run. And
they're going to need Hampshire and Surrey to drop some points, aren't they? It's quite a decent gap. Surrey 209 points at the top. Hampshire second 193 points, and Lancashire third 175 points. So it's a decent gap to Surrey, so they're going to need Surrey to probably lose at least one of those final 3 games. Plus they play Surrey last here as well, final game of the season.
Code turns, coming in towards us. Still round the wicket here to Keaton Jennings. And that's more like the delivery I think he was probably shaping up with the fielded set to the previous ball. Jennings, there is a stifled appeal. So there must have been a bit of pad involved. He's got his back to us here. It was a dot ultimately. So this match, Surrey to finish with. Who else?
Essex in between.
Here?
No.
There.
Yeah.
Tough enough finish, but this is First Division Championship cricket. Here's Code in, angled in towards Jennings, but then holds its line. Off the seam, through to Tattersall. And there is no run. And Yorkshire still with 4 including this. So next week at Headingley, Essex. The following week, there's your chance, you see, because Yorkshire playing down at the Oval against Surrey, so clearly a Yorkshire win there.
Yeah, that's what Lancashire will want, won't it? They're going to need Yorkshire to do them a favour.
And then finishing off against Gloucestershire at Headingley. Last match of the lot. Here's Code in. Now then, ball balloons up off around about the thigh pad of Keaton Jennings, maybe top of the pad flap. George Hill round to do the fielding and give the ball a shine. There he is. Young former Sedbergh inmate. You know all about that. I've never actually been to Sedbergh myself.
Oh, it's lovely.
Yeah.
Yeah, very nice.
Well, I'm going to be going up. Martin Spate was on commentary with me over at Scarborough recently.
Oh, nice. And he's a cricket director, is he there? Or is that, he's got some position at the school. I'm pretty certain of that. Code
coming in to bowl to Jennings, who drops that at the feet of Will Frayne in a short leg, and there's no run. End of the over, 13 without loss after 7. So had a good do in Scarborough with Spatey, who said, it's an welcome to go up and maybe have a chat with some of the students, that sort of thing as well. So hello Martin, if you're listening, watching, I'm sure he probably will be, when the Yorkshire boys that he's coached with the bat at least are out there in the middle. Maybe might be doing a lesson or two at the moment. You know, it's first day back at school today, isn't it, for a lot of people?
Oh yeah, the roads were busy this morning.
Yeah.
That'll be the reason why then.
You remember those days?
First day back at school? Yeah. Hated it. Yeah. Well, I didn't hate school particularly, but I just hate going back first day back. It was horrible for you. Thompson balls driven into the offside by Wells. One bounce straight to extra cover, and there's no run. 13 without loss.
Where did you go to school? What was your school?
St Theodore's in Burnley.
St Theodore's.
Yeah. Which was lovely, and I had a great time at school, but it's just that horrible feeling, isn't it, going back, first day back after so long off. Feels like you've been off forever, doesn't it, as well, when you're at school?
Yeah.
During the summer holidays. It's like, no, I don't want to go back. Thompson in and bowls again. Oh, it's a great delivery. Has that come off the inside edge? He reckons so. That came back sharply. I think that beat Wells on the inside edge. If he's not nicked, it's gone past the inside edge and taken by the keeper.
Yeah, very good take by Jonathan Tattersall, who's still sitting on the floor. Can't quite believe that they've not got a wicket out of that.
Watch this back on the replay. That was a terrific delivery. Bang, that's come back in a way. Wonderful catch by Tattersall, and yeah, Thompson was thinking, well, that must have come off something. It was such a good ball. It cut him in half.
I think Luke Wells was explaining in his own way to Jordan Thompson what had come off.
It's defended out into the onside by Wells. Out to mid-wicket for no run, 13 without loss. Wells 7, Jennings on 6.
So were you one of those in the summer holidays out there playing from 8 in the morning until when you got called in for your tea?
Well, then refused to come in on the back of that. Yeah.
Oh, can I just stay out a bit longer, Mum?
Like, for the rest of the night.
Yeah.
Thompson again over the wicket. Balls. Oh, it's a short ball this time. And it's left by Wells.
I just remember doing that, playing cricket in the street until it was, getting dark. Or forced to come in. Those were the days. I'm sure it did rain at some point, but it kind of felt like summer holidays was just wall-to-wall sunshine for 6 weeks. Woke up and it was shining, and
Thompson balls again, driven by Wells off the front foot, hit it firmly, picked up by Waite at mid-off, and there's no run.
I mean, will it rain round here, of course, but I'm talking about on the light side.
I'll let you off because you pivotal part of us staying on air while I was frantically trying to solve the issues that have still not been resolved. 13 without loss. 1 ball after the over, and he's 1 ball away from a maiden as well. in from the Statham end. 3 slips awaiting. Balls again. Snapped away into the offside by Wells. And there's no run. That is a maiden. The second for Thompson. He's balls at 4 overs. 2 maidens for 8. 8 overs gone. So half an hour. Just over half an hour of play. Lancashire 13 without loss.
If your team can't beat the opposition, you might as well find something to pick out. So it's got to be the weather, hasn't it? Yeah, so 8 overs safely negotiated by this Lancashire opening pair. Keaton Jennings and Luke Wells. They're just having to play with a little bit of care and attention. There's a little bit of something out there for the bowlers. With this new ball and on this used pitch. 3 slips though, none of them have yet had an opportunity to get involved in a bit of catching practice. Ben Code trying to fashion an opportunity at the moment. First ball of over number 9 here to Jennings, who pushes into the offside, and Luke Wells is very interested in a single. Jennings did do that classic take a step and a half or so down the pitch that interested his partner. It was pushed out to Jordan Thompson, and it might not have been the wisest thing to do had they gone for it. Very handy in the field is Jordan. Anyway, no harm done in the end. Wells managing to recover his ground, and he's watching on here as Ben Code comes in once again to bowl to Jennings, who walks into this and now plays the same shot as he did the ball before, but having maybe had a word, given his partner the nod, whatever, to the delivery before, they managed to successfully take on Jordan Thompson and get through. Both batsmen 7 apiece, 14 without loss into the 9th. Matthew Waite just doing a bit of loosening up exercises. Stephen Patterson winging the arms was round as well. Maybe time for a change for Yorkshire in the non-2 distance as Code is in and Wells, given the benefit of the doubt, leaving that one just wide of off stump. So Jonathan Tattersall in the first, 35 minutes of play as captain, hasn't seen his bowlers make a breakthrough, but by the same token, it's not been a whirlwind start for the home side either.
No, it's been
14
pretty
without
steady.
loss, so that gives you an indicator in terms of how Yorkshire have bowled here. And here's Code again, continuing round the wicket to the left-hander. Plays that exaggerated lift of the bat over the top of the line of the ball. Bit of Cynthia on the left toe, as Del Boy would say.
What does that mean?
Bit of Cynthia, pain.
Oh right, okay. Oh no, what's happened to you?
Played a bit of cricket yesterday.
Right.
And I say a bit because my innings didn't last that long. First ball.
Yeah.
I'll tell you more in a moment. Here's Code coming in to bowl to Wells, who pushes out to Jordan Thompson. They don't take the run they did take earlier in the over. So yeah, first ball. I'd love to say it was somebody of the pace of even Ben Code, Malcolm might whack me on the toe first ball, but slow bowler, very slow.
Yeah.
The ball loops up over the top of the screen. I lose it in the trees, plonk my foot down the wrong line, and I take the ball flush on the big toe on the front foot.
Oh, good.
Bit of pain. Code in, bowling to Wells. Good delivery this, and Luke Wells is playing at that wide of off stump, end of the over. 14 without loss, so yeah, it's gone black before we've even got to that. We were batting first. It's gone black before we've even got out in the field second time.
Oh no, shocker.
What a hero.
Well, you
playing
sound
with a black toenail.
You do sound that way. You've been heroic all morning. You can have a little break if you want for half an hour or so, because Bumble's here.
I'll do that.
It's well deserved.
I'll let you crack on.
14 without loss, 9 overs gone, and steady start for Lancashire. Yeah, David Lloyd and Paul Allett will be with us through the course of the day. Kevin Howells as well, who's in the commentary box next door. We've had 9 overs of this Roses fixture. It's a nice quiet start by Lancashire. They won the toss and opted to have a bat first. Jordan Thompson bowling from the Brian Statham end of the ground. 3 slips, a fine leg, a point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, and mid-wicket. Defended by Jennings away to the leg side, and there is no run. Good morning, Bumble.
Yeah, good morning everybody. Lovely day. Important toss, I'd say. You got 2 spinners in the team, win the toss, bat first. The other thing you've got to say about that is bat first, bat well. Bring your spinners into the game later on.
It's been a steady start this first half an hour for Lancashire with the bat. And team news is quite intriguing, isn't it? I think when you look at both Parkinson and Hartley playing, plus Luke Wells, who perhaps could bowl as well. Nice looking drive to mid-on, but for no run by Jennings. So the clues are there, aren't they? I suspect in the team that Lancashire have picked as to what they think might happen over the 4 days.
Yeah, I just had a look at the pitch earlier and asked the ground staff, asked the players, what sort of pace? Any pace? No, it'll be easy paced, but it'll spin. And so if Lancashire have read it right, play 2 spinners, quite important that you do win the toss and rack them up, get your runs in that first innings.
Both these 2 opening batters in good form as well for Lancashire across all 3 formats this year. Just got the back foot this time, Jennings. Drops it away into the offside, but for no run.
It looks to me like Yorkshire need pace. Both these opening batsmen are camping on that front foot. First thing they do is get well forward. So there's no real threat that you're going to get anything round your ear holes, and you can just keep playing forward.
Thompson loops round from the top of his mark. A fetching headband on. 3 slips waiting. Carved away by Jennings. Don Bestfield's at point and there's no run.
Scott, I turned up this morning and there was building work and it seems to be kicking on. And there was somebody hammering away, a steel hammer. I thought, no, not all day, surely. I said to Chappie, to Glenn Chappell, I said, is that going on all day? He said, probably. But I've not heard it since they started. They can't stop work, they've got to carry on building.
This enormous grey crane fully outstretched, haven't we? Jennings defends again. A slightly straighter ball by Jordan Thompson. No run.
Do you remember last time I was here that there was a chap and the ball disappeared into the building works there, and there's a chap started shadowing forward defences with a shovel. He got his shovel and he kept playing forward. One of the builders, it was terrific.
Final ball of the 10th. It's Thompson to Jennings. He just deflects away to the square leg. Jocks through for a single as well, keeping Jennings, so he moves on to 8. And Lancashire move on to 15 without loss. 10 overs gone. 8 to Jennings, 7 to Wells.
They look to have a good understanding, these two. The way that they've pushed just into the offside and took a single. There doesn't seem to be much calling, so you've got to have that. It's important that your opening pair have a good understanding and they're confident in each other, that you can get through and rotate the strike. I mentioned it's warm work, it's in the 20s. Wells is just having an impromptu drink. I don't like that. I think that should be stopped straight away. If I were the fielding captain now, I'd say we'll all have a drink, thanks. All of us. If he's having one, we'll all have one. It'd soon stop.
It was just a little impromptu drink break, wasn't it? Yeah.
Stop the game.
Yeah.
It stopped the game.
There's a game I was watching earlier this season, Bumble, where it was right at the very start of the match, and it was either the first or second ball of the match. On-strike batters out. Non-striking batters yet to face a delivery. Calls for a drink.
Get off.
He did. Code in to Jennings, just as Bumble described, off the front foot again, pushing away into the offside, but for no run.
He's there on that front foot, he's waiting for that delivery. And again, just from a Yorkshire viewpoint, good to see Matt Fisher this morning. and he's going to play, I think, second 11 cricket this next week. And I said, where are you playing? I didn't know who they played, but it's pretty obvious who they play when he said, oh, it's at Blackpool. You lucky lads.
Jennings just onto his toes and drops the ball away to Duke at point, and there's no run. Well, that'd be a nice few days, wouldn't it?
Will it ever? Blackpool in September, it'd be beautiful.
I think the lights have been switched on. Is it this week?
It might be, yeah. Who switched them on?
Ah, now there was a bit of an issue with that.
Oh, right.
Yeah, I think someone pulled out at the last minute. They quickly had to find somebody else. Code into Jennings. Takes a step down the pitch. Just drops the ball away into the offside, and there's no run. They got switched on the 2nd of September. Yeah, happy days. It's the last Friday.
I used to love it. I still love it. Blackpool illuminations. But I wouldn't go in September. I'd sort of leave it till November when it's in full flow.
TV star and designer Lawrence Llewellyn Bowen turning on the lights this year.
Is he the one that's pulled out, or...?
No, he's the one that they drafted in. Got the call up forward because Jennings, he defends away into the onside. There's no run. Johnny Vegas had to pull out.
Oh.
Due to unforeseen personal circumstances.
Oh dear.
So Johnny was out and Lawrence was called up.
He wears all them flowery clothes, doesn't he? Is that the one?
I think he's got a colourful wardrobe. .15 without loss. Enjoyed 3 games at Blackpool this year. Been very lucky. Because you've been there 3 times. Just dropped into the offside. Jennings just get through for 1, but he had to dart around Ben Code on his way. The score moves on to 16 without loss.
There's that single again, and they've both been very aware of it, Jennings and Wells. I think Yorkshire should be more aware of it. They're just pushing and running there into the offside. Get a little bit tighter, bring them in.
Over number 6 for Ben Code. This final ball of it in this opening spell. From the Anderson end. And defended by Wells. Ooh, back to Code, who slips as he went to go and stop the ball.
There should be potential, you'd think, looking at the square, and it's well worn, of reverse swing. Now, I mentioned earlier that for reverse swing you actually need pace to make it really tell. But it is I mean, obviously in September this square is well worn, and it's grey, isn't it? You can see that the soil where there is no grass is just a grey slab, and it's rock hard. How many overs have we had so far? It'd just be 11 overs. And the bowlers, they've not made a mark. Not one mark where they land, and these are big strapping lads banging down with that front foot. It's rock hard.
Still with the 3 slips and Jennings on strike. Cut by Jennings and a nice stop just backward of point. No run. That'll be a pretty tough position to field, won't it, for Don Best there? And there's that hard square you were describing, Bumble.
It's true. I mean, when you look at it and you get out there, it's pretty true. It runs well along the square. It's a big square as well at Old Trafford since they've turned it all round.
Thompson again. Forward goes Jennings, and there's that little cheeky single again. Just dropped into the offside. Get through for 1.
It's the same run, isn't it? It's just a defensive shot which brings a single. The frustrating thing for Yorkshire is that you're getting that batsman off strike, and there are 3 fielders there offside. Don Bess is just at backward point. There's a cover point and a mid-off, and they're just dinking it into the offside to the right of cover. Three slips. kept 3 slips all the time.
Thompson working hard on the ball. Over number 6 for him. Left by Wells, just angled across him to the gloves of Johnny Tattersall. No run.
Easy pace, isn't it? You know, you just watch that delivery go through to the keeper. Keeper takes it just about waist high. A true bounce. No Steve Patterson today. The club captain announced his retirement.
"17 without loss." Thompson again invites to drive. Wells takes it on, crunches the ball away through the covers. Reach the rope. It does. 4 for Wells, his second boundary. And Lancashire move on to 21 without loss.
And it's just a boundary rope for county championship matches. You don't get these cushions with... It's just the rope.
Is there anything from... Obviously, we just had a month of the 100. So is there anything... I say this with a degree of hesitation. Anything from that competition that the 4-day game could adapt or use or take?
No.
Thompson around the wicket, balls to Wells, crunches the ball again through the offside. And down towards the boundary, and it should reach the rope. It's Waite chasing after it. He does get to it. Successive 4. It's 25 without loss. One ball left of the 12th. 2 good-looking shots by Wells. I've got one suggestion for you, Bumble.
Go on.
It's not just from the 100, it's actually from limited overs cricket. Because if you look at the bails and the top of the stumps from this distance, they're green.
Yes.
And the grass is green. Thompson's in and bowls a short ball. He rocks back and pulls the ball down. It's in the air, but bounces in front of fine leg. It's in the air for a minute, and Code was underneath it. Wells gets away with it, gets a single, moves to 16, 26 without loss. How about the Zinger bails?
No, I'm all for that.
That'd be all right?
Yeah, that's fine.
Because there's a couple of times this year when the ball's just kissed the top of the stumps and the bail's just deflected off, and actually there's a bit of uncertainty. Is it bowled? Is it an LB? What's gone on there? Because you're quite some distance away. How about the Zinger bails?
So the Zinger bails would light up if they just came out of the grooves.
Yeah.
This is what you're saying. If they're out of the grooves, and you know, I'm a bit beyond it now. What's the law? Is it out the grooves? Does it have to hit the floor? But I think, the Zinger bails that's fine. We'll have that. Yeah,
okay with that.
We've got that. We're going that.
Don't think that's too controversial, is it?
No, crikey, no. There's nothing wrong with a bit of controversy.
Code bowls. Wells defends, and there's no run. 26 without loss in the 13th. Of course, this is the first county championship match since the back end of July. Diet of white ball cricket for the last month. Just tucked inside the line there, Luke Wells, and through to the keeper, no run. Royal London One-Day Cup on the 100. You catch much cricket over the last month, Bumble? Much of the 100?
No, I'm actually indebted to the spokesperson who said that it's not for the cricket follower. So that stopped me watching it at all. And the final on Saturday, I was a bit of a loose end. So I watched the racing from Ascot, Newbury, Thirsk.
Code in to Wells. Flicked away towards backward square leg. He jogs through for a single, moves to 17.
Everton and Liverpool. Aston Villa, Man City. Tottenham, Fulham. Chelsea, West Ham, Yeah, I got by on Saturday.
Yeah, there was plenty of options, isn't there?
Plenty of options.
Plenty of
but
options.
he said he's not for, or the sports person, it's not for the cricket follower. So you got to do something else, haven't you?
Well, we went obviously a bit of racing, yeah.
Yeah.
You have much luck?
I did actually.
Oh, happy days. Short leg in place. Code bowls, and Jennings just plays forward. The ball gets past the edge and through to the keeper, no run.
The day before, it was Sedgefield over the jumps. And I noticed that champion jockey Brian Hughes, they're all short odds. I thought, yeah, have a little look at this. Ka-ching.
Happy days.
I like Sedgefield. Good track.
2 balls left to the 13th over of the morning. Who's going down the pitch, Jennings? A step or two down the pitch, just drops the ball into the offside, no run.
You know, I just keep coming back, and these two are comfortable. 27 without loss. And the end game here is for Lancs to bat a long time. First innings, get all your runs, wear this pitch, get your 2 spinners in. Jennings then just a nice leisurely stroll down the pitch to play forward. Yorkshire badly needing somebody to just rattle it round his ears.
Code around the wicket, bowls up onto the toes, this time carved away into the offside. Out towards the empty party stand. It's 4 runs for Jennings, his second 4. He moves to 14, 31 without loss.
Well, at this pace, that's not a great delivery. Outside the off stump, short, and he plays it so well. He's a tall man, Jennings. He takes the ball on top of its bounce, and it's leisurely for these two. You just need somebody to rough them up a bit, let them know they're in a bit of a contest. It's a good crowd, isn't it? When you look across at the members area and under the point, it's not bad.
Yeah, a slightly iffy forecast today, so that's I'm quite encouraged that even with a slightly unpredictable weather forecast, it's still got decent turnout. There's something happening in the point today as well. There's people, aren't there, on the balcony of the point?
Mm-hmm.
There's kind of function taking place. I don't know. A couple of cups of coffee being drank. I think it's just coffee. Be a nice little day out with work, wouldn't it? That have a little works day out. We'll do a bit of work. We'll have a few meetings.
It's ideal for that as well. There are tables inside, and you can sit comfortably. Wi-Fi, I assume.
First bowling change. Matthew Waite coming into the attack. Wells turns it to mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Again, it'll be medium pace from Waite.
Yorkshire's leading wicket taker in the county championship this year is Jordan Thompson. 36 wickets, an average of 31. Nudged off the hip by Wells, down to fine leg for a single. 18 to him now, 32 without loss.
So I just listened to that. I thought 36, that's okay, but if it's at 31, there's actually no cutting edge. And I assume as a club, that's what they'd be looking for, somebody or a bowler that can get it through and disturb batsmen, make it uncomfortable.
Fish is a big loss, isn't he, for Yorkshire?
Yeah, he is. Yeah, you can't legislate when you lose players through injury. It's sad.
Carved away. It's a big boundary. Jennings off the back foot. He might get full value for it. He does. 4 more to Keaton Jennings. He moves to 18 now, 36 without loss.
I was here for the test match, and I just home in on the boundary. And if you think about a test match, and I mentioned the cushions, where now we've got a rope. At the test match, there's actually 3 boundaries. You've got your cushion, then you've got all your advertising boards, and then the periphery of the ground. So there's 3 boundaries.
He goes back and looks to slice the ball out through the offside. beats the ring of fielders inside what would be kind of the circling one-day cricket. So we can come back and add 2 to his total. He moves on to 20, 38 without loss.
You know, they're chatting about the time when the pitch was obviously the other way around, and back in the day we would play the full area. And I try to find out how many all-run 5s without overthrows in modern county championship cricket. There won't be many. We used to play on the whole area.
Late ball, just back of a length to Jennings. Ball trickles away into the offside, no run.
And back we got the Brian Statham end where we are. And Statham was definitely playing, and the opening pair for Nottinghamshire were Brian Bowles and Norman Hill. And Norman was quite an ample chap, and he was run out on the 5th. Diving in and never made it. He just didn't get back in.
Turned out to square leg this time by Keaton Jennings. 21 to him now. That's the first over ball by Matthew Waite. Gone for 8. And with that 4 that Jennings hit as well. So 39 runs scored. Opening batters started well for Lancashire. Wells on 18. Jennings on 21.
Spin. Get some spin on Don Bess.
Inside the first hour of play then, and see spin for the first time.
We've got a potential problem looking down towards the old pavilion or the Jimmy Anderson end, where you've got the sight screen and then next to it is a bed sheet. Now between the bed sheet and the sight screen is red brick.
Yeah.
And he's going to be bowling around. I can see it now. I can see what's going to happen now. There we go. I can see he's right in that red brick. I'll guarantee it.
It's a bit of a patch-up job, that isn't it, really?
It's a double bed sheet, isn't it?
Is it from the hotel?
I don't know where it's from.
There's plenty of spares in the hotel. Can you imagine? We need to call laundry. We need another bed sheet. What room number? No, for front of the pavilion.
What sort of field has he got? Let's see, Don Bess. Don't over-attack at the outset, just at the beginning. He's got a short leg straight away. With all the armour on. A slip.
He's got his sunglasses on as Don Bess. He's bouncing in for the first time. Jennings goes back and just nudges the ball out towards the leg side, but for no run. Jennings 21 not out, 39 without loss Lancashire. Bess again into Jennings and goes back, flicks the ball to the leg side, deflects off short leg. Will Frayne under the helmet with the pads on. .39 without loss. And a tap of the bat from Keaton Jennings. Goes back and eases the ball out into the offside, but for no run.
Scott, there's a short fine leg, a deep backward square leg, and short leg. He's right on that line. Just got to be careful that that left foot doesn't go beyond the line and 3 behind.
Best to Jennings. Steers the ball down into the offside for no run.
The umpire at square leg, he'll have a keen eye on this. So there are 2 behind on the leg side, and then short leg, who's just about in front. Every now and again, as he gets down into his position, he moves his left leg there.
Best to Jennings. It's off the back foot and shovelled away to mid-wicket for a single. 40 without loss.
Do you know, it's such an easy 40 as that. Big Rose's game. Make it tough.
pretty calm start, hasn't it? The first hour of play. Wells just trying to flick it away to the leg side. The ball fizzed in down the leg side by Don Bess. And that completes his first over of the match. It's the 1 run conceded. The partnership has got 40 runs so far. Wells 18, Jennings on 22. And so far so good for Lancashire in this Roses fixture on Lancs TV, on the BBC Sport website and app, on 5 Sports Extra as well. It's the return of the LV County Championship. Can't believe it's been July. I mean, I don't want to go down that route. There's quite a lot to discuss, isn't there? But still, July since the last championship match.
You know, when you're in the groove of playing 4-day cricket, to have such a long break and then kick in again, that's got its problems, I would say.
Would you almost need a second pre-season? Would some counties need I mean, Lancashire has weight balls that's flicked out towards the leg side by Jennings, but for no run. Lancashire obviously reached the knockout stages of the one-day cups. They've kind of had competitive cricket for longer than other counties that didn't progress from the group stage. But we'd have to almost restart again.
Yeah, you do. I mentioned being in the groove, and it's a stamina in your body of day in, day out. You know, 10:30 start till 5:30. 4 days. You've got to get the work into your legs and into your body and into your mind, of course.
This is Jennings again off the front foot, jabbing the ball out into the offside for no run.
So if you look at county championship cricket, and we've just touched on it in this half hour, that you win the toss and there's an end game, you're just pushing forward all the time. You've got to bat well for a long time. So the first thing, we bat all day. Lancashire's viewpoint, we bat all day. Yorkshire will be striving for wickets. One of the bowlers might bowl 20, 25 overs today. And you cannot beat match practice. You can play in them nets as long as you like, but the mental processes, how do we take a wicket, how do we break this partnership? And from a batting viewpoint, I'm going to bat all day and I'm going to bat again tomorrow. I'm sounding like Jeffrey here. I wonder where he is.
40 without loss. Wait. From the Statham end over the wicket, bowls forward goes Jennings.
He won't want to bat for a day. He won't bat for 2 days on here. If he came in and looked at this here, I'll bat for 2 days out there.
And Jennings and Wells, in their ideal world, might be eyeing up something similar. We've seen Jennings bat for ages this season. That terrific triple century he got at Southport. Bit of width this time. He tries to cut the balls, bounces out into the offside for no run.
I mean, Jeffrey's come out with a classic recently, hasn't he? The Andrew Strauss with this, is it an elite performance review? And the chap who ran the cycling is involved in it.
Yeah.
Jeffrey. What would a cyclist be telling me about batting? I did chuckle.
Final ball of the over. Jennings waits, and it's left and through to the keeper, and there is no run. 16 overs gone, 40 without loss. Solid start with the bat for Lancashire between Luke Wells and Keaton Jennings. Wells has 18, Jennings has 22. Nice opening partnership in this Roses fixture across the BBC and on Lancs TV, live from Emirates Old Trafford. Back to 4-day cricket for the next month. There's the Super. I don't know if it's still called Super September. Kevin Howes billed it as Super September the other year. I think maybe we should still call it Super September. But either way, it's a September where we've got 4-day cricket and the county championship to be decided at some stage over the next few weeks, and Jonathan Doge is back alongside me.
It's the riveting Roses in Super September.
Nice.
And here's Bess bowling from the, do you call it the James Anderson or Jimmy Anderson? I know she said Jimmy earlier on.
Yeah.
Is it officially called the James Anderson?
It is. The sign, which is underneath the clock on the front of the pavilion, that says James. So maybe we should refer to it as.
I'd need to have brought the binoculars to be able to read that from here, but yes, I can kind of see the shaping of the words suggesting it's James Anderson. As Bess's second delivery over, the first was a dot, is run down through down towards third man for a single by Luke Wells, who by virtue of that has moved on to 19. And yeah, as you were both saying, quiet enough start. It's been deliberate, if you like, from the Lancashire batters, but they are doing a very good job for their team because they are unbroken after 16 overs and now 3 balls as Jennings pushes one back to Bess, who's on very early, isn't he, for a 4-day match. But as I think you were saying, we've only seen 16 overs. The more you watch, the fairly obviously slow the pitch is, and so Yorkshire have gone with taking any pace they've got off the ball. And Jennings has a little bit of a dance. Not sure he chose entirely the right steps, but he's pushed it up to mid-on. There is no run.
That's loud, isn't it?
Yeah.
What are they doing here? Oh, there's some fella up a crane doing a bit of drilling.
Bess again round the wicket, and Jennings flicks it to leg, where Patterson is at mid-on to do the fielding, give it a bit of a shine. And there's no run. Got a bit of correspondence to catch up on as well, Scott.
Okay.
Yorkshire lad has sent us a photograph in from 5 miles from Cape Wrath, Scotland's most westerly point, where it's chucking it down, he says. Good to have you with us as Jennings pushes into the offside and Jordan Thompson does the fielding. That will complete over number 17 at 41 without loss. Sean the Brewer says, I'll be watching the Kent game. What? But absolutely keeping an eye on this lad. I'm thinking that might be Finlay Bean on his debut. Tim Atkinson says, hi Doige, great to have Championship back along with Ben Code. It's the first time in Yorkshire's history that the captain isn't a capped first team player. Or is it? He's asking the question.
What's the answer,
I'm not
Doige?
sure if there's any record on that.
Of course, there's records of everything, Doige. Mind you, I have to say...
There is a record, I haven't got it.
I have to say, what an effort from you this morning. Amongst all the kerfuffle, you kept talking. I'm not too sure as anybody could hear you for half of it, but it was good. It was some of your best broadcasting. I have recorded it. I have recorded it. We'll put it out as part of your greatest hits at some point over the winter time. There was a kerfuffle at the beginning, wasn't there, Doige? Hopefully the kerfuffle is now over.
You've just got to be British about this. Be stoic. Keep going.
Oh, you were brilliant. You were brilliant. No, you, please.
Matthew Waite then in front of Brian Statham-End and has been flicked off his legs. The ball that was over-pitched and might just make it to the boundary rope. It does ahead of the chasing George Hill. One of those tantalising sort of rolls towards the boundary where the fielder's interested, but ultimately not quite quick enough to make it. So 4 more to Luke Wells.
So I basically popped in because for 15 or 20 minutes to give our colleague Scott a bit of a breather, because he was having to get his hands dirty, wasn't he?
He was,
to try and sort all that, whilst you bravely, stoically, you carried on. But he was there. He was mucking about with all the cables. And everything.
Was grease everywhere.
Grease.
I noticed he had the Swarfeger out to get rid of all that. Here is Matthew Waite. It's wide of Wells off stump. There's no run. A couple more to mention. One or two of you saying that we were a bit intermittent on the broadcast. Yeah, we were aware, and hopefully you've had us now for the last good half hour and more.
Solid.
But thank you for your points. Simon Dobson says he looked in decent nick on Saturday and has a photograph of the lovely 9 shape made by Finlay Bean in playing what looks like an off drive,
now,
maybe something.
Does he
like
want to
that.
be called Finn or Finlay?
I've not actually asked him that question, but we may be doing a piece with him tonight after
Yes.
play. I don't think he minds from what people tell me.
Because I've seen the Yorkshire Twitter feed, they've put in Finn sometimes, haven't they?
Here's Waite flicked off the legs again, over pitching. This is about leg stump, and yeah, it's got the treatment it deserved, didn't it, really? By Luke Wells, who's flicked it away in the air, but always perfectly safe.
And a lovely little story about him. I mean, I even told a couple of young lads about this story at the weekend. Never give up.
Never give up.
He had a bit of a disappointment just about 12 months ago. Wasn't kept on and all that sort of stuff. Starts the season. Oh, Lord knows what's going through his mind during the winter time, but starts the season, gets a bag load of runs. Is this right? I'm looking to you for confirmation of the story. Gets a bag load of runs over at York. The Yorkies take a look again, think, oh, this kid. And then he gets that, what, 400 plus seconds?
Yep, Waite again round the wicket now, and a swish this time wide of off stump by Luke Wells, who misses.
Beats a Trescothic record in getting those runs for the second 11.
441.
Oh, knowledge, Deutsche knowledge. And it's a lovely little story. Now we back off. Now we give him time to settle here now, yeah? Over the next few weeks, and in the winter, hopefully he'll have a happier, more settled winter time. Looking forward to really coming good next year with a bit of a signed a contract, doesn't he? Bit of security.
Yeah. It's an interesting call, giving him a go. I will elaborate on that more in a sec, because Matthew Waite is pushing off and coming in, and bowling once again to Wells. They'd brought in another slip before that delivery. Will Friend coming back in at third after the Luke Wells swish, but he's going to get 4 more. Is he here? No. It's a good chase by the man himself, Mr. Bean. There was certainly no miming about that or silent treatment.
No, lay off the kid. You're not going to go down that line, surely.
You've got to exploit every possible opportunity when you've got a microphone in front of you, Kev.
Oh,
you know that.
He's not Mr. Bean.
So 3 runs.
Well, he is, but he isn't.
Mr. Bean saves 1. Maybe that could be
the new film.
The next one, yeah. Mr. Bean saves 1. No, all builds up towards the big moment where he chases down a ball and keeps it in from the boundary rope. Fantastic. That's 3 also took Lancashire past the half-century mark without loss. 17.5 overs in, 52 without loss. Wells on 30 and Jennings back on strike on 22, shoulders arms to the final ball of the over. That is no run.
Okay, well, I'll do the next over. You elaborate then on this selection for him in this match, if you would.
Well, the man, if you like, next in line, Will Luxton, who's been the next in line for a while. Had opportunities in the RL50, was left out later on when Finn Bean was brought in. And so, Finn has clearly done enough in that little spell to get himself a go in Championship cricket now.
Yeah.
So yeah, just interesting that if you roll the clock back even 4 months, you wouldn't have expected to see this, because you would have been saying the next cab off the rank is Will Luxton, who might get a fair old go. But there you go. It's decision's been made. He's clearly earned his opportunity to have a go at the red ball.
Well, we're going to see spin here from Bess. He's bowled 2 overs already, only gone for 2 runs. Lancashire playing 2 spinners in their team as Bess comes around the wicket in the bowls, and big stride of the big Luke Wells forward into the offside. So he remains on 30, but no, 51 deliveries on this glorious. It's a breezy day, but it's predominantly blue skies, a little bit of high cloud around. Scott mentioned the forecast was just a little bit iffy. I think we're going to be okay. And the field are now brought in from the deep there, behind square out there. So, well, I'm going to say that's sort of 3/4 of the way back. Out there on that wide area on the onside for Wells, and he drives at that, and that's square. They'll have to move quickly, but they do go through for 1. Jennings running to the danger end, and that takes the score into 53 for no wicket. 19th over.
They did have one little issue earlier on in the day where Wells set off for a run that Keaton Jennings didn't fancy, and on another day, direct hit might have seen Wells go at the non-striking end, but generally speaking, they've got a very good understanding, these two, taking those quick singles.
Bess round the wicket in the bowls and worked away out there through mid-wicket by Jennings. It'll be a comfortable, steady 2 for the opener. He'll move to 26 and the score up to 55 for no wicket midway through the 19th over. That noise is going to be a distraction through the day on the old building site away to our right-hand side. But I tell you what, I hadn't really noticed, and this was, oh gosh, Old the Odeons in Leeds, yeah, club there. Have I got that right? Have I the name of the club?
Oh, yeah. So, Old Leo's, yeah.
Yeah, Old Leo's. Bess comes around the wicket in bowls and cuts nice and firm with confidence. Real purpose about that 4 going out there on the offside for Jennings. And he will move his score up to 28 and 59 for no wicket. But on Saturday was the start of the rugby union season, as well as the back end of the club season. So at that ground there, you had 2 cricket matches going on, because right next is Alwoodley Cricket Ground, and you had 2 rugby union matches taking place. God, they were noisy. They really did make a big noise.
Fest.
Yeah, well, it is.
What a
It
sports
actually,
fest, yeah.
it looked fantastic, actually. But the noise that they make in rugby union, and one of the batters for one of the teams there, he said, I was really struggling. He said, it's funny, when the bowler comes in, all of a sudden, you don't hear it for 5 seconds, and then you hear all the noise again. And it did sound quite a distraction. Whether this is going to be a distraction for the players today, I very much doubt it. The old work going on there on the right-hand side, but hopefully not. It might be more annoying for us and for you, the listeners, but we do apologise. 59 for no wicket, 2 balls left of this 19th over. The Championship cricket is back, and Bess is back into bowl here now. In and bowls and driven back up to Bess. He gets down and fields to his right-hand side, no run.
Yeah, played at Alwoodley a few times over the years. You don't want to be fielding second and get positioned down on the bottom boundary by the skipper. You want to be avoiding that one, because later in the day tend to get the midges around. There's a bit of water
midges
down
down
the
as
bottom.
well.
Yeah,
But it was the rugby union that seemed to be causing more problems. This one pushed onto the one side, and there shall be no run. 59 for no wicket after 19 overs. Wells 31, Jennings 28. I know a lot is made of how firm and hard this ground is here at the best of times here at Emirates Old Trafford, but I was thinking and feeling a little for the rugby union players starting their season, because that ground was rock hard. Can you imagine? And so it's the first game back of the season. I did notice on one of the pitches, one of the matches, there wasn't even 10 minutes on the clock, and 2 of them already were off injured. And I'm thinking, all the big build-up for the season. Yeah. They've taken. They looked to, shall I say, they looked to me men who've been playing the game for a few years, and it didn't take a lot for them to get a bit of a shoulder knock or something, and off they went.
Yeah, it's nice. I've been there, many times over the years, but actually I've only set foot in the old Leo's Rugby Union clubhouse just the once. Just did a dinner there 2 or 3 years ago with the excellent Jamie Jones Buchanan speaking.
Oh, well, Jonesy, as I believe they called him. I saw him on the telly over the weekend. They called
really
him
good.
Jonesy, as opposed to Buckers or anything like that.
Yeah, JJB or Jonesy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anyway,
so change of bowling at this Brian Stadium end. It's going to be the former Yorkshire captain Stephen Patterson bowling for the first time since he handed back the what do you call it? The, metaphorically speaking, the armband or whatever. Captain's armband. Here he is round the wicket. And bowling to Luke Wells, who's asked to play first up. As ever from Pato. He's angled that one down towards third man, and Bess gives chase and keeps them to 1.
you could say handing back all the hassle if you really wanted to.
Yeah, clearly, as you'd expect, disappointed at the way things have gone, but he's still keen. He wants those 500 first-class wickets, and I think he's got it in him.
Oh, and hopefully Lancashire listeners will understand this as well, and not necessarily in this game, but I hope he has a lovely, really good last 2 or 3 matches,
Yeah, Johnny Tattersall mentioned in the preview piece, I noticed on the Yorkshire website, that he was talking about giving Pato the send-off he deserves.
That's it.
Here he is, wide on the crease, as the beating of Keaton Jennings, who balloons one up into the offside. There's no run. Malcolm Palmer, good morning to you, who says, good start by the bowlers, but a breakthrough wouldn't half be nice. Why are you wearing a Man City shirt, or is it Celta de Vigo? Well, I didn't realise I was going to be on camera today, so...
Well, I think you're looking good. I think that's a lovely... And it's all the rage. England wear this sort of colour, don't they, these days?
I would have had, the 3-piece suit, or maybe the dinner jacket and Dickie bow on, had I known that. Patterson in, that's pushed back past the bowler by Keaton Jennings, but fielded that mid-off, no run.
If I may say, just a little disappointed in you, Jay. I mean, I think you look great, and as I say, England wear those colours now, don't they? Light blue for the training kit and all that sort of stuff. So that's great. But what gets me is when I see you at these race meetings, when you're doing some of your other work. Gosh, you scrub up well there in your suit, and it's your 3-piece, isn't it?
Very kind of you.
So why can't you do that for the cricket?
Patterson in, and that's pushed by Jennings up to mid-on, where there's a sliding stop by Waite, no run.
Is it in the dry cleaners or something in between?
It was recently.
Well, there we are.
No, but
that's the reason, then.
I mean, on the BBC wages, I can't afford to have it dry cleaned between matches all the time.
Oh,
no,
right, okay.
You're fully aware of the day's pay, as in inverted commas. So.
But you look really smart, very smart, as you do today. Casual today, but gosh.
I'm going to have go off and buy a shirt, I think, at the end of the day's play for tomorrow. Here's Patterson in, pushed into the offside by Jennings. No run.
No,
Could
don't
get
tell
the
me.
hair done.
Don't tell me.
Makeup. There's not even a makeup department.
Don't tell me you've only come with one shirt for the whole week, and now we're going to get people will realise.
Well, you know me.
You've come with one
sleep
shirt
in
for the
it.
whole
Yeah,
week, haven't you?
Yeah.
Oh dear. If that's the case, I might go and buy you a shirt.
Oh no, please, not. No.
I've
seen how you dress.
It'd be the
no,
highest
thanks.
quality.
But thank you very much. But no, thank you. No, it'll be the wrong size, I'm sure. Patterson in, bowling, driven by Keaton Jennings, and very nicely played. It is 2, and it might just have the legs to make it to the boundary. No, Matthew Waite has hauled that back in, and Jordan Thompson will do the rest of the cleaning up job. 2 runs from it. Jennings on to 30 from 68. Wells 32 from 52. 62 without loss after 20. Nick Briggs.
Oh, Briggsy.
Yeah, Briggsy has emailed in. He played in the match I was referring to. I played in a match yesterday.
Yeah, I have heard about it. God, talk about
So
a boring golf story of
he's
playing the 18th.
He's emailed in to gloat, really, because they beat us.
Yeah, well,
the
it wasn't your
Silver
fault. It wasn't your fault. It was.
So he says, enjoyable afternoon playing for the Silver Tykes in the Grey Fox Trophy at Pudsey yesterday in a match played in very good spirit. The Tykes just managed to make it through to finals day at Scarborough next Sunday. I missed out on a finals day playing at Scarborough because we lost. Fantastic hospitality shown by all at PSL.
Yeah.
Hope the toe is not too painful.
Pudsey St Lawrence.
Pudsey St Lawrence, yeah. So shout out to the Pudsey St Lawrence crew, by the way, who all wanted a shout out yesterday. To John, to Dave, to Tim, to Daz.
What is this? Two-way family favourites? What are you on about?
So there you go, folks. I've given you all a shout out as promised.
Was that Dooley's club, or was it the other one?
Yeah, Dooley.
Yeah, Simon Dooley. Yeah. So we got. Anyway, I'm sorry about your toe, and I'm sure it'll come good. 62
Was that
for no
just
wicket.
the most boring story ever told on commentary?
No. You've told a few others. Best comes around the wicket in and bowls, and that's defensively played into the offside. There shall be no run. Most of them referring to your cricketing career of 15, 20 years ago.
Absolutely walked onto that one, didn't they?
It was far better to get a contemporary one.
That was like Frank Bruno sticking his jaw out in front of Tyson, waiting for the right uppercut.
Bess again around the wicket into Wells and pushed into the offside again. No run. It looks like there's going to be a tough all day for Yorkshire in the field here. By the way, if I may cross-promote, we have on Sports Extra Daniel Gidney, who's Chief Executive of Lancashire, popping in at 12:30 today. That, of course, is lunch, because we started a bit earlier at 10:30, so hopefully you'll be able to join us for a bit of a catch-up, an update there, as this one is played again more defensively. Looking to get through here, Bess. He may get a lot of hard work here, Bess. Could be in for a very long shift. He's only in his 4th over at the moment. Wells on 32, Jennings on 30. Paul Edwards, cricket writer, he's joining us as well. We're going to just see where the land lies at the moment. All sorts of stuff going on as Bess comes around the wicket again and drilled, but straight to the field at mid-off. And there should be no run. And of course, the other thing we'll be doing, if you like, the wider picture, is keeping an eye on what is going on in terms of top, bottom, Division 1, also the top of Division 2. There's rain at Southampton at the moment, which is a bit of a frustration for Hampshire, but it's been tricky going for them. They're 31 for 1 against Northamptonshire. Essex 54 for no wicket away to Kent. As Bess again is in and bowls. That is worked away for a run on the onside. Wells will pick up a single. He moves to 33 and 63 for no wicket. 1 ball after this 21st over. It's not. I mean, we've got Kent versus Essex. I think they call that the Estuary Derby. And well, they do if you're an East Ender fan. And Somerset Gloucestershire. That's another big derby match going on there at Taunton. 2 bottom teams. I mean, talk about a relegation tussle there. Gloucestershire 88 for no wicket already. Next ball worked away. Lovely gap found there by Keaton Jennings. Away there wide of mid-wicket. It's Patterson who has to go chasing that one, and they'll come back for 3. It's a big chase out there, but in fairness to the Yorkshire fielders, they have run that ball down and generally pulled it back in before he gets to the rope. 66 for no wicket after 21 overs. I am now going to move aside because Scott Reed's going to come in and do his special things. I shall speak to you later and look forward to the 12:30 chat with Daniel Gidney, Jonathan Doidge.
Step aside, Howells.
Thank you.
Because Reed is back. So Tom Joyner Union says, hi Jonathan, any news on Revis? No official news, but I think rested. I don't think there's any injury from what I can gather, but he's got through a lot of work this summer, hasn't he? And he maybe just needs a bit more time before he's unleashed again on the field of play. Tom thinks that the bowling lineup looks a little light and Yorkshire could have their work cut out. And Martin Rowe asking if Harry Duke is injured. Well, no, he's been out there on the field actually, subbing at one stage for Don Bess, but no, they've gone with the skipper as the glove man in this match, clearly. As first pick, he's there with 2 slips in place alongside as Patterson is in. Jennings pushes into the offside, no run. He would often stand up to Pato, would Johnny Tat, but that's not happening just yet. See how things go in that regard. Forever Dormo says to Bumble and I, good to see and hear you on the Roses coverage. And do you think that 17 for none after 11.3 overs, Lancs have been unduly cavalier? Well, yeah, 3 and over, 66 off 21 and a bit. They've ramped up the run rate as Jennings pushes this latest Patterson delivery through mid-on. And there's no run. Aid Wiz says top lad, everything crossed for him. Again, I think with Finlay Bean being the case in point. Adam Penwarden says your Cape Wrath correspondent is geographically challenged. The most westerly point in Scotland is actually the point of Ardnamurchan. That's easy for you to say. As Patterson's in. Oh, good delivery by Stephen Patterson, has the beating of Luke Wells, who is still propping himself up with his bat, having slightly overbalanced in having a little play at that, just doing a little nibble off the straight. But just doesn't find the edge. Lily says hoping Yorkshire get a wicket or 2 before lunch. And she thought that Stephen Patterson should come on, and clearly Jonathan Tattersall was listening to her. Because here he is, running away from us at the Brian Statham end, past umpire Alex Wharf. That delivery, again, asking the batter to play, drops it into the leg side. No run. Keith Bruce says, I believe Ray Illingworth gave Neil Hartley a go as captain in the 80s, and Hartley was uncapped. Caused a massive rift in the dressing room among the capped players. Thanks, Keith, for that. Yeah, I remember Neil having a go. That wouldn't have come up in the mind as the fact that he wasn't a capped player at the time. And Bent Nielsen says, having 66 after 21 overs, Lancashire has a run rate as good as pie. Patterson flicked off his legs here by Luke Wells. We've seen him do that a time or 2 already, particularly off Matthew Waite. And this shot brings in the same number of runs, 4, through Cow Corner. The shot's on, isn't it? He gets the ball away in the air. George Hill is a little bit squarer, more central at mid-wicket. So well clear of the field and picks up 4 runs.
Good shot. Plays it well, doesn't he, that one, Luke Wells?
So 71 without loss, 1 left in the 22nd. As Kev mentioned, 10:30 start, of course, it was this morning. 1 or 2 of you could be forgiven for forgetting on that one and thinking we were cracking on at 11. 12:30 lunch as Patterson is in, and that's pushed into the offside by Wells. There's no run. What's on the menu today? It's always a great feed when you come in, I've got to say. Is it hot pot or something like that?
I don't know. I'm not sure what's on the menu today. The little kind of silver trays with the little gas heater underneath there, that are all lit up and ready to go. I don't quite know what's on the menu today. I was grateful actually because the great Dave Halliday downstairs on reception politely reminded me just the other day that don't forget this is a 10:30 start, and I had actually forgotten myself. 10:30 starts in September. He's
a great man, isn't he? It's almost like it's the only time I feel like I'm in a Bond film when I walk in at Old Trafford, because he always knows what you're doing before you do. So I walked in and he said, Mr. Doidge, we've been expecting you. Mr. Reed is apologising for missing your call. He'll be calling you any second. I look at my phone and there you are ringing me.
He's a great man. He is. There's nothing that he does not know.
We have been expecting you.
There's Don Bess. into Keaton Jennings, looking to cut the ball, but a play and a miss. A bit of extra bounce, perhaps, that Jennings wasn't expecting. Don Bess has removed his sunglasses. Bounces his way in. Left again. .71 without loss. Lancashire, good opening start here. Luke Wells on 37 and Keaton Jennings on 34, with a half an hour remaining of the lunchtime session as Jennings adds more runs to his total, cutting the ball down towards the third man boundary for 2. So Lancashire 73 without loss. In fact, I'm going to run 3.
Phone him up again and do a proper report, please, with an accurate number of runs.
I've denied the listener an extra run for Radio Manchester. 74 without loss then. Jennings now to 37. Wells on 37 as well. Don Bess from the Anderson end. One slip in place. Plenty of fielders on the offside. There's a mid-off and an extra cover. Point. Short third. Short fine leg. Mid-wicket. Mid-on. And a deep backward square leg. Wells goes off the back foot to defend. Drops the ball away into the offside for no run. Scooped up by Will Frayne. Hands it back to Bess, who's into his 5th over, gone for 16 so far. 2 balls left of it. Wells waits and then allows this one to go through to the gloves of the keeper, and there's no run. So the final ball of the 23rd over. Yorkshire still looking for that first breakthrough. Slip in place. Again left by Wells and taken by the keeper. So that completes the over. About 25 minutes left of the morning session. 23 overs gone. 74 without loss. Wells 37, Jennings on 37.
Yeah, and there's a little bit of turn off the straight for Don Bess there, away from the left-handers, but at the moment he's not been able to sucker him into playing a shot, and it does look slow, doesn't it? So any turn he's going to get just that little bit slower, not getting loads of assistance from the pitch, which looks, it just feels a bit on the dead side, and so it's going to be hard work, I think, taking wickets. I think you'd have to say that Yorkshire have not got a lot in the way of pace. Jordan Thompson would probably be the quickest of the bowlers in this lineup. Be a little bit quicker than Ben Code and this man Stephen Patterson, who is still bowling with Johnny Tattersall standing back, and that's pushed into the onside by Keaton Jennings. There's no run, so if you don't have that pace to just make a bit of a difference, early in the season they had Harris Ralph playing a few championship games. He clearly had more pace than the rest of the side. Though Matthew Fisher, and Bumble was obviously alluding to him playing in the 2s at Blackpool soon, on his way back to full fitness as Patterson is in, and that is flicked nicely through mid-wicket by Keaton Jennings. George Hill giving chase, and also Ben Code, who is the man who gets his hand to it. They get back for a couple. Yeah, so if you've not got a lot of pace, I think in the pitch, you've just got to keep trying to keep the batters honest, really. And I think Ben Code in particular this morning was asking them to play much more often than not, keeping it straight. Wasn't doing a whole lot off the pitch, just a little bit of a flicker of movement now and again. Patterson's had 1 or 2 of those as well, and he's in again. That one hits the seam, angled in towards Keaton Jennings, just holds its line, pushes it out to Don Bess. That point, there's no run. Stephen Bell, good afternoon to you. Looking forward to the battle of the Fred Truman impressions. Can't understand that at all. Brian Statham bowling from this end, fine fast bowler. As Patterson's in, and that's pushed back down the pitch by Jennings, no run. Of course, not only was he a fine fast bowler, but had a fine England opening partnership, didn't he? With Fred, Truman and Statham. Back in day. Before you were a twinkle in your mother's eye, Scott Reed. You can get in touch, by the way, at Jonathan Doidge on Twitter. Patterson bowling here to Jennings, one that beats him past the inside edge. He's trying to cut at that, and it's certainly not wide enough to be playing that shot, Keaton, but he gets away with it this time. Scott Reed 16.
Yep, or at BBC Lancs Cricket.
Or BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com. If you want to have your say, have a word. Patterson in again. Bowling to Jennings, who's solidly behind that, pushing back to the bowler. And there's no run already. Yorkshire trying slightly different, inventive fielding positions. We had Adam Lythe there just off the straight to Keaton Jennings to the onside. Just one slip in place already. And we're only an hour and 40 minutes into day one.
Yeah, well, speaking to when Bubble was with us a little bit earlier on, as we see this opening partnership now reach 76 for the first wicket between Wells and Jennings. Bumble was chatting to the groundsman, who said it'd be a nice, easy-paced pitch, but will turn as the game goes on, which I suppose is reflected in Lancashire's team selection. They've kind of got 3 spinners in that team, with Wells, Hartley and with Parkinson as well. It's about batting well, isn't it? Batting first up on the toss, bat first, you got that right. Got 3 spinners in your team. Just trying to make the most of that, so it's been a good start by Lancashire. Left alone this first delivery from Bess as he starts his 6th over. Wells leaves it to the keeper, no run.
Don Bess, 180 championship wickets, averaging 31.3. He strikes every 68.5 balls.
Bess in, down the pitch comes Wells. That's a big shot. It's gone for 6. Back over the bowler's head.
Not striking off that delivery. An interesting change of tack by Luke Wells, but it was there to play, and he executed it very nicely indeed. Against left-handers, Bess has 68 of those 180 wickets in Championship and Test cricket.
He's got 2 left-handers here. Wells, one of them. Oh, that's clipped to mid-on. Oh, he's put down. He's been dropped. Patterson dropping Wells at mid-on. And you could almost, well, you could hear the groans from those inside the ground following Yorkshire. Almost hear the groans from the Yorkshire players. Not a chance produced all morning, and then this one clipped to mid-on. Little pace to his left. Oh, and then put down by Patterson. Only opportunity created really in this morning session. Wells steers his ball down towards backward point. There's no run. Lifeline for Wells, dropped on 43 with the score at 82 without loss. Bess for Yorkshire in and bowls. Wells off the back foot, turns the ball out towards the leg side. Jordan Thompson scoops the ball up. Wells gets through for 1, moves to 44.
Yeah, Patterson. Well, he's been there and done it and seen it all before, hasn't he? And he'll have dropped chances before, but that was... Yeah, that's a bad drop, isn't it? Not that any drop's a good drop, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah. Final ball of the over. Just dabbed away back along the pitch by Keaton Jennings. And a rather disconsolate looking Don Bess collects his cap, his shoulders are drooped. Yorkshire needed something in this morning session. They've got about 20 minutes to try and get a breakthrough, and that's the only opportunity so far created.
Yeah, if I know Dom, he'll be absolutely spitting chips at the moment. Well, also with that understanding that nobody means to drop him on purpose, but he's got the opportunity. And if you looked at the replay, if you are watching the streaming, and if you're not, and you're just listening to the audio, it was technique-wise, wasn't it? It was the height of the ball. He didn't know whether to take it hands, you know, palms up or palms down type of thing, you know, the other way up, like the Aussie style, fingers up. As Patterson's in, and maybe trying to take that wicket that Yorkshire missed out on in the previous over here, bowling 2 wells. He drops it into the offside, no run. So if you've ever tried to do catching practice, whether you've played in a game or not, and you know what I'm saying, there's a certain height where you've got to make a decision whether you go fingers up or fingers down, palms up. And it was one of those. If he'd have taken a step back, I think he'd have taken it, you know, in the usual palms up style. But it was somewhere in between the two. Here he is, bowling to Wells, who's pushing into the offside where Frayne feels no run. So I think it was just down to that in the moment. But he'll be very disappointed to have missed out on that, as will Dom Bess. This is the game, isn't it? You've got to be able to be good enough to recover from those mistakes and patch it up together as a team, because they all make them. Patterson coming in again past umpire Alex Wolf, very wide on the crease. Once again, straight at the stumps. It's flicked to leg by Wells. And Matthew Waite with a tumbling stop keeps them to 1.
Just having a little mooch around the grounds elsewhere in Division 1. They're at lunch with Hampshire playing Northamptonshire. 31 for 1 at lunch. They only had 15 overs in that match at the Ageas Bowl. Hampshire 31 for 1 at lunch on day 1.
Here is Patterson in again. That's turned to leg by Keaton Jennings.
Essex made a solid start with the bat. They're taking on Kent to Canterbury this week with Alistair Cook 34 not out and Nick Brown 31 not out. So Essex 72 without loss in Canterbury. And the other Division 1 game is the Derby match, another one taking place in this round of fixtures. Somerset against Gloucestershire.
Patterson in again. And walking into this one, Keaton Jennings. We've seen him do that now and again. Maybe just trying to unsettle the bowler. Changes his mindset, but beaten this time.
And Gloucestershire have made a good start. They put 100 runs on for the first wicket so far. Ben Charlesworth and Marcus Harris. So Gloucestershire 100 without loss, taking on Somerset in Taunton. They're the Division 1 scores.
Meanwhile, here is Patterson in the Manchester sunshine. And that is pushed back to him by Keaton Jennings. And there is no run to complete over number 26, with the Lancashire having won the toss and decided to bat first on 84 without loss. Jennings on 39 and Luke Wells on 45, and that one opportunity of the morning just a couple of overs ago. How much will Yorkshire be ruining that come the end of the day, the end of the match?
Division 2 scores. Derbyshire 70 for 4 in their match against Durham. Worcestershire 81 for 3, taking on Glamorgan. Nottinghamshire 63 for 2, facing Leicestershire. Dom Bess in the sunshine. He's in and bowling to Luke Williams. That's hit back down the pitch. Luke Wells on the bounce back to the bowler, gathered by Bess off his own bowling. And there is no run. We've got about 13 minutes left until the lunch interval. As Bess creeps in, bowls again to Wells, plays forward and defends, and there's no run. For those with us on 5 Sports Extra, during the lunch interval. Kevin Howells will be joined by the Lancashire Chief Executive Officer, Daniel Gidney.
Very official.
Well, I thought I'd give him his
official announcement there.
His full title. This is hammered off the back foot by Wells out towards extra cover for no run. I wonder what they'll be speaking about. I mean, there's a whole range of subjects to discuss.
There is, yeah, there are.
One particular obvious one. But anyway, Daniel Gidney joining Kevin Howells on 5 Sports Extra during the lunch interval. Swept by Luke Wells up towards deep backward square leg. Oh, they want 2, I think. Yeah, they will come back for 2. Matthew Waite fielding down on the backward square leg boundary. And Wells does run 2, so he moves on to 47. The score moves on to 86 without loss.
What might that be, Scott?
I think it
might be discussing
the price of pies inside the ground. Yeah, that's quite a hot topic, I think, at the minute. Just try and see if they can try and cap the price of pies. It's best to Wells. It's worked up towards mid-on, but for no run. So that's on the way on for listeners on 5 Sports Extra during the lunch interval. Bess in bowls again. Let's work back towards the bowler, and there's no run. End of the over, 86 without loss.
Got to say, it's just great to be back talking about Championship cricket, isn't it? You know, there's just a different feel about the thing. A bit more relaxed. Not that sort of frantic feel of the white ball stuff. Even the 50 over game still feels more like that by comparison to when you sit here watching this sort of thing unfold, whether it's going your way or not as a cricket supporter. It's the ambience. Even in Manchester.
Always in Manchester. Come on, Doji.
So, Stephen Patterson going to continue from this Brian Statham end now. Since the 2012 season began, he's taken 190 Championship wickets. 49 of those have been left-handers. So, just over 25% of them. Although his average against left-handed batters nowhere near as good as it is against right-handers. More in a moment. Jennings is having a cut at this one. Short of length. Best does the fielding at point. No run. So, Stephen Patterson against left-handers, as I say, 49 wickets in the last 10 seasons. Averaging 37.9 against lefties, with a strike rate of a wicket every 97 deliveries. Against right-handers, 141 wickets during the same period, averaging 24.5, striking every 57.6 deliveries. Here he is bowling to the left-handed. Both this pair, of course, are Keaton Jennings, who's running it down to fine leg for a couple. Ben Code out there does the fielding. That's a fairly significant difference, isn't it, between lefties and righties in terms of the average.
Good stats, that, Doji. Well done, mate.
I worked very hard on that.
Good research from you, that.
You were out partying last night as usual, Sunday night, and out. I played in that game. Did I mention I played in a game of cricket?
I think you mentioned it once, yeah.
Drove over. I was slaving away over the laptop last night as Patterson's in again. And that's pushed into the offside by Jennings. Finn Bean doing the fielding, no run. Yeah. It's about being professional, Scott, isn't it?
I know, you're right.
You know, making sure your commentary line's in full working order.
Yep.
Before you go on air.
Shambles.
That sort of stuff, really. Here's Stephen Patterson coming in once again past Alex Wharf. Bright sunshine now at Old Trafford as Jennings turns it into the leg side. And there's no run. How are Burnley doing, by the way, early doors this season?
Well, I've seen them a couple of times. 3-3 against Blackpool was my first match, which was a good game.
Oh, yeah. A lot of local pride involved there.
Was,
Burnley, Blackpool.
They were 3-1 up Burnley, threw it away, 3-3. And then I watched them at Wigan, and they beat Wigan 5-1.
Even more?
It's like watching Brazil.
Even closer, isn't it, Wigan? Is Patterson in, driven Back to the bowler. Gets a hand on it, no run.
So they were great against Wigan. Played some lovely stuff.
Yeah. It's interesting you say Wigan, because certain parts of Lancashire people call it Wigan, don't they? Wigan. But you go Wigan, okay. In comes Patterson. Once again, bowling to Jennings, who's right over the top and smothering that one to complete over number 28 at 88 without loss. He's on 41 and Wells on 47. So what is, I suppose, is it Burnley-Blackburn that's the big one for you?
Yeah, that's the big derby, yeah. It's a little bit later on this year, I think.
That'll be a Boxing Day job, won't it? Must be somewhere around the Christmas holidays, surely.
I think it's in November.
Really?
Because they break, don't they, for the World Cup?
Oh, of course they do, yeah.
I think it's in that November period.
Yeah, there'll be even more complaints about fixture congestion this year, won't there, on that side of things then?
Is that another sport complaining about scheduling?
Yeah.
88 without loss. Bess over number 8 for him. Got 6 minutes to go until lunch, so it might be the last we see of Bess, I think. A little bit of movement behind the bowler's arm. But, we're okay now. Here's Bess in bowling to Wells. He's played off the back foot. Will Frayne, extra cover. Tumbles away to his right to stop the ball, and there's no run. A couple of 12s of the bat from Luke Wells. 47 to him from 79. It's been a terrific morning for Lancashire. So far, can Yorkshire get a breakthrough? It'll dance down the pitch and hit back towards the bowler. And there's no run. It's in 1-6, which was hit off the previous over. Wells hammering it up towards the pavilion. Then he was dropped the very next ball as well. Wells gets onto the front foot once again. Turns the ball to the leg side. And there is no run. Jordan Thompson scoops it up and polishes the ball and hands it back to Bess. Slip in place and it's pushed away into the offside, but again Frayne fields and there's no run. 88 without loss. Bess with sun cream across his ears and his nose, and clutches the ball in his right hand, and he's in bowling. And that's hit firmly by Wells out towards the offside, towards the deep point boundary. Wells gets a single. 48 to Luke Wells now. 89 without loss, with a ball left of the over, and then about 4 minutes until lunch. Bess to Jennings. And that's turned away to the leg side for a single. And Jennings moves on to 42. 90 without loss.
Yeah, positive start for the Red Rose then in this one. And talking of roses, Mark Umpleby has tweeted that this is not the only Roses cricket taking place this week. There's a game coming up on Saturday, an interfaith cricket match. The series is tied at 1 apiece over the years, and they've put up the banner, the poster if you like, which says War of the Roses, but with the war crossed out and replaced by the word love. So Love of the Roses, a T20 match on Saturday the 10th of September, this coming Saturday at 11 AM at the Murfield Monastery.
Cool, nice.
Over there in Murfield in West Yorkshire. So not far to go, folks, if you fancy a bit of that. Extending your Roses love for the week. Patterson is in, bowling here to Jennings, who's pushing back to him. There's no run.
Was that a bit of Barry White?
Love.
Is that what,
yeah. Barry White, yeah. Great Barry. I think he probably ate a few pies in his time. All enhanced the voice though, didn't it? I reckon the size, that depth of voice had to come from somewhere. Here is Patterson digging deep for Yorkshire to try and take a wicket, having put down a chance himself when Luke Wells hit the ball to him off Don Bess a few overs ago. This time Keaton Jennings playing Patterson into the offside, and there is no run. So almost the last rights of this first session on the opening day. Lancashire won the toss, decided to bat, and have made a very good fist of it. Patterson just trying to take one with him for lunch, but not with this delivery. Jennings pushing to mid-wicket where George Hill does the fielding. No run.
They're quite keen, Yorkshire, to make sure that this is the last over. Don't really want to bowl another one, do they? Patterson takes his time, wandering back to his mark, and the ball slowly loops around the outfield. 2 minutes to go before lunch, and 3 balls left of the over.
Yeah, probably need to take it to the umpire and get it checked after this delivery to Jennings, who's dropping into the offside. And there's no run. Yeah, it's looking out of shape. Umps, just have a look at that. Let's just need a few more seconds up. No, it's fine. Get on with it. I better throw it to the ball shiner, then get it back off him. Yep, there we go. Will Frayne just checking his studs while he's got the ball in his hand there. Hands it to Matthew Waite, and gives it an inspection. Hands it back to Stephen Patterson. Meanwhile, the clock ticks on to 12:29. And in comes the former Yorkshire captain again. Full-length delivery driven back at him. Frayne stepping across the pitch to do the fielding. He's the man positioned just off the cut strip. Bit of gardening between the two batters as well, so they're clearly quite happy to get off without suffering loss before lunch. Quick word from Wells to Jennings. Patterson has the ball in hand for the final ball of the over, possibly the final ball of the session. Yep, it's gone 12:30, and it's blocked by Jennings, and that will be that for your morning then, with Lancashire, as I mentioned, having won the toss, deciding to bat first. And I've got through to lunch unbroken with Jennings on 42 and Wells on 48. They're 90 without loss after 30.
Thanks, Doji. Yeah, players heading off. Outstanding morning for Lancashire. Keaton Jennings and Luke Wells in fine form with the bat again this morning for the Red Rose. And we'll see how the afternoon progresses. Wells on 48, Jennings on 42 as the players drift off for lunch here at Emirates Old Trafford, on Lancs TV and the BBC Sport website and app, and on 5 Sports Extra as well. And for listeners on Sports Extra, we're going to hand you to Kevin Howes.
When you want the best seats in the house, it matters where you stay.
Life is what you make it, so make it count.
Make it better, make it greater.
Make it have a purpose.
Make it worthwhile, make it faster.
Make it work for you.
Make it loving what you do.
Make it your passion.
Make it happen.
Make it in media, make it in sport, make it in business, make it in digital.
Make it possible.
Make it easy.
Make it your way.
Don't just make it through each day.
Make it pay.
Make it for real at UA92.
We are driven.
We are passion.
We are the fans.
We are the future.
We are equal.
We are Manchester.
We are a community.
We are here to win.
We are exceptional.
We are spirited.
We are powerful.
We are the Manchester Indians Cricket Club.
The Ashton Tigers Cricket Club. The Lancashire Disability Squad.
Gladwick Cricket Club.
Didsbury Cricket Club.
Greenmount Cricket Club.
Haydock Cricket Club.
We are Thunder.
We are Lancashire Lightning.
We are unified.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? UA92 is game-changing, created to accelerate careers in business, media and sport. Much more than a qualification, it's a personal development journey that prepares you for life. Become your best and connect with the best. With placements, with major players. Sparked from the minds of the class of '92, their tradition of dreaming big, and inspired by the commitment to passion, preparedness, ambition and youth. So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA92.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to Emirates Old Trafford. It's a glorious day still, despite the weather forecast. The sun's out and it's blue sky, and we've had quite a few people wandering around the outfield here at Old Trafford, which is good to see. Reminds me of yesteryear, David.
Well, as soon as I saw it, and you see some good little cricketers as well, boys and girls. There's a lad here who's been playing some great shots, and there's a young girl been bowling, and she got a lovely action. Really good.
Now then, what about this first morning's play in the Roses match here at Emirates Old Trafford? Lancashire winning the toss, deciding to bat first. It looks a pretty good decision to me at 90 for none.
Oh, look at these two lads. What are they, 40 odd apiece? Bat all day today. Are they going to get a wicket, Yorkshire? It's a flat pitch. There's no pace in the attack. They've got Don Bess as a spinner. It's not spinning as yet. So important to win the toss, get your runs in the first innings, and they're well on course here. They've been under no problems whatsoever. Yorkshire desperately needs somebody with a bit of zang, a bit of pace, just to disturb this opening pair.
Would they get anything out of this pitch, though?
Nothing. It's as flat as. There might be reverse swing because it's so bare, the square, but there's nobody quick enough.
No.
And I noticed Matt Fisher, Yorkshire quick bowler, he's here, and he's going to play in the twos at Blackpool next week, so he's not quite right. But it looks like they're badly in need. On a pitch like this at Old Trafford, you've got to have one that can disturb the opening pair. Get the ball round here. We've seen both batsmen coming down the pitch to the quicker bowlers.
Well, it's an interesting point because Lancashire have got basically a fast medium attack as well. They've got nobody with any pace, really. You've just got Williams, Bailey and Balderson. But Lancashire have picked two spinners, whereas Yorkshire have only got one.
So that's why that toss is really important. Once you've got two spinners, you're going to bat first. And we mentioned this morning, bat first, bat well, get a shed full of runs over to the spinners. It will turn, it'll spin. And so you do have variation in Lancashire's attack. They've got Bailey, who's tall, he will hit the pitch at a medium pace. Balderson's an exciting prospect. Williams is the overseas guy, and he's doing all right. But the key for Lancashire will be the two spinners.
You say there's not much pace in the pitch. Spinners like pace, they like bounce. This is just Matt coming in off his roller here. He's been rolling another pitch. I think that's the Surrey pitch he's been rolling.
Yeah, it's a lovely roller. I'm into all that. I'm into all that sort of stuff, rollers, and that. Near us, there's one of these agricultural auctions, and we're in for one. Anyway, go on.
Yeah. Motorised rollers will leave them be. I'm talking about pace in the pitch. I'm talking about spinners being picked by Lancashire. Spinners like bounce, and they like a bit of pace. And is there going to be any in this, or is it going to die?
Well, when I say it's easy paced, it's not easy pace that the ball's going through to the wicket keeper at shin high. It's going through round about waist height. And so, as this game progresses, the pitch will spin, and I think you'll get a little bit of spin and bounce. And so, for Lancashire, they've got to push to win this game. It's so important that they get a result out of this game. It's so important that the weather stays as it is, because they've got to chase down Surrey. Surrey are way ahead, 39 points. But they play Surrey here last game. That's going to be tasty.
It is. This is a used pitch, as they all are now. We're into September. There's been so much cricket played at Emirates Old Trafford as there has been at every major ground. So you're going to get old pitches, which people say are tired. What does that actually mean when you say a pitch is tired?
Well, that grass life, grass goes out of it, and so the roller will have been squeezing the top surface, and it just becomes very placid. But it always spins here. It always has done since all the time that I've been playing here. Eventually, the pitch will spin, and so if it's a worn pitch, if it's been played on before, it definitely will spin. It might not spin for 2 days, but as wear and tear, where the bowlers run off, they'll get something from it. And so Lancashire's game plan, you look long term, get all your runs in the first innings, and they've got a batting line-up to do that.
Interesting. People will draw parallels with this game with the Test match. And South Africa won the toss, batted first, played two spinners, didn't get any runs.
No.
And didn't obviously take the game past the third day. So two spinners were superfluous.
Listen, we've both been in that situation where we win the toss and bat. You go bat well. If you bat poorly, you're out the game, especially with two spinners in.
That's the famous line from Stuart Broad. If you keep getting out for 160, doesn't matter how good your bowling attack is, does it?
No, and going back to my time here, when I was captain here, Cyril Washbrook, you remember Cyril, he was like a tyrant and he ran the place. And I'm captain and I'm quite impressionable, a young kid really, captain. And I went into the committee room and you had to wear your blazer. And he just said, he said, if you're ever thinking of winning the toss and bowling, think again. So that would tell me if you win the toss, whatever happens, you bat first.
Just talking about you going into the committee room with your blazer on. Not long when you and I played, lunchtime, Rosie's match, we were summoned into the committee room. Didn't matter whether you're bowling or batting, you might have been 50 not out, or I might have bowled 15 overs, blazer on, into the committee room for lunch.
Yes.
Hey?
Yeah, with an odd bottle of beer on the table as well.
Never did anybody any harm.
Well, yeah. Well, I'm lucky. Yeah. All right.
Well, there won't have been any of that today here at Emirates Old Trafford. So Luke Wells, Keaton Jennings going along nicely. One let off for Luke Wells. I mean, that was a dolly of a catch to Patterson.
Yeah, Steve Patterson at mid-on, off Don Bess, and it went down. So they've been very comfortable. You know, I mentioned that they've sort of come down the pitch. Opening batsman, it's a new ball bowler, is just having a little wander down the pitch. And so Yorkshire are badly in need of some pace, which they've not got. Now they've got to conjure something up in this afternoon session because the ball's older. We've not seen any reverse swing, but they've no pace to reverse swing it. So it looks as if it's Lancashire going to be dominating this game on day one. Yorkshire have got to find something.
You're right. There were worrying signs for Yorkshire as we approached lunch. They just looked a little bit flat, heads down, thought there was nothing in the pitch. This is a test of character. When you play on pitches like this, in big games like this, as to how you come back after an interval break. They've only been playing for 2 hours, haven't they?
Yeah, and again, they've got a new captain in Johnny Tattersall. And so you've got to get hold of the team now in this break and come up with something. It might be something unorthodox. You think about Michael Vaughan as a captain, he would do something out of the box and different fielding positions. They've got to come up with a bit of magic. They've got to take the catches. They're going to come few and far between chances. There's one gone down. They can't continue to do that. They've got to come up with something, break this partnership, get a new batsman in.
Is there a fear of Lancashire's batters being a little bit complacent, having seen the morning session go by with no wickets down?
Well, if you've got Glenn Chappell and Dame Villas, you push on. You know, and the other thing now, they've got a great start, 30 overs, 90 without loss. Put the foot down, push on, get your runs as quickly as possible. To win this game, you've got to take 20 wickets. So get bowling as quickly as you can, push on. They've got the batting lineup to do it. When you look at the lineup, they've got Stephen Croft at 4, Josh Behan and Dame Villas. They've got plenty of batting, push on.
And Crofty has had such a wonderful season, hasn't he?
Yeah.
1,500 runs. He's been there and thereabouts in all competitions. Got the batters coming down now, Jennings and Wells. Preceded by Tom Bailey. I'm not quite sure what he's doing down here. He might be giving them a word of advice, do you think?
No, he's not. He's just come down for a chat and a little smile from the lads as they walk out there. Yeah, I wouldn't mind walking out on that myself.
So, little words of advice from David and perhaps words of envy too. He'd like a bat out there this afternoon. Let's just hope that Lancashire can keep going through the afternoon and evening session today. Let's get up to our commentators.
Good morning session for the Red Rose. Jonathan Doidge is alongside me as we get ourselves settled in for the afternoon and maybe lunch. I think Doidge perhaps coming at a good time for Yorkshire, chance to kind of regroup a little bit and go again.
Having a great time for me. The breakfast was wearing off.
Was it?
It was a very nice lunch indeed, I've got to say. Yeah, I think so. I think, despite the fact that I don't think they bowled badly in that first session. The fact that they couldn't make the breakthrough, you're only human, aren't you? You're probably getting a little bit jaded towards the end of it, so chance for a reset, maybe a couple of conversations about how they might go about things on reflection, having bowled on this benign looking pitch for a couple of hours. Ben Code, who started pretty well, didn't he, from the James Anderson end. He's going to take up the cudgel for Yorkshire once again at the start of this afternoon session. From the same end then, running towards our commentary position, 2 slips in place, largely a ring field. There is a man in close in at short mid-wicket, Will Frayne, but it doesn't come into play here because Matthew Waite does from long leg as Wells gets his first run of the afternoon session with a little turn of the ball backward of square leg. 48 to him from 83. 42 to the man now on strike, Keaton Jennings. 91 without loss after 30 overs and 1 ball. We've had a bit of peripheral noise from the building works going on earlier. I think they're taking a lengthy lunch because it's gone quiet. There's not a lot of activity over there to our right at this moment in time. Jennings flicks one into the leg side, Frayne round to field, no run. What's going to be there then? Another massive stand, is it, or more corporate boxes, or? We'll catch Reedy on that one when he's back with us.
Just, I think it's another hotel, I think, mate.
A hotel, okay.
I think so, yeah.
Do they think that people fancy taking the holidays in Manchester then? Is that what it's all about? The Manchester Tourist Board overloaded with inquiries. So we'll build another hotel at Old Trafford. Here's Code bowling to Jennings, who turns it into the leg side. And there is no run. Bit of breeze out there. 2 flags on the top of the Jimmy Anderson end of the ground, the pavilion there. Fluttering in the Manchester breeze. Ben Code. Fingers down the back of the seam, coming in again, round the wicket here. Bowling to Jennings, who just pushes into the onside, wide of Patterson. And they know they can take the old boy on for the single. Once they've got it in that general area, through for 1. Jennings on to 43, facing, or having faced, precisely 100 so far. He's having a chat now with Ben Code. Will Frayne's just been asked to move a little bit straighter than was the case. He'd be, what, 2.5 strips away to the leg side of straight. And taking up a catching sort of position as Code releases. Luke Wells turning the ball along the deck to Frayne. Gives it a polish. And there is no run.
Yeah, very good first session.
Hello? Get in touch at Jonathan Doidge, at Scott Reed 16. BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com. As Code bowls here down the leg side of Luke Wells, who's stooping to try and get something on it. Johnny Tattersall with a diving stop to his right to complete over number 31. 92 without loss thus far. The Red Rose. And a lot of hard yakka, I think, for Yorkshire to do here with the ball. Looks as though they're going to start, by the looks of things, with Don Bess at this Brian Statham end.
Yeah, well, we had spin, didn't we, from the Jimmy Anderson end for a decent number of overs leading up to lunch. Best bowling 8, wasn't it? Yeah, 8 from that Anderson end. So have a little twirl away from the Statham end. .92 without loss. Jennings on 43. And that's played forward in defence, and there is no run.
Rupert messages, in recent test match at Old Trafford we had Elgar and Irvie and Stokes and Folkes. What other similar batting or bowling partnerships are out there where the players with the same length of name, either with the same starting letter or better still, a similar sounding name or common letters?
He just nudged away to mid-wicket. There's no run.
I.e. Yorkshire had Lythe and Lees, of course, at one stage. Then you can add Wokes to Stokes and Folkes for England. Any others?
There must be a few out there. I mean, the Wokes, Stokes and Folkes is the best one, isn't it? It's terrific, that. A little bat and pad together from Keaton Jennings. Scooped up by Don Bess, and there's no run. In comes Bess around the wicket, balls again. Oh, it's a good ball. Beating Keaton Jennings. I know. 92 without loss. Jennings on 43. There's Bess in, balls again, forward. In defence, and there's no run.
Trying to think of you'd struggle with Cola Cadmo, wouldn't you?
Final ball of the over turned out towards the leg side. No run. End of the over. 92 without.
You can think of players from opposing sides, Patterson and Patterson. Patterson and Patterson-White. No, they're not becoming immediately apparent, anyway, shall we say. So 92 without loss, as Scott says. Wells on 49. Patiently built from 86 deliveries, even more so. Keaton Jennings, 43 off 106. Don Bess, 9 overs, 1 maiden, none for 27. And Ben Code hasn't taken a wicket, but he's cost just the 14 runs from 8 overs, 2 of which have been maidens. Got feet up on the desk. Just make yourself at home, why don't you? Again, there's a bit of deliberation about where we want this field exactly. What plan are we bowling to here? Code round the wicket, bowling to Wells, straight, flicked to leg. Bess is giving chase and will pick up a single that takes him to another first-class half-century. Luke Wells, 50 off 87 balls. He's the one player to have given a chance in this match so far. Put down by Stephen Patterson off Don Bess earlier. But, well, you take the chances that you're given, don't you? And he's made the most of it so far by making a pretty patient half-century. He did use his feet, you may recall, in the first session to hit Bess over the top down the ground for 6. At the non-striking end now, because Jennings back on strike. There's an appeal from Code. There was definitely bat involved, but presumably he felt pad first. Russell Warren standing at the James Anderson end, not interested. Ben Code, I mentioned, made it back into the Yorkshire side, having struggled with a couple of injuries earlier in the season. Made it back into the side for the match against Hampshire at Scarborough in the last round of fixtures. He's bowling there to Jennings. Drops into the offside. George Hill feels no run. There was a fair bit of talk about Ben Code in England terms a couple of seasons ago. Certainly the accuracy would be there. I think pace, as we've said before on commentaries, might be a little bit of a concern at that level, but certainly a seriously good county championship bowler. And he's drilled back this delivery as Keaton Jennings to Ben Code. Customary sweatband on the left wrist as he wanders off back to his mark. Luke Wells has seen a bit of something in the pitch and just wants to clean things up down the non-striking end at the moment. A smattering of spectators at the James Anderson end. Good to see plenty of the speckies on the field at the lunch break, having a good look at things out there in the middle as Jennings cuts this latest Code delivery, picked up by George Hill out at point. No run.
I thought the crowd was a bit poor at first, but it filled up, didn't it, as the morning went on? It was a bit... I didn't think it was a great crowd first thing this morning, but it has filled out a bit.
Yeah, hard to tell what's round the corner to the left because we've got this massive, imposing advertising thingy next to me. As Goad is in, and that's flicked off the legs this time by Jennings. Best fields dot ball to complete over number 33 with Lancashire on 93 without loss. Wells onto that 50 then, and Jennings is at 43 without loss. What would be a typical...
I don't know the answer to that question already. No, I don't. I mean, maybe...
You're talking 1,000?
1,500 maybe, okay. Yeah.
Similar to Headingley then.
But you'd expect to be a bit more for... I mean, I always find Day One and Roses matches at Headingley are always quite good crowds.
Yeah.
But it seems to have filled out a little bit as the day... I mean, the forecast wasn't great, but I might have put a few people off first thing this morning. It was certainly last night when I looked, it wasn't a great forecast, or at least there's a suggestion you might get a few showers in the morning and then clear in the afternoon. So maybe people just holding back to see whether we got underway. Oh, that bounced a bit, didn't it?
Yeah.
It's played out into the offside by Wells.
Yeah, people do like to turn up at the first day of the Roses match at Headingley. I suppose, yeah, when you get used to winning championships, number of times that Yorkshire have done that, you know, you want to go and watch championship cricket, don't you?
Bess into Wells. That's defended again. And there's no run. There's a good crowd at York, wasn't it, for the Royal London One Day Cup fixture?
I can't remember that match.
Can you not?
No.
Oh, right. Yeah, it was a good one.
Did it finish?
Yeah, in front of a... Actually, it was the crowd thinned towards the end. Best comes into Wells. Again, that's defended out towards the leg side. There's no run.
I just can't remember that much. Are you sure you're not fantasising about it? There was no result, was there?
Best from the Statham end. Slip in place. His runs here. Sliced away off the back foot towards... Matthew Waite on the point boundary, so he moves on to 51.94 without loss.
In fact, I can't remember many matches between these sides this season. That sort of faded fairly quickly from memory. The Tide match here was a good...
That was a belter, wasn't it?
Good game.
In the blast, yeah. Bess into to Jennings. Oh, a little dance down the pitch and lifts the ball over mid-on. A couple of bounces over the rope and in towards the advertising board for 4 runs. So Jennings moves on to 47 now. 98 without loss, Lancashire.
You know, if you're ever going to put your mortgage on a player to get a run, that last ball, Harry Brook, in the form he was in here in that T20 game, you'd have been forgiven for wanting to lump on there, wouldn't you?
You would. Best to complete the over. Swept by Keaton Jennings. Ball just loops out towards a short, fine leg. Jennings jogs through for 1. So 48 now to Keaton Jennings. 99 runs on the board for the first wicket between Wells and Jennings. And we've had 34 overs. It's just a run away from a century partnership for the first wicket in this Roses fixture. And of course Jennings does have good form against Yorkshire. He's scored quite a few runs against the White Rose over the last season or two. He's got 48 so far in this partnership of 99.
He was obviously not out as well, Harry Brook.
Was it his LBW, wasn't it?
Richard Gleeson.
Ah, that's the one, yeah.
Well, would you believe it? On this day in 1981, the new UK #1 single was. Ben Code here bowling to Keaton Jennings, who pushes back up the pitch. No run. In fact, the new UK #1 single on this day in 1981 ended up being, I think I'm right in saying, the best-selling single of the year.
I don't know.
Tainted Love, Soft Cell.
Okay.
Everyone knows that, don't they? Still being played at discos, if that's the right expression these days, worldwide.
Have you been to many discos recently, Jonathan?
Well, wedding do's and all that stuff, you know, the parties. It's on the party scene. Mark Armand and Dave Ball.
The last disco I went to was when I was at school.
Pop and crisps, and I bet you were good at the knee slides, weren't you? The girls used to dance, didn't they, in little partnerships, and the lads would do knee slides across the parquet flooring. Here's Ben Code bowling to Keaton Jennings, with Johnny Tattersall for the first time standing up now to the seamer. Jennings pushing back to the bowler on this occasion, no run. Yeah, no, lads weren't going to dance, were they? No way. I'm not dancing. Do a few knee slides instead. Going to school the following day with shiny knees. Those who went to the disco in the same trousers as they went to school. Code bowling here to Jennings, who drops it into the leg side square. Don Bess round to do the fielding, no run. Yeah, it'll be a pop and crisp stall in the corner probably. By the time you were at school, it would have been something like 30 pence for a bag of crisps, wasn't it? I think it was about 5 when I was there. 99 without loss here, Lancashire. Halfway through the 35th. Yorkshire still with the 2 slips. They've got to try and take wickets, and quite a lot of them, as Ben Cody's in, and that's flicked off the hip by Jennings down to Matthew Waite, and that takes Lancashire to 100 unbroken first wicket stand here from 208 deliveries. And Luke Wells 51, Keaton Jennings the other 49 of them, so not a single extra on the board. 2 balls left in the 35th. And Wells waits, stands tall, punches into the offside. Around comes Finn Bean to do the fielding. Number 33, new number to get used to. You get used to them all on the circuit, don't you? Despite the fact that every time we play against Lancashire, I say to Scott before we start, just remind me of the numbers. And he'll go, I can't remember that. They'll just walk out with it on the back. How many days cricket do we see for our teams during a 75, 80, something like that? Code giving the ball a bit of extra polish. And coming in again then from the James Anderson end, bowling to Wells, who's dropping into the offside. And there is no run. End of the 35th, then 100 without loss.
Daniel Gidney was speaking to Kevin Howes and 5 Sports Extra during the course of the lunch interval. He came out with the line. I generally have no idea what is going to happen. This could be like an episode of W1A, when he was referring to the high performance review. But you can catch that again on the BBC Sounds app if you missed the interview with Daniel, Lancashire's Chief Executive Officer. Bess is in, pushed into the onside by Jennings, and there's no run. Games are back underway across the country, apart from on the south coast. There's some rain affecting the game between Hampshire and Northamptonshire, and actually now Somerset Gloucestershire delayed as well, as Bess is in. It's turned to the leg side by Keaton Jennings for a 50. So he follows Wells to a half century. 50 not out from 119 balls and 5 fours. It's 101 runs on the board for the opening partnership. Jennings has faced a fraction more deliveries than Luke Wells, 119 to Wells's 93. Scoring absolutely even in this partnership. Bess bowls again. Forward goes Wells in defence, and there's no run. So Hampshire and Northamptonshire delayed due to rain. Hampshire 31 for 1. Somerset, Gloucestershire, a rain delay. In Taunton with Gloucestershire, 130 for 1. Dug out into the offside by Wells on the bounce out towards extra cover, and there is no run. 101 without loss. Bess in again. Now they're appealing for a stumping. They're pretty keen, or at least Tattersall is, but the square leg umpire less so. Wells looking to sweep the ball, kind of lost balance and tumbled over, and the bells were clipped off by Johnny Tattersall. But the square leg umpire wasn't too keen on that. Final ball of the over is Bess. It's turned out towards the leg side for a single. Wells keeps the strike as well, 102 without loss, 36 overs gone. 52 to Luke Wells, 50 to Keaton Jennings. The bowling options used by Yorkshire, 10 overs for Ben Code. Looks like he'll continue for an 11th over. John Thompson bowling the first 6 from the Statham end this morning. And the bowling changes, Matthew Waite just 3 overs for 19. Best now gone through 11 overs for 35. And Batterson 6 overs for 13. So it's 102 without loss. 36 overs gone. Jonathan Doige is alongside me. I'll make way. Paul Allett will come and join you for half an hour, Jonathan. And Ben Cole running in from the Jimmy Anderson end.
Cheers, Scott. Yeah, so Ben Code still with those 2 slips in place. TKC and Adam Lythe at first and second respectively. Johnny Tattersall standing up and Code bowling from wide on the crease to Luke Wells, who punches the ball back to him. And there is no run. Good afternoon.
Jonathan, how are you?
Probably 2 or 3 wickets. 2 or 3 wickets more. You asked me that again, but at the moment they're looking like they're, metaphorically at least, scratching heads out there as to how they're going to find a wicket here. They've had one opportunity. Code into Wells, who turns it into the leg side. No run. That one opportunity this morning. Got to take those.
Well, yeah. I mean, these things happen, but thankfully not very often. It was a dolly, wasn't it? Just gifted to Steve Patterson at mid-on, and he put it down inexplicably, but there you go. Luke Wells, the beneficiary. Both the openers on 50, and as David Lloyd said to me in our little intro to the afternoon session, as Jennings and Wells walk past him, as Wells just pushes that to short mid-wicket for no run, David said, I wish I was coming out there with you. I'd like to have a bat on that. Slow and
yep.
Not an awful lot happening. You need pace, basically. You need some pace and somebody who rips the ball here at Old Trafford. Those are the 2 types of bowler who are going to give you a chance of success.
So here's Ben Code again running towards us. Luke Wells standing tall, just walking into this one. That trigger movement and flicks it off probably the thigh pad. We'll wait for that signal. Russell Warren. Yep, leg by. 102 without loss. Yeah, Yorkshire had Harris Ralph earlier in the season. That sort of pace you're talking about, isn't it? Somebody who can get it above 90.
Yeah. Although Lancashire are going to be in the same boat. They've just got a fast medium attack, really, of Williams, Bailey and Balderson with the seam. But they have picked 2 spinners, Parkinson and Hartley. So that's a tick in the box for Lancashire.
Here's Code again to Keaton Jennings, who's beaten. There's an appeal for LBW. Ball squirts away down towards third man. Not out.
I think Code's been the pick of the bowlers. He's got a little bit of help with the new ball in that first spell. His figures are admirable, aren't they? In his 11th over, he's only gone for 16. And he's had innumerable appeals for LBW, but nothing in the affirmative as yet. But he's a good bowler. Bowls line and length, and if there's anything at all in the pitch, he'll get something out of it.
And here he comes again. Bowling to Keaton Jennings. He's dropping this into the offside. There's no run. Yeah, I was just saying a little while ago to Scott that they were talking about him in England terms. I know a few of the tracksuits were around a couple of seasons ago having a look. He's had one or two injury problems in the last season and this season to a greater extent. But I think the theory was, pace-wise, at Test level when you're bowling in the 70s.
Yeah, well,
you're doing a lot.
You're going to struggle, I think. Yep. He's obviously got some very good attributes as a bowler. He's metronomically accurate. He does move the ball around off the seam. Not really a great swing bowler, is he? But I think you're looking for a little bit of extra pace at Test match level. And the Test pitch is only 1, 2, 3 to the right of this particular surface.
Here's Don Bess from the Brian Statham end.
And it was sort of drawing parallel with that game where South Africa played 2 spinners that won the toss and batted first and batted poorly. And they were scuppered, basically. They didn't get enough runs, and that was it. The 2 spinners were then an irrelevance.
Bess again to Wells, who's having a little pop at this one wide of off stump, gets an inside bottom edge on it, drops into the pitch, no run. Is this just going to stay the same and get slower? Will there be any moment in the game where it might play a little bit quicker for a day or so, something like that, if the sun's on it for the rest of today?
May do.
Bess in again from wide on the crease and pushed back to him by Wells.
If it was a new pitch, i.e. brand new, not been played on before this year, you would say that batting on it on the second day would be the best day to bat. But I think this is going to turn. They don't break up generally here at Emirates Old Trafford.
Yep. Bess to Wells, another dot ball.
But all spinners, just like seamers, like a little bit of bounce in the pitch. And again, it depends on what pace you're going to bowl. Matt Parkinson is slower end on the spin scale, but he'll spin it sideways. Tom Hartley a bit quicker.
Here's Bess, floats one up, whipped off the legs, but no further than Jordan Thompson.
So the pitch will spin.
Yep.
But it won't break up. There'll be some footmarks, enhanced footmarks in the bowlers' follow-throughs, in which bowlers can bowl into.
It's going to be hard work for the Yorkshire batters then, as Bess is in again. That's pushed back to him by Wells to complete that over. 38 gone, 103 without loss. Wells 52 and Jennings on 50. So particularly hard work against Matt Parkinson then. Slow pitch, slower pace of the 2 and turning sideways.
I mean we're sort of running forward a bit here, aren't we? We're perhaps running before we're walking. The key from Lancashire's perspective in this game is to score runs in the first innings. That's what they need to do. They're 103 without loss now in 36 overs. So part 1 of the equation is being accomplished, but they've got to go on. They've got to get a big first innings total, put Yorkshire under pressure, and the ball will turn. As I said, it will turn. Whether it'll turn in match-winning proportions or not will remain to be seen. I mean, the weather forecast has been just about the opposite of what everybody said. It was going to be overcast and possibly raining today. Well, it's glorious, isn't it? And warm as well. We might get the odd shower through the week, but I don't think the weather should intervene in this too much.
Now the forecast was for around about 25 today. We've got the blessing of a bit of aircon in here, haven't we? But imagining out there it's pretty warm. Stephen Patterson into the attack at the James Anderson end then. First time he's bowled from there today. And he comes round the wicket to Keaton Jennings, who's working him off the hip down to long leg for 1.
So what's the story with Patterson then in Yorkshire terms? He's not been retained at the end of the season.
Yep.
He's captain. He's not captain today, but he's playing.
Yeah, so at the end of the Hampshire defeat, 7-wicket defeat at Scarborough a few weeks ago, he told the players that he was not being retained by the county for next year. He'd been given his release, and so he took the decision that he would step down for these last 4. Yorkshire got 4 championship games.
Step down as captain.
Yep. And let somebody else have a go, if you like, for the last few matches of the season. So he's just bowling there to Wells, who's dropped it into the leg side. There's no run. So he cleared the way for a new appointment, and Jonathan Tattersall got the job for the rest of this season. We're not sure whether that's going to be a full-time permanent appointment or not. I think that's the county to decide and make an announcement on that in the future. I mean, at the point of his resignation from the captaincy, he didn't know whether he was going to be picked, I don't think, for these last few games. Pato, who's bowling here again to Wells, pushed back up the pitch, no run.
So Yorkshire still regard him obviously as one of their better bowlers, and he warrants his place in the 11. End of story, presumably.
Yeah, presumably in the current available fit squad of players. So, given that he's been released, you know, if you want to speculate on that, I suppose, had Matthew Fisher been fit for this match, would Pato have been the man to make way?
Who knows?
We don't know. And just conjecture as Patterson's in again, whipped off his legs by Luke Wells, as has been the case on several occasions in this match so far, and he's got it away through mid-wicket for 4.
What a shot that is from Luke Wells, whipping that away with minimal foot movement over mid-wicket and bouncing into the building site for 4. Very aggressive stroke from Wells, and emphatically well played as well. He's gone to 56 from his 110 balls faced. Yeah, so Pato made the announcement that he was resigning. He was quite clear in the short statement, that he wasn't retiring, because I think he's in that sort of, he wants to get to 500 first-class wickets, and he's not that far away. So certainly another season somewhere might enable him to do that. Here he is bowling to Wells again, pushing into the offside, no run. I mean, he'll get some takers, won't he? But he won't want to be bowling at Old Trafford, that's for sure, on pitches like this.
No, shouldn't have thought so.
I think he'll get... be surprised if he doesn't get a few offers.
Yeah, but just in that mould, about which you were talking with Ben Coder a minute or two ago. Accuracy. Probably a few mph slower than the younger Ben Coder as he comes in again. And that's dropped into the offside by Luke Wells, and there's no run to complete the 39th, with Lancashire on 108 without loss. So yeah, I don't know whether there's been any talks with anybody else at the moment or not. Haven't had a chance to have a face-to-face conversation with him. But we had a chat after he stepped down. He was obviously disappointed that, having given excellent service to the county, he wasn't been retained.
Any other notables who may be moving on at the end of the year?
Matthew Wade is moving on. That's already been announced. He's got a 3-year deal with Worcestershire, where he went for a loan period earlier this season. Bess in, bit of foot movement from Keaton Jennings to come down and try and attack that, but pushes it back to the bowler. Obviously, you'll have seen the Shan Masood signing for next year.
Yeah, saw that. Yeah.
Ben
Just
Mike
about,
as well.
Oh yeah, Leicester.
Yeah, Bess in. That's cut by Jennings, out to Matthew Wade.
Yeah, I like the look of Ben Mike. He's a good all-rounder. Got a bit about him.
Matt Milnes as well, signed from Kent.
Okay. Oh, so there's activity.
Yeah, there's a bit of activity. Quite a few of the younger players still, as far as I'm aware, who are coming out of contract. Not yet announcements made, not yet sorted officially at least. Wells turns another one into the leg side, no run. So I think this is just Otis Gibson and Ali Maiden trying to reshape the squad slightly into their own mould.
And what influence does Darren Gough have in all this?
Pretty big one, you would have thought, as Bess is clouted over the top by Luke Wells this time. He's not been afraid of hitting over the top down the ground. We saw that with a 6 in the first session, and he's hit Bess down towards this Brian Statham end for 4.
It's another good shot, isn't it? Good use of the feet and big high follow through from Luke Wells. Managed to lose the ball under the covers, I think.
Yeah, so Darren Gough, I think, doing a lot of the talking to these players. I think they still want to sign. They talked about wanting to sign a fast bowler for the last 4 games of the season, just to bolster things up with no Matthew Fisher. Although I think, as Bumble was saying earlier on, apparently going to play a second team game for Yorkshire now fairly soon. But then they're still thinking about fast bowler signing for next year, in addition to what they've already got. So Don Bess, having just been struck back over his head for 4, in again, and Wells just playing that one out to Finlay Bean, backward of point. There's no run. 113 without loss.
Yeah, who was it he lost to South Africa? Came as a cold pack.
Dwan Olivier.
Olivier, yeah. And he's now back in the South African ranks, is he?
Yeah, he was released quite quietly back in March.
He's got a bit of pace.
Certainly has, yeah. Bess in, and Wells leaving that one not too far from the top of off stump. End of the over, 40 gone, 113 without loss. Yeah, quick. Talking to Matthew Fisher, he's just jogging out onto the field of play.
That's a good sign, isn't it?
Jordan Thompson making his way off, so it looks like he might be doing a bit of 12th duties out there.
Yeah. Well, it is a good sign. Obviously not going to bowl, but it's a good sign that he's fit enough to field. And as David was saying about playing in the second team, that's the first step back, isn't it?
Yeah, talented bowler. Difficult to get him on the pitch.
Yeah, there's been a degree of misfortune, hasn't there, with bowler Saki Mahmood has been injured most of the season here, and it was Mahmood and Fisher that were opening the bowling for England earlier in the year in the Caribbean. Hardly played at all this year, either of them.
Now here's Patterson bowling to Jennings. He's pushing into the offside, no run. Yes, but players around in your era who had the talent, but you couldn't get them on the field enough? Or?
Yeah, I think there's been a bit of that around, hasn't there, for generations, really.
Would there have been as much patience with those players in those days as there is these days, do you think?
Look, I think players miss more time now. I'm not saying that that's their fault.
Patterson to Jennings, flicking it to the leg this time, best fielding, no run.
But I think we've all got to understand and realise that the diagnostic techniques that are around now in terms of scans and general medical science are much greater than they were 20, 30, 40 years ago. So players tend to miss more now than they used to, whereas things like a stiff back may now be a precursor to a stress fracture.
There's Patterson to Jennings again, flicking to the leg, and again Bess almost fielding. Matthew Fisher gets his hands on the ball.
You know, stiff back in the 80s meant you might have to rest for a couple of games and then you play again. So there's obviously a duty of care around these days that is led by medical improvements and advances. So, you know, you can't really, I don't think you can compare the eras.
Patterson to Jennings again, driving up to mid-off this time, and again no run.
You always got bowlers who were perhaps thought of as slightly injury prone, maybe. I mean, Chris Holt was a great servant of Yorkshire, but he missed 1 or 2 games, and perhaps unfairly was thought of as injury prone at times. Mike Hendrick was another who, and you look at their record, and they played a lot. They did play a lot, and there was a lot of cricket to play. So I think it's perhaps a bit unfair in those days to regard them as injury prone.
Yeah, as Jennings drives one back to Patterson, and again no run. Okay.
But getting players on the field, I don't know, it never really seemed to be an issue. You used to get batsmen that didn't like to field. That's a different thing altogether. Jeff Puller was one of those, yeah. He'd be forever hanging out at the back of the changing rooms looking at the clouds coming in from the west or the northwest.
No, you don't get that down Manchester way, do you? As
Well,
Patterson's in, that's pushed into the
It has
offside
been
by
known.
Jennings.
It has been known.
113 without loss at the end of the 41st.
He'd be looking over the point now. You can see there's a bit of pale cloud over there. Right? Mostly blue sky around at the moment, but a bit of pale grey, whitish cloud. And you'd be thinking that'll be building up to a shower or two before too long.
Yeah. You mentioned Chris Old. I was talking to John Carrick yesterday, brother of.
Oh, right.
Brother of Phil Ferg at Pudsey St Lawrence.
Yeah, well,
you know, had a few tussles with Ferg down the years.
Ferg, yeah, what a good competitor he was. Great man as well. Yeah, epitomised Yorkshire grit and steel and determination. Good to play against.
Best bowling here at Wells. That's punched off the back foot into the covers. The batters nearly collide as they go through for a single. Fancied him over at Old Trafford as well. Back end of his career.
Yeah.
Didn't come off.
He didn't come off, but he was the sort of player that would have been appreciated by the Lancashire members and supporters, and the team as well.
Best reverse sweep out here by Jennings. There's an appeal for a catch, which is taken by Tom Calder-Cadmore. But Keaton Jennings looking at everybody as if they don't be stupid.
A little bit of excitement, but that's all it was. No excitement from umpire Alex Wharf.
So Yorkshire still trying to find the breakthrough. Here's Bess again, wide on the crease again, and flicked to leg again by Keaton Jennings. Fisher doing the fielding. Remember watching those old Roses matches on TV back in the day. Remember?
Oh, they were on ITV, weren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember those.
Here's Bess, and nicely played cut shot this time by Keaton Jennings. Finley Bean does the fielding, but they get through for another one. Jennings on to 53. Wells back on strike, 61, 115 without loss. 2 to come in the 42nd. Far too quiet out there from Yorkshire's point of view, but that's a very, very good thing indeed as far as the Red Rose is concerned. And Bess driven this time by Wells up to Adam Lythe.
Finley Bean, there's a new name for on me anyway.
Yeah, he played a little bit in the RL50, made his debut recently in that. Got a half century first up. Got 441 in a second team game earlier this year. After which he was offered a contract.
I bet he was.
Yeah, Don Bess even to Wells, who drops it into the offside to complete that 42nd over at 115 for none.
Not much happening, is there?
Not a lot.
Out in the middle.
Got any jokes? Do a bit of come on, do a bit of your after dinner chat.
Oh no, I can't possibly do that to the. You know, you've got to wait and.
You want to make some money out of that, don't you? Yeah.
Well, I don't know. Not doing too many of them, that's for sure.
Well, we nearly did one last year, didn't we?
We
together.
did. Adam Lythe, yeah. But there was a bit of a furore going on at around the Yorkshire Shires at that time, so that all got canned, didn't it?
I remember.
How's his benefit testimonial? How's that been affected? I think horrendous.
That was towards the end of it, so that was going to be the last dinner of the year, I think.
Right. I
remember chatting when you were on a golf course when we had a chat about it. That must have been the longest hole ever, because we must have been on for 30 minutes. Patterson in and Keaton Jennings pushing into the onside where they brought in that man straight again, Will Frayne.
I don't normally use my phone on the golf course. Might have been just walking, actually.
All right. I thought you said you were on a golf course. I'm still looking for my ball, Jonathan. Carry on. What were you saying?
Well, that's right. Well, if it was 30 minutes, I'd have been 27 minutes over, wouldn't I? So, hey-ho.
What do you play off?
5 at the moment.
Ooh. Patterson to Jennings, who hits over the top through the onside. Jordan Thompson turning and giving chase. And although it didn't speed to the boundary rope, it's bobbled over it. Certainly had enough on it. And Jennings, that's 4 more. 57 to him, 119 without loss. And it's
inviting for the batsman. Anything that's pitched up just full of a good length at this sort of pace, with the field up, they're going to have a go at. And Jennings not disappointing there.
And there's just that feeling around the ground from the fielders that we're going to be here for a long time, not a good time, I think.
Yeah, almost a feeling of inevitability.
Patterson to Jennings, who drives this time through the offside. That's an even better shot. 3 or 4 bounces and makes its way over the boundary rope. Beautiful stuff from him. Just stepping into that Patterson delivery, slightly overpitched.
It's a glorious lofted drive, this. Patterson round the wicket and just bowling into the slot for Jennings to hit back over the top. It puzzles me on pitches that are absolutely offering nothing why right arm medium pace bowlers go round the wicket to left-handers. You're taking away the one thing that gives you an advantage, and that is angle across them.
Patterson to Jennings, who pushes out to point. George Hill fields. No run. Is it better for being this way around the square than back in your plane?
Well, I don't know whether it's better, to be honest. I don't think there's much in it either way. The pitch is Pete Maran, God rest his soul, was the man who relayed all this the square originally.
Patterson to Jennings, another dot worked into the leg side
with this type of pitch. And he used to leave a bit more grass on than Matt has done of recent times, and they used to go through quite quickly, and these can do, but obviously as they get older and tireder through the year, they've been played on, they've become a bit flatter. So I don't think there's any difference. I mean, you'd probably have to ask somebody like Glenn Chappell, who played on it both ways, if there's much difference.
Patterson to Jennings again, and just angles this one wide of Adam Lyth at first slip, and will pick up another very pleasant looking 4 runs. 65 to him, 127 without loss at the end of the 43rd. Yorkshire toiling and Lancashire on top.
Well, that just serves to illustrate the point about bowling round the wicket. If that had been over the wicket on that line, he'd have been looking to leave, I think. But with the ball coming just angled back into him, it gives him every opportunity just to open the face and steer the ball down to third man without any danger, without any threat. So if I was in the Yorkshire dressing room, or a bowling coach of today, bowling on here at that pace, I wouldn't want to be bowling round the wicket.
Matthew Fisher's still out there at this moment in time. They'd love to throw the ball at him and let him have a go, I'm sure. He'd be the quickest of the bowlers. Not that he particularly call him quick. Bess in and flicked off the legs by Luke Wells. Made that into a full toss. George Hill doing the fielding. They get a single. 128 without loss. Matthew Fisher round about, get it through about 85. Usually early 80s as a stock ball.
Well, that's okay. That's good. Decent pace, yeah.
You sort of think, when you use the word quick, you're tending to be using 85 plus.
Yeah, I think so. Definitely. You know, up towards 90 is quick.
So Jordan Thompson getting loose as well at a short, straightish mid-wicket, walking into this best delivery where Keaton Jennings again tries to get out the reverse sweep.
It's an elegant shot played well. It's a wild hack, isn't it, when you don't quite get there? And that was too short to play it to, I think, really. Ended up trying to shovel it, scoop it round. Fine on the offside. Got that constant thrum in my ear now, the Meccano set going.
Yeah. So Hotel Scott tells me his best bowling again to Jennings, who steps back and cuts, and Will Frayne misses his attempt at feeling that in the covers, so they're going to get a single.
Well, yes, it's going to be an extension to the Hilton that's there already, but also it's going to be extensive members' facilities, new stand, restaurant, bar. So, not forgetting the members, put a new members' suite in there as well, I think. supposedly ready for the Ashes next year.
Good luck with getting it up that quick. Then they must be I need to crack on. So 129 without loss. It's not going to be the Allot Pavilion.
No, I don't think so. No, there'll be a few ahead of me in the queue for naming rights.
Here's Bess to Wells, watching one go by. Couple left in the over. Very quiet since resumption at 1:10 past 1. Going on for halfway through the afternoon session, and still Yorkshire not managed to put one in the wickets column as Wells pushes into the offside and Frayne does the fielding. Yeah, the crane looks like it's getting on for being fully extended. It was quiet for a while. It must have been a fairly long lunch break for the boys out there.
Probably waiting for a steel delivery.
Here's Bess again. Dropped into the leg side by Wells to complete the over at 129 without loss. Yeah, there's a bit of that just been dangling around off the crane. More cranes in the distance. Enjoy a good crane over here. And
oh, well, it's the heart of the north, this, isn't it? You know, it's the economic centre of the north. Staying west of the Pennines.
That's on the other side of the Pennines. I think that's my home city. What's it called? Leeds.
Oh, Leeds, of course. Yeah. Anyway, a bit of inter-Pennine rivalries always goes well, doesn't it?
It's got to be done. Got to be done. You've had some memorable battles at Headingley over the years.
Yes. Yeah, always good going to Headingley. We always got well supported at Headingley. I mean, Lancashire Yorkshire games were always well supported and lively affairs. But if you're lucky enough to play for England at Headingley, they used to support the Northerner.
Yeah.
So that was good.
That's what we do with Yorkshire folk.
Yeah, I know. Magnanimous.
Aye, lad. He would have been commentating when you were playing there.
Oh yeah, was he ever?
I can't understand it at all.
No.
Jordan Thompson back into the attack from the James Anderson end, and Jennings drops into the leg side. There's no run.
Another one round the wicket.
Allot bowling for England. Headingley. I can't understand it at all.
No, he would have said something along that there have been many great fast bowlers, and he's not one of them. One of that. Yeah.
Jennings waits, and in comes Jordan Thompson again, trying to find that breakthrough. Pushed up to Patterson at mid-on, no run. Did you bother with all that sort of stuff for your newspaper reader? Were you checking on what other people thought about your performances? Were you bothered if somebody was critical when they spoke about you on air?
Didn't really bother me that much. Used to, you know, if they were critical but unfairly so, used to spur you on to play better. I think I didn't really worry about it, to be honest. You're going to say stuff about, you know, it's your job as a journalist to either describe the action or offer an opinion or whatever, and you know, you're entitled to that, aren't you? What I didn't like, and what players generally I don't think like, is unfair comment or ill-advised comment or comment based upon supposition rather than fact.
Yep.
But if you have a bad day, you have a bad day, don't you? You know, you won't be the first and you won't be the last.
Here's Jordan Thompson again to Jennings, who's driving into the offside. And Matthew Fisher is round from mid-off to field, no run. A change in the box by the looks of things. So 129 without loss. Wells on 62 and Jennings on 66. Jordan Thompson coming into bowl to Jennings once again. This one angled in towards off stump, but you can leave that on height. And there is no run. Just one shy of the end of his 7th over. Jordan Thompson gone for 19 so far. Maybe not quite as on the money as Ben Code in the opening spell, but weren't so bad. Bumbles alongside.
Yes, Jonathan, 129. And it's been plain sailing, it's been comfortable. Run rate, what's that run rate? 2.88.
Yeah, it just smacks of run it around at will at the moment, doesn't it? And Keaton Jennings solidly behind this lady. Thompson delivery to complete that over at 129 without loss. So what do you do? You're Yorkshire captain at the moment. What are you doing?
I think just for a little spell you can try and get funky. Maybe with field placings that look odd, look quite strange. It doesn't seem to have any mystery or potency in his attack, so they can't have that sort of half hour, right, we're going to bowl bouncers, we're just going to try and disturb the batsman. He doesn't have that. Is there anybody that can bowl a little bit of speculative wrist spin? You know, it doesn't matter how good or how bad, just 2 or 3 overs just to try.
There's no David Milan out there who might have done something like that. Adam Lyth bowls a bit of off spin, but he can't bowl anywhere, no, because of that the recent ban.
I should think batsmen all over the country were saying, why not?
I was taking phone calls from all over the place when that ban came through. What's this big news? Yeah, Lyth can't bowl. And that came about actually after the Lancs semi-final in the T20 at Edgbaston that morning.
So
I think it was picked up in that game.
It must have come from the umpires, mustn't it?
It must have been a Lancashire player, surely, saying, have you seen this guy?
No, you keep quiet as a batsman. You want to keep him on.
I think it might have been after the game, after they'd taken him. Here's Don Best, meanwhile, bowling his off spin from the Brian Statham end, worked square on the leg side by Luke Wells for 1. But no, just the one spinner in the side, and you've seen the lot really this morning, apart from George Hill, who bowls a bit of swing. So we've not seen the ball swinging very much. No. Maybe it's worth having a go and seeing if you can get it to.
Well, just try
swing.
something.
What are we? 45 overs in now.
Try something different, and it just for 20 minutes, half an hour.
Johnny Tapp just it looked like he was trying to make some feeling adjustment, but play continues. Here's Best then, past Alex Wharf, just wide of off stump and pushed out to Will Frayne in the covers, no run.
The other thing for Lancs, I mentioned that run rate 2.87 now. You've got to get your runs as quickly as possible to get bowling, to take your 20 wickets.
Yep, you've also got to try and maximise those batting bonus points, which I don't think is going to be a problem the way things have been going. Bess in, and Keaton Jennings dropping it into the leg side. They've just played it well, haven't they, the pair of them? Just seen that one chance from Luke Wells earlier, should have been snaffled, and maybe before that just one edgy sort of shot wide of the slips, but that's about your lot as far as creating opportunities are concerned for the White Rose. Jennings pushing into the leg side again, no run.
Matt Fisher will be the quickest bowler, won't he, on the staff, I should think. Now, he's not far off playing. Play the 2s next week, I think. Yeah,
I heard you saying that earlier on. And is he still out there? He's certainly been out there fielding for a while. Bess is in, pushed into the offside, and Jennings will pick up 1 run to Ben Code, who's at mid-off.
He played on Saturday. He played as a batsman for Sheriff Hutton Bridge.
Yeah, so I noticed he played the week before as well.
2 brothers play there.
Right, yeah.
I go past that every day.
Do you?
Yeah, I live up there.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Up near going on for Thirsk races then.
That's it.
I was up there myself about 3 weeks ago. There's Bess in. Nice little attempt at a sweep shot. Has he got anything on that? Or did it fly by? It's gone for 4 byes. So the first against Johnny Tattersall in this match. End of the over, 135 without loss. Do you get there then much, races?
I do. Yeah, I'm very keen on racing. I live sort of round the corner from David O'Mara's stable.
Yep.
So
Upper Helmsley.
That's it. Yeah, just round the corner. And plenty of stables up there, of course. Yeah. And Sheriff Hutton is Mick Easterby.
Yep.
Training alongside David Easterby at the minute.
Yeah, Mick and David together. Tim not so far away at Great Hampton.
But
so are you a flat fan or a jumps fan?
Both, yeah. It's a bit like football in winter and cricket in summer.
Yep. Well, for that reason, I've always been more of a jumps fan, because we were always at the side of a cricket pitch in the summer on a Saturday when the racing was on, so I'd have been bat and ball and all that.
Yeah.
And then in the winter, used to watch the ITV7 with Dad, and whatever Peter O'Sullivan was commentating on BBC as Thompson's first delivery to Jennings is pushed back up the pitch, no run.
You know, when you look at it now, I just say get some funky fields, and is it going to go to sleep? You've got to make a judgment. Is it going to go to sleep? Now, we've just said there's no movement, it's not swinging. So it might be get two catchers in front of him, just in his eye line, one at mid, silly mid off, silly mid on. Just a couple of catches, just for 20 minutes, that's all you need.
Yeah, Thompson persisting round the wicket here, and Jennings pushing into the onside. No run. Yeah, it's a good point, because nothing's gone through there, has it, at all? If it does, it's so apparently slow. Is it going to carry? You know, are you going to induce that genuine drive edge, or is it just going to be the little fish edge, and in which case it's going to drop? Probably drop short. Just something else to think about, isn't it, in that peripheral vision. Jennings on 67 then, waits as Thompson's in again, tries the short ball this time over the left shoulder.
You know, when I say you take a view, so we can see we've got a great position behind the bowler's arm, it's not swinging, there's no movement off the seam, it's highly unlikely that it's going to be an outside edge, but it might be a stop drive. You can bowl, say, a slower delivery, bowlers try to get into a little bit of one-day cricket, bowl slower delivery, something out of the back of the hand, but it could get a catch in front of the wicket.
And this man bowling now could come up with a variation. Jordan Thompson, he's just been pulled down to Matthew Waite at long leg for 1 run, but just got himself in that notional 100 select team after a good series of matches in that particular competition for the London Spirit. Plenty of variations playing for the Yorkies as well in white ball cricket. Here he comes again then, passing umpire Alex Wolf, bowling to Luke Wells here, who's pushing out square on the offside. George Hill fielding, no run.
He looks a wholehearted cricketer, does Thompson, to me, and you say he plays all formats. He's a more than useful batsman.
He's missed 1 day this year.
Yeah.
One rest in one of the T20 matches, that was it.
So he's fit.
Yeah.
Stays fit.
He's fit, but then you say that, but then actually you're talking to people in the build-up to this match, and even though he's been playing throughout the 100, because he's kind of not had red ball overs under his belt, you know, is his body all right for this? Can it take this now after a long season? Is he going into fatigue mode, and will something get pulled, strained? Thompson in, that's worked off the Luke Wells ribs, I think, by the looks of it, or maybe abdominal area. He's bent double at the non-striking end. It was a leg by, but you know what I'm saying? Does that sound weird to you?
Yeah.
You know, he's played all the way through the season. He's bowling, you know, 4 overs in, or whatever they call it in the 100, 4 sets. Over a 3 or 4 week period, so hasn't played a Champo game since July. Does that now mean that the longevity of that season, when he comes back and plays in this and has to bowl maybe 20 in a day, you know, is that going to do him a disservice injury-wise?
Well, I'll tell you this, he won't get any better sat on his backside.
But you're right, he is definitely a wholehearted player, absolutely no doubt about that. He'll give his all. You know, it'll be good value for money for anybody looking to the future, and obviously Yorkshire want to keep him in that respect, because, as you say, he plays all formats. And the good ones doing that are not that easy to come by.
He likes an occasion as well. I think he's a big game player.
The lads call him the Big Show, that's what they call him. Bess in, that's pushed up to long on by Luke Wells, who'll pick up a single. So yeah, I think it's one of those where you just ask him, can he do this? And he'll say, yeah, whatever it is, he'll take on the challenge. Did know that he's the only type 1 diabetic playing the game.
Really?
Yeah. So that's a challenge in itself, isn't it, before you've even walked out on the pitch. Here's Bess.
Shot.
Hit down the ground by Keaton Jennings, straight over the top of the bowler. He's done that several times in various directions, either side of straight. And he's got it away well once again. Lovely shot by Keaton Jennings.
It is. It's a super shot, is this. He's quite a tall batsman. The off spinner is around the wicket. And he's off. His nice little chassis, a shuffle down the pitch, and he hits it dead straight over the bowler's head. Just seeing if it alters the field. It doesn't. Mid-on and mid-off. We're still in that, well, I would say, a run-saving position.
So Best tries again, floats this one up. That looked just a little bit slower. Can't tempt Jennings to bang one up in the air. Another dot. Quite a few of those today. 142 without loss. 3 to come for the former Somerset man. Again, just a little bit more feeling of float about this one. Jennings pushes out on the onside. Don Bess also bowls a kind of sidearm delivery, which he does fire in a bit flatter, lower and quicker. Not really seen much evidence of that so far today. So maybe he's thinking it's not worth it, but it might be the point of difference that gets a wicket, who knows. It's Jennings dropping in the offside again, no run.
Well, you need a variation as a finger spinner. And I think back to one of the greatest at Yorkshire, Raymond Illingworth, used to flatten his wrist and bowl a drifter, which just used to swing a little bit in the air, didn't spin, go straight on.
Bess again. Use of feet again by Keaton Jennings, who's lofted that one over the top of Adam Lyth at mid-on, and Alex Wharf puts both hands in the air to signal 6. Super shot.
It's such a confident shot, is this, that he gets to the pitch and just one intention, he's going to hit it into the stand. But that's only half the story. You've got to keep your eye on the ball, you've got to get the elevation, the bat has to come through dead straight, full face of the bat. He's moved on to 78 from 160 deliveries, 11 from the over there, so he's taking the game to the off spinner. Now, what response the off spinner, what can he do? Well, certainly he can drop mid-on back. There's not much else you can do. I talk about that variation, and I mentioned Raymond Illingworth, and I'm talking about off spinners of yesteryear. Fred Titmus used to bowl a drifter, one that swung just a modicum, but the thing was, it didn't spin, it wasn't meant to spin. And you mentioned that Bess has a quicker delivery from a round arm.
Yeah, Jordan Thompson, meanwhile, from the James Anderson end, punched into the offside by Luke Wells, no run. Was mentioned into to Paul Allott when he was sitting alongside that I've been speaking to John Carrick yesterday, brother of Phil. What would he be like then when you were facing Ferg?
Again, he was a strong bowler, was Carrick, in the strong action, and Yorkshire have had a good number of strong action bowlers. And you get some bowlers who've got quite a weak action. He did it, but he was a thick-set lad, and he was strong.
Thompson in again, bangs one in, but it's misdirected down the leg side.
I don't think Phil Carrick started off as a seamer. I might be wrong there, but you get many like Ashley Giles, Derek Underwood, started off as seamers, so therefore they've got solid actions. You just tell the way that they run up. One or two are quite dainty, they're fragile spinners. But there's been a number who started as seamers who've turned into spinners. Tom Cartwright, another.
Thompson, short ball again. It's a little bit better directed, but Wells able to get comfortable underneath it.
I'm talking yesteryear, and Tom Cartwright going back, he wasn't a spinner, but he would bowl cutters on uncovered pitches and do with strong actions.
So Yorkshire staring down the barrel at the moment at a big Lancashire score, 148 without loss. Took the time early doors, but they are certainly dominant at the moment. And Wells flicking that one nicely off his legs. We've seen him do it A little bit more power on occasions and pick up a few boundaries through mid-wicket. He's got a couple to his name here. 150 up without loss. He's on to 66 and Jennings 78.
Well, it's excellent is this from the pair of them. Quite commanding, not in any sort of trouble. Jonathan Tattersall, captain for the game. How much captaincy has he done? Who's his senior player around him?
Here's Thompson bowling to Wells. He's trying to work that off the hip. I think he also makes connection with thigh pad. No run. Well, senior players, obviously Stephen Patterson's in the side, so he's still got the former skipper alongside. I think usually when those conversations take place out there in the middle bumble, you've got Adam Lyth, who's kind of been the vice captain for a few seasons now, and usually somebody with a little bit more experience, maybe not age terms, but international experience in Don Bess will come over and have a chat. They'll be the sort of collective that get together out there. Ben Code, obviously as a senior bowler, have his two penneth as well. But yeah, this is Jonathan Tattersall's first match in charge in Championship cricket. Captained the RL50 team recently. He's taking this short ball again from Jordan Thompson. So he's trying the short stuff here at Luke Wells, none of which yet. He's not got this one, has he?
He's
bring those.
Wrapped him in the ribs, didn't he, around about the body?
Just once.
Just once. And just at the last two deliveries there, Adam Lyth went from second slip to like leg gully, a little bit deeper on the leg side in a catching position. So that's that one variation that you can try the short ball, try to rough him up, but I'm not sure that Thompson has the pace. When I mention who's the senior players around a new captain, and it's just to me crying out for let's go a bit funky. I can't see it going to slip. He might get two now, caught at slip, but there's no movement. But you put him in front, catches in front, and Thompson is the lad for the slow deliveries, just something different, cross seams. And you're always trying to stress this, that it's not all day, just for 20 minutes, half an hour. Let's try, let's see this.
Well, there's going to be a change, bit of variation, because George Hill referred to him earlier. He's not bowled in a competitive match since being whacked on the toe and given out LBW against Jamie Overton at Scarborough quite a few weeks ago now. So didn't bowl during the RL50, but can swing the ball. Started as a bowler, and is one of these who started as a bowler, but is now made his name as a batter. And he's coming in then from the Brian Statham end. What have we got from George Hill first up? Round the wicket again. Keaton Jennings dropping it into the leg side.
Round the wicket.
You're smiling, eh?
It's the modern way, go round the wicket. I'm not sure that he's able to get off the pitch. He's only a young lad. And so Adam Lyth's just having a word. There is a short mid-wicket now. That's a catching position in front of the batsman, leg side. Yeah, good.
Here he is again, and very wide on the crease. Driven back down towards him by Jennings. No run. Yeah, I mean, when Stephen Patterson was skippering, you would get what you're calling, funky fields when there were prolonged periods of agony because wickets weren't being taken. He would try something different. I've asked him in post-match interviews, quite a lot about what was the plan there, and he'll just kind of go in typical Pato style. Just got to try something, haven't you?
Yeah.
As Hill's in, and that's turned back with a square leg by Jennings for a single, 151 without loss.
So you're being proactive, and it's a good answer that we just had to try something for half an hour. I've done that many games where at international level where suddenly it's bumper, 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 and commentators get exasperated. But you've got to back off because they're just going to do it for 20 minutes. They've not got a wicket trying to hit the stumps. Let's try and hit him.
George Hill to Luke Wells, who runs that one out back at a point. No run.
I've just imagined when I played football. This is like 300 years ago. I played for a team, and we were quite a dirty team. got stuck in.
Yeah.
And we went 2 down to a team that had shirts and shorts and socks, and they all matched everything. We didn't have that, we just had shirts. We went 2 down after 10 minutes.
George Hill, meanwhile, from the Brown Statham end, and pushed into the leg side by Wells, no run.
We had a wonderful captain, a big strapping lad at centre half. Went 2-0 down after 10 minutes. He said, right. He said, we've had enough of trying to kick the ball, let's start kicking them. We won 3-2.
Were you the appointed Dave Mackay then, were you, in the team, or
no,
Tommy
no,
Smith?
I was more of a creative.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Midfield genius, general. Yeah. Hill in. Oh, now then, Luke Wells cloths that one, really, looking to play it through the offside and pulls it to Jordan Thompson at mid-wicket. End of the over. 50 gone now. 151 without loss.
Yeah, more creative in the middle.
What, middle of midfield? Were you left-sided?
Left side.
Yeah, I'm going to say, yeah. Just threading those beautiful 40-yarders through to whoever it was who was striking.
Yeah.
Get on the end of that.
Yeah. Think David Silver.
Oh, yeah. I was thinking David Silver, right? Yeah.
Well, I think we're a team called the Bull's Head FC.
Sort of left-footed, Peter Beardsley type, that sort of thing.
That's it. Yeah. Glenn Hoddle.
Yeah. He wouldn't be as good though, would he, Glenn? No.
Well, he couldn't edit.
No, true. I knew there was a weakness in his game. Here's Thompson pushed back by Keaton Jennings, no run.
Don't you think?
Who were your favourite player when you were growing up, footballer?
Bobby Charlton.
Bobby.
Yeah.
God, I'll tell you what, some of them, I'm just a bit too young, but some of those, my favourite goal that I've ever seen was that one in black and white where they run it down the left-hand side and somebody lays it and he comes in off screen and he just hits that pile driver, doesn't it? It just goes up all the way into the top of the net. That is, if you'd have scored that goal, you're never going to beat that. Thompson in, driven into the offside. Lovely shot by Keaton Jennings. Gets a bit of width from Jordan Thompson and uses it well.
He's nailed that through extra cover. There is a cover point and a mid-off, and it's threaded through them. It's reached down towards that point in a flash. It's bounced against the rope, jumped up into the air. He's nailed that right in the middle.
155 without loss. Yeah, what a player, Sir Bobby.
Oh, before that, Duncan Edwards.
Oh, Duncan Edwards, yeah. Munich and all of that, sadly. So what has Jordan Thompson got? What can he offer up for Yorkshire here? I call him the man that makes things happen. Can he? Rolling here to Jennings, who's dropping into the offside. Finn Bean doing the fielding, no run. So does that tell us that they are your team?
No,
not your team at all. No.
I'm Accrington lad.
Of course you are, right? Yeah.
And I live over in Yorkshire now, so I watch a bit of York City. No, I think I'm a big believer in that. Your hometown club, that's my club. Yeah.
Quite a nice little stadium that at York, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Oh, the community stadium, yeah.
Over there last year doing a rugby league game. Here's Thompson in, short ball. Keaton Jennings ducks underneath it. You a rugby league fan as well?
No, I mean, there was no rugby around Accrington where I was growing up, so it was either football or cricket. That was it in that sort of East Lancashire area. Blackburn, Accrington, Burnley.
Accrington Stanley, remember that advert?
Exactly.
Never going to forget that, yeah.
I think we got 10 grand for that.
Really?
Yeah. Ian Rush, wasn't it?
Yes. Yeah. Exactly. Thompson to Keaton Jennings once again. Gets the ball short of length and flicks it off the hip. Jordan Thompson frustrated with life. You can tell in that body language. He's kind of one of those very open players. You always know how he's feeling out there.
Do you know, it's a good play. We've talked about it. Just bang it in short, but it's just not quick enough. Or this pitch isn't quick enough. It's a pristine pitch, and it will spin later in the game. That's why Lancashire in a great position at 156 without loss into the 51st over, so he hasn't got the pace, the pitch hasn't got the pace, but I like the idea.
Here he comes then, bowling to Luke Wells this time, who again gets another one that's straight, just picked off the hip for another single.
Just look, that last delivery there, he's pushed it off his hip, it's in the air for 15 yards.
Have a go.
It's catchable for 15 yards in front of square, leg side. And so we're back again. Our conversation is funky fields. Might be, you know, for the lad, Tattersall to say, just go where you think. Go where you think.
Graham Allen's been in touch on Twitter. He says, is Farouk Engineer still an Old Trafford visitor? My cricket hero, and I got to have breakfast with him at his house. Great guy.
Yeah, he is fabulous. Yeah, he still comes a regular visitor. Great man, one of the great men, Farouk. He's had a lot on his plate recently. He's a big lad.
Okay.
Oh, he's a big lad.
Got a giggle out of Scott as well. George Hill continuing at Brian Statham end. And bowling here to Wells, who's dropping it out into the offside where Frayne fields. Yeah, done a couple of after dinners with John Stiles, son of Nobby.
Right. Yeah.
And he does a part of his after dinner routine. He's talking about Farouk reading a raffle, reading the ticket numbers on a raffle draw. You can imagine. Probably doesn't sound the funniest to describe it like that, but you've got to hear it. Good man Styles it. Here is George Hill, dropped into the offside by Luke Wells, no run. And Jamie Bowen says, sad news over the weekend with the death of former Lancs player Ian Cobain.
Oh, no, that is so sad. What a lovely lad.
Yorkshire then still searching. The field just feels like it's kind of spread out in a ring at the moment in various forms as Hill's latest delivery is dropped back into the pitch, no run. Just spread out in general directions, lads. We've got a slip in place as a point, long leg, mid-wicket. Straight mid-wicket, Jordan Thompson. Matthew Fisher back out there at mid-on, subbing. Adam Lyth. Mid-off, Will Frayne. Wicket ends at short extra. And Matthew Waite sweeping about 15 in from the boundary. That's George Hill bangs one in short. That's champagne moment of the day, surely. Luke Wells trying to pull that into the party stand and absolutely Q-ended it back to the bowler.
Well, I was looking into that vacant stand, the permanent temporary stand, and it's come straight down the pitch.
And there is the permanent temporary stand in all its glory. George Hill shuffling in again, very wide on the crease once again. And Luke Wells dropping this one into the offside, no run.
We just saw a glimpse on screen of that temporary stand, which that's demolished when there's a pop concert. That comes down and that'll be the stage. But behind it, you can see 3 office blocks. I remember them being built. Gracious.
I thought I saw 1923 on that when I drove past.
They were 60s.
Hill again, pushed into the offside by Luke Wells, no run. End of another over, 52 gone, 52 wicketless overs in this match so far. Lancashire won the toss, decided to bat, and it looks, Bumble, a good decision.
Do you know what it's doing? Nothing. The quick bowlers are the medium pace bowlers. There's no swing. There's definitely no movement off this dry pitch, very, very dry pitch. And it's a grey colour. You look at it elevated from our position. It'll always spin. You get a really good pitch at Old Trafford with decent bounce. If you can bat, you can get your hundreds. And later in the game, it will spin.
Feels like it's going to be a while off just yet. As Yorkshire make a change then at the James Anderson end. Matthew Waite coming back into the attack. Again, medium pace. Can swing the ball a bit, can nibble the ball about a bit. He's on his way to Worcestershire as of next season for 3 years.
There's a few moved on, haven't there? Steve Patterson has retired.
Not retired officially, no. He's not. He stepped down from the captaincy when he was told that he wasn't being retained for next season. But I think he still wants to play if he can get the right gig for a season. He wants to get 500 first-class wickets, and he's kind of in the realms of doing so. Another season might just do that, as Matthew Waite takes a dive as he bowls the first delivery of his spell. Keaton Jennings pushing into the onside.
Called a Cadmore Somerset.
Yep. I think that's also 3 years.
There's another one, isn't there? How about this one?
There is David Willey.
David Willey.
Back to Northamptonshire. As Waite's in, and Keaton Jennings pushes into the leg side again. No run. Not seen David Willey in championship action this season. He did play quite a few last year. But yeah, that was the first of the announcements. We were down at Hampshire a couple of months back. Hampshire won that match. They've beaten Yorkshire both home and away this season, and during or following that match there was the announcement that David Willey on his way back home, as it were. Matthew Waite in, and Jennings running it to Hill at point. No run.
You know, the other thing, we keep changing Yorkshire keep changing the bowling. The two left-handed batsmen. Every bowler that I've seen who has been round the wicket, change that. Change the angle. Just have a little go over the wicket. It's the modern way, you see it so often, the left-hander round the wicket. There must be some stats that say that's it. But you can change. Just, again, I keep going back to just 20 minutes.
Yeah, here's Waite again. Jennings into the offside, no run. Limited in experience, Matthew Waite taking 27 first-class wickets. Only 5 of those have been against left-handers. Averaging 40 when he's bowling at left-handers, compared to his 28 against righties. He's just been one of those players who just been a little bit injury prone again over the last few years. Niggle here, niggle there, just prolonged niggles. Not as much game time as either he or the county, I don't think, would have liked. As he's in and bowling to Keaton Jennings, who cuts this one. George Hill, a diving miss, meaning that Jordan Thompson has to do the cleaning up to get back for 2. And so, yeah, the start of this season, he wasn't getting in the side, went for a loan spell at Worcestershire. They liked what they saw, offered him a deal, and I think he'd obviously had a chat with Yorkshire, but was allowed to go. And well, when I spoke to him a few weeks ago, he said, look, you know, 3 years at my age, 27 I think now, and here he is bowling to Jennings, who's blocking that one. So that sort of age, but I'm saying 27 first-class wickets is not that much opportunity because of the injuries in and out. Who's going to offer you a 3-year deal at that age when you've had a few injuries of late? It's a good offer, isn't it, really?
It is, and he bats as well.
He does. He's a useful all-round player, and I think he'll go on and be successful at Worcestershire. I really do. If he can stay on the park, he'll...
And some benefit just from a fresh start, don't they?
Yeah.
The change of environment.
And also that feeling, you know, we all like to be wanted, don't we? And when another club wants you to play, they're not signing you to stick you on the bench. They're signing you because they want you to play. So you know you're going to get game time. Proud Yorkshireman. Of course, it wouldn't have been his first choice to leave the county behind at all. Wants to play, but he's got to take his opportunity as a professional sportsman. He's just feeling this ball here, which is pushed out to him by Luke Wells. First ball of George Hill's over. 160 without loss.
Do you know that was a slow motion shot? It's just back of the length, and leisurely got into position and just pushed it into the offside. His nickname, Hill, it must be Q. GCH. His nickname has to be Q.
Here he is. That's pushed into the leg side by Keaton Jennings. No run. I don't think it is, but we might introduce that one now.
Gotta be Q. GCH Hill. He's a good batsman as well. Just a young lad. He's a couple of hundreds, isn't he?
Oh, he's a nice player.
Yeah, good player.
Yeah, he's been opening the batting. Put his hand up at Northants last year when there was a bit of shoulder shrugging going on as to who was going to do that job alongside Adam Lyth. Here he is bowling and driven into the offside, and right on cue, Adam Lyth does the fielding. And so, yeah, he went in, he got 70 odd first up, and so he's shown he's got that bit of temperament that can, you know, do that job against a new ball. And so they stuck with it. And he's been up there, I think, pretty much throughout since. Sounds like he may not be opening the batting in this one, and that Finlay Bean will be, and he'll be at 3 this time. As Jennings plays that one out to point. No run. We had Martin Spate on at Scarborough the other week in the commentary box. Martin, Sedbergh School coach, Coach George, Matthew Revis, coaches Will Frayne a bit with the bat, Dominic Bess, and probably most notable of the lot at the moment, Harry Brook. And he said that, you know, he thinks, having worked with George for a long time now and watched him play, that he'll end up being a good middle order batter, good use of feet against the spinners. He's bowling this one to Jennings. It's another dot. So in that respect, why would you necessarily want him at the top of the order against the new ball? Let's send him in a little bit later on when the tweakers are more likely to be coming on, and he can exploit them and use his skills against them. He does back himself. He'll openly say on his interviews, I love playing against spin. Can't beat a bit of confidence, can you? Here he is again, bowling to Jennings, pushed into the offside, no run. End of the over. 54 gone now, 160 without loss.
Well, Ian Botham used to say that when the spinners comes on, that's his birthday present. That's it, I've won the lottery. Look who they're bringing on now. And he disparagingly, he calls the spinners step and fetch it. I umpired a game at Taunton, and it's Somerset versus Glamorgan. Viv Richards is batting, and he'd like to chat Viv at the non-striking end. He said, Lloydie, look who they're bringing on now. And they were bringing Rodney Ontong.
Oh yeah,
good cricketer. Look who they're bringing on now. I said, Rodney Ontong, I'm going to hit him into the river. And he did on numerous occasions.
It's I did a walk down there actually by back of the stand by the river. You don't think it's that big a hit when you're inside the ground, but when you get outside, they think if people genuinely have hit it over here, that's a big hit.
Big hit. I mean, the T20 Blast Roses match here, I was working on it, and Aaron Finch hit the top of that point, 2 in 2. Oh, that's enormous hit.
Huge. Yeah, and of course we saw Liam Livingston hit one out of the park at Headingley.
Unbelievable.
And that's a big stand, isn't it? Another tier still. Here's Matthew Waite bowling at Luke Wells, who's dropping it into the offside for Adam Lyth to field. No run.
Just thinking, is there anything different? The only thing I can see different is that slip's gone a touch wider, just a little bit. Nothing else. It's all a bit samey from Yorkshire. Got to try something different.
Yeah, not making the mark on this one just yet. The White Rose as Waite is in, and again, there you go, an aerial flick. We saw it, as Bumble alluded to, off the bowling of Jordan Thompson not so long ago, just in front of square. This one's gone just behind square. He's picked up a single, but that's a couple of aerial shots.
I'd be onto that. I'd be right onto that if I was just watching her in the camp. That's twice in the last 10 minutes that the ball's flirted square, just behind square, and in the air for a good 15 yards.
But there's just something about this hip area where he's finding it difficult to get total control of the shot he's playing. Here's Waite again, swings after it goes past the leaving Keaton Jennings. No run. Body language, look at George Hill's looking at the floor. Don Bess has got an air of I don't know about resignation, but you know, it's kind of, come on boys, somebody please make something happen. As Matthew Waite's in again, he's running round the back of the umpire and then delivers it from wide on the crease, and Keaton Jennings pushes it to the falling Patterson, who fails, and they get through for 1. 162 without loss.
Now then, a bit of chirp now. Jennings has moved on to 87. They don't like 87 cricketers, mainly Australians, but all cricketers 13 short of 100 now. Yorkshire should be chirping him. Chip into him, 87. Get into his mind.
Wells back on strike. They haven't gone with a man squarish though. Again, and that's wide of off stump anyway. George Hill fielding it backward a point.
It's a good fixture. It always has been this, the Roses fixture. Everybody says it's a private affair across the M62. I've played in a few and coached a few. Yeah, it is full on, absolutely full on the field, but great off. Great friends off.
Waite bowling to Wells, who is punching that one square on the offside. Jordan Thompson will field, and they'll get a single to complete the over at 163 without loss. Take us back to your days then. Yeah, competitive on the field, but it's the off-field stuff we want to talk about.
Well, I mean, David Bairstow used to lead the charge socially, but before then, way before then, I mean, in my sort of mid-60s and Fred Truman playing against Fred, he'd just walk into your dressing room and, who are you? Well, that's 2 wickets for me. Yeah, and go round the dressing room and say, oh, that's it, that's me 5 for, and I haven't even got to 9, 10, 11. And I used to be frightened to death of them. Brian Close, Raymond Illingworth, Dougie Paget. but they were great rivalry, but good friendships.
George Hill bowling to Luke Wells, pushes it back to him, no run.
Geoffrey Boycott always wanted to chat about batting. You'd sit down in the dressing room after, and at Headingley in the old dressing rooms, and he'd talk to you about batting. Fred at one stage picked us up after a game. He had a Rolls Royce somehow, Fred, and he took us to the pub at the top of the road, up by the football pitch, Old Trafford football ground, regaling us with his stories.
Doubtless telling you how he's going to get you out the following day. Yeah. Hill in, short ball pulled by Luke Wells. Lost that. I think it's bounced and gone for 4. Yeah, square on the leg side. 167 without loss. He's on to 70. Pretty well executed.
One of the first things that Fred said, I would only be 17, 18, you're all playing in a Roses match. I tell you, we're frightened to death of them. And one of the first things he said, can you hook, lad? Can you hook? Well, you get plenty of practice today.
Aye, plenty of practice out there today, lad. Finest fast bowler. Here's Hill bowling to Wells, who plays a drive that he's trying to get away wider through the offside. He gets it straight in the end, but will still pick up the 1. 168 without loss. So you got the Yorkshire lads sorting out the socials in Manchester. Shouldn't it have been the other way around? Did they take you around the high spots of Headingley, or were you down into central Leeds?
Headingley. Headingley, just outside the ground. Really.
Skyrack, wouldn't it, and places like that. Yeah. Original Oak, yeah. George Hill bowling here to Keaton Jennings, who's opening the face and running it to Don Best, backward a point, no run.
I worked during the winter. I would sort of loading wagons for the brewery in Blackburn. And our biggest account by a distance was the Skyrack in Leeds.
Not surprised.
Pallets full of stuff.
It's quite a big pub, isn't it, as well? You get any local activity on, plus of course just the student life as well. Always seems to be round when you go in there. Oh, now then, George Hill almost induced that mistake that might have brought about the first wicket, because Keaton Jennings has got an inside edge on one that's just gone past his leg stump, but survives.
They're all still round the wicket. I've not seen a ball from over. I might have missed it, but
There was a there was a little dart early doors, wasn't there? But it was a pretty quick switch to round the wicket from very early on. What's going to win the 4:30 at wherever then today?
I haven't had a look. Not had a look today.
In comes Hill, pushed up to mid-on. Patterson fielding off the bat of Jennings. End of the 56th, 168 without loss. Wells 75, Jennings 87. I do a bit of tipping, you know, for the Racing Post.
Do you?
Yeah, I do, yeah.
Well, you'd be interested to know. I was just going to mention to you that I'm resting on my laurels, because I looked at Sedgefield last week. I was mentioning to Scott. And Brian Hughes, champion jockey. I thought, I'll have a bit, yeah.
Brian Hughes, yeah, did a Cheltenham preview night with him back in March. Good chap. Very good jockey. There's a couple of championships he's now got under his belt, will tell you. Good lad, and he pretty much missed, I think, the Cheltenham Festival in the saddle, because he was just wanting to ride winner after winner, and so he ended up at places like probably Sedges that week.
Yeah.
Because they have a meeting on one of the days of the festival week. Hexham, places like that.
Yeah, Hexham, lovely.
Well, I've been to Hexham. I've been to Hexham once, that's all. Didn't see a race because it got abandoned for high winds before the first race. Everyone got a refund. And being Yorkshire, I had to wait for that, obviously. As Waits in, that's dropped into the offside by Wells, no run.
He's just... It's two deep fielders on the leg side. There's one in front of square and one behind square, and they're both, I would say, 10-15 metres in from the boundary. I can see what they're trying to do, but they haven't got the pace to do it. To bang it in, get the ball high.
Wait, again, goes short. It's short and wide of off stump, but Luke Wells has easily enough time to pull that through mid-wicket. Jordan Thompson will field and they'll get through for 2. And again, just bearing out what you're saying.
See what they're trying to do, but you've got to have the tools. Wells has moved on to 77. It's a good signing for Lancs. You know, I think they sign pretty well. They look at the players that are available. Solid cricketer.
Yeah. Tall, high backlift, dropping into the offside. Matthew Fisher fields with a bit of enthusiasm. He's still got a smile on his face, probably because he's not seen action since the first match of the season, I think it was. Played at Gloucester, played at Bristol against Gloucestershire. Bowled a good spell in the first innings there. 4 for, I seem to recall, yeah, 4 for 19 off 14 in the first innings against Gloucester, and then struggled straight away with the injury in the second innings, and has not been seen in competitive action since.
Well, he's the one just then that has had a long conversation. He's gone from his fielding position to Matthew Waite, and you can tell that he's bowl this, and they're having a look now, maybe at the leg side, and it's a long chat. I'm just wondering who's off the field. I think it's Patterson, Steve Patterson.
No, he's at mid-on.
He's at mid-on, is he?
Yeah.
So
he'll be. I think he's also, by the looks of it, from his position, still having a word himself.
And that's Ben Cord now with Matthew Waite. Captain Tattersall is in his fielding position as wicket keeper.
What are we going to see then from Matthew Waite here? Bowling to Wells, it's straight, and asks him to play, which he does comfortably. 170 without loss. Matthew Fisher again, straight across to Matthew Waite. He's trying to get across his point of view, what he thinks he can do here. What can Matthew Waite try? He's got the 2 men set back then, still back with a square leg, and at mid-wicket they'd be a dozen yards in from the boundary edge and walking in as Waits in and bowling again round about off, maybe fourth stump there, punched into the offside, no run. Wells, I think he's giving the impression he feels like he missed out there, could have had a boundary through the covers.
Well, they've gone quite defensive, Yorkshire. Two fielders out on the leg side. There's one as a boundary saver square on the offside.
And in comes Waite again. Jimmy Anderson end. Nicely played this time by Wells, who gets it away off the back foot through the covers. Finley Bean does the fielding, and they get a single. End of the 57th, 171 without loss. Where's it coming from, this wicket?
That's a great name, Finley Bean. Is he? Is he a Yorkshire guy? Is he?
Yeah, he is. He's not a million miles away from where you say you're living. I think he started his cricketing life at Studley Royal CC, right. So next door to Fountains Abbey. You'll have been at Fountains Abbey while you've been up there.
Yeah.
Great definitely. Walk around there, isn't it?
Yeah, it is lovely. It's a great name, isn't it, Finley Bean?
Yeah, born at the posh end. I think he was born in Harrogate. So, but it's all posh up there, isn't it?
Is this his debut?
That's why you live in there, and it's posh.
Harrogate.
Yes, this is his first class debut. Yeah, he's played a few in the RL50.
Yeah, good lad. Oh, it's nice, Harrogate. Betty's tea rooms.
Left-hander, positive looking left-hander. Yeah. We'll see what he's like at this level. But he got 441 in a second team game earlier in the season, and then had a chat and they sorted out a deal.
He got 441 on his own
in one innings. That's a season, isn't it, for most?
Gracious.
So Don Best, 17 overs, 2 maidens, none for 57 to his name. He's coming into bowl from the Brian Statham end to Luke Wells, who's dropping it into the offside. There's no run. So what have we got here setup-wise? Tom Kohler, Cowboy in at slip. Jordan Thompson's back at a point. Will Fraines in shortish extra cover. There's a sweeper out in the covers. Matthew Waite, Matthew Fisher mid-off. Long on, presumably. Have we got one? I'm having a look out there, I can't tell. As Wells pushes one out to the sweeping Waite for a single. Finley Bean's at a straight mid-wicket. There's a sweeper out square on the leg side. Ben Code, and Patterson is backward of square leg.
There must be a fielder down on the boundary at long on. We can't just see him from our position. Gotta be.
There's Bess again then. Like a little bit of drift about that, but it was wide at the time it met Keaton Jennings' bat, and he's going to pick up another milked single out into the offside. These two can just run it around now. They've got themselves into an exceptionally strong position. Luke Wells waits. Bess floats one up. He's got underneath this one, but it's going to drop beyond the chasing Matthew Fisher. Bess head in hands. Can't believe he's induced a bit of a false stroke, but it's not going to go to hand.
Not the easiest shot to play, just to open the offside up and hit it over mid-off, especially with a deep long on. If you just drag it into the leg side, difficult shot.
Yeah, there's not been many of them, but he's dragged 2, maybe 3 during the day, straight or to the leg side when he's been trying to play them through that general offside area, leaving this lady's best delivery.
You just see that last delivery there, and we're talking about an easy pace pitch for the quicker bowlers, but that has bounced nicely to the keeper. There's a little bit of bounce for the spinner.
Here he is again, and pushed to Matthew Fisher at mid-off by Luke Wells to complete that over. 175 without loss after 58. It was Adam Lyth, in fact, who was off the field. And he's going to swap again with Matthew Fisher, who I'm sure will be itching to get back on the field. You're saying this second team game at Blackpool, whether or not they'll play him in the first team before the end of the season, don't know. They've all the words I've been getting, all the stories are that they're erring on the side of caution where that's concerned. And now England are in the equation, of course, because he made that Test debut out in Barbados earlier this year. For that reason, you would think he'll be desperate to play, because if he gets a bit more, a few more wickets under his belt, a couple of good performances with winter tours in mind this year, whereas, where they might be thinking, not sure if we should take him, we might take somebody else. Waite in and Jennings turning it to leg, no run. If he plays a couple of games and again shows that you can pick up where he left off, then it might, we'll get you back on the plane again.
Well, he will want to play, and I should think if he's playing in the twos next week, they'd be thinking, well, we'll get him a game before the end of the season, if all goes to plan at Blackpool. And of course, at this time you'll be wanting good weather.
Here's Matthew Waite, keeping Jennings solidly behind it, and again no run. Yeah, Blackpool used to go on me jollies to Lytham St Anne's many times back in the day.
Posh there.
Yeah, well, us Leeds lads, that's all we want is posh. Give us a bit of posh anytime. Nice big, that beach,
yeah.
The sea, just goes out
to Belfast.
Wherever, yeah, doesn't it? At St Anne's, it's miles out. As Jennings is pushing this one out to mid-on, there's no run. Yeah, something like that. It's a pretty long beach when that tide's gone out. You certainly get a full-size cricket pitch in to play your beach cricket on there, can't you?
Well, when I lived in Accrington, we've talked about that would be the trek to go to the West Coast. But now I'm over at Tudderside. I'm always trotting off to Whitby.
Whitby, yeah. Do you go to Runswick Bay?
Runswick Bay, yeah. Sands End.
Yeah. Here's Waite bowling to Jennings, who's turning it to Frayne in the leg side, no run.
And Adam Ly's mum works in chip shop, doesn't she?
Yep.
Trenches.
Yep.
Yeah. Christine.
Yeah. Cracking part of the world. Nice little cliff top work as well. If you don't overdo it, it's
Westcliff.
Brunswick Bay to Staithes, along there. Done that a few times.
I like Sands End.
Yeah, Sands End's lovely. You've been around the Mulgrave estate. You need to try and to do that then if you've not done that. Have a wander around there. Robin Hood's Bay, you'll have been there. You've been to the is it the Laurel, the pub down the hill
right
there?
At the bottom.
And a couple of pints.
Then you've got to come back.
Waite to Jennings, who runs it down to George Hill. Third man, no run.
I fell foul of the beach police with my dog. This was at Filey.
The beach police?
Yeah, so my little dog was in the sea, trotting along in the sea. And, excuse me, you're not allowed your dog on the beach. I said, it's not on the beach. It's in the sea. Yeah, but it must have.
Don't be clever with me, lad. That's from Lancashire, I can tell. I'll have the collar for that one. As Waite's latest delivery, it's back at a point from Jennings and no run to complete the over at 175 without loss.
So I said, it's not on the beach, it's in the sea. Yeah, but it must have come across the beach. I said, no, I carried it. Can you get your dog off? All right, I'll carry it off then.
Well, dog on. Yeah, but give it to you straight out there, wouldn't they? Especially if you're from dark side as well.
I love it down there. There's so many. You've much mentioned them all. Them lovely places.
You can do cliff top walk as well. Slightly longer than might be a similar distance from Robin Hood's Bay to Ravenscar.
Well, I see too far. I can do
too
about
far.
a
Is
mile
that too
and a
far?
half. I can do a mile and a half.
Can't be any more than that. I can't remember now. It's a long time since I've done it, but didn't seem to take that long. Don Best continuing at the Brian Statham end, as that's cut by Luke Wells. Matthew Waite doing the fielding out in the covers. They get a single. Must be somewhere else we've not mentioned. Before we start getting a load of irate emails. You didn't mention our seaside town out on East Coast. Scarborough, of course. Next one down, really, from Ravenscar.
Scarbados.
Scarbados, yeah. Play there much over the years?
Oh, it's my favourite ground in the world, Scarborough. I'd take any of them.
Here's Bess. Reverse sweep by Keaton Jennings. He's played and missed that probably 4 or 5 times now. Can't remember him properly getting hold of one yet. And he's missed again.
And he usually plays that so well. I'm wondering whether he's got a touch on this. It came forward, the ball came forward, and the wicket-keeper Tattersall tried to scramble round.
Bess again, that familiar skip, and in his bowling, and Jennings pushing into the offside, no run. What about further up north? Have you been up to Saltburn, where Mary Reevely, of course, used to train somewhere in that area?
Saltburn and go further to Bamborough. Sea houses, Bamborough.
Beautiful up there. Craster,
yeah.
Dunstanbury Castle. Bess in, and Keaton Jennings pushing square on the offside, no run. Closing in on tea, actually, aren't we?
Are we?
Yeah, a few minutes. Well, less. What have we got left over-wise? Yeah, we've nearly bowled 60. So, won't be too long. Another 10 minutes or so as Bess is in again. Pushed into the offside by Jennings. Frayne Fields, no run.
You'd think that game plan for Lancs at tea, step on it, run them round. That last session.
Bess again, and Jennings turning that to leg for a single to complete that over at 177 without loss. Is it the sort of pitch where you're going to be able to come in and, you know, they lose a wicket, you're going to be able to do that freely? You're going to have to take a bit of time. Is that going to take a bit of time out of the game? Are you not bothered when you've got 10 wickets in the 10 batting on day one at tea?
Well, there's nothing happening for the bowlers. It's a good pitch. There's no movement, no swing. And so if a new batsman comes in, he can sort of box clever and push it around, give it back to the established player. But the end product for them would be, right, let's just step on it, run them round. They don't want to be out there. They're a bit flat, you know, the coaches will be saying, just look at them, they're really flat. They've got nothing to hit you with. Push them. Let's see what they're really made of. Push them hard.
So Keaton Jennings waits as Matthew Waite just has I think a few words from Stephen Patterson in his shell-like, and in he comes then down the leg side this time. Jennings having a flick at it and missing. Has a waft afterwards in frustration. You've also, you've got to think about the clock, haven't you? I'm not sure what the longer-term forecast during the week is, if there is.
It's all right, I think.
Is it? Yeah. Okay. Because taking 20 wickets on here, it's not going to be that easy. I know they've got the extra spinner.
That is
they're going to have to
key.
give themselves some time.
Yeah, you get your runs, a lot of runs first innings. Get your runs as quickly as possible to get bowling. And 2 spinners in the team. You know that this pitch is going to wear. They've got everything in their favour. I used to love that aspect of being a coach, when you get in that situation and push them. Come on, look at them. Have a look round. They don't want to be here.
Now then, a second man been brought in at straightish mid-wicket as Jennings is trying to flick one in that general direction, but off the pad. So Frayne's at a wider of the two, if you like, more mid-wicket like, and Adam Lyth a little bit straighter than that. But they're only, well, they were set probably a couple of metres apart, that was all. Maybe make it 3. So a slight change in the field. Don Bess has been brought a little bit deeper down at long leg as Waite's in and Jennings just pushing into the offside to Bean. No run.
Still round the wicket.
Yeah. Yeah, why not change it out there? But it might be something again that they go back into the hutch at tea in a few moments' time and Might be something Otis Gibson says, you know, we've got to try something different here, boys. Let's do that.
Yeah.
We may see a change of approach in the final session, but not at the moment. As Jennings pushes into the offside, no run. Let's see what we can get you with a Newton Abbot, Perth, Brighton, Galway today, Newcastle on the all-weather tonight. What's your favourite track, by the way?
Thirsk.
Is it?
Like Thirsk, because it's local. It's local. I know people there. They said helps when you know people.
Wait to Jennings, who drops that out into the offside. Might have been a bit of protective equipment involved. No run.
I don't do the big meetings.
You know?
Nah, I don't like big crowds. Not for me. I like the little tracks. I like Sedgefield. I could go up to Sedgefield, just drive in and how do? All right.
It's like being on it's like being at the local sort of pleasure beach, isn't it? There must be for the jockeys. Roller coasters up and down the hills.
Yeah, yeah.
Whereas you've got
Cartmel.
Thirsk as flat as this desk in front of us. Here's Waite, driven back down the pitch by Jennings, but no further than the bowler. Frustration from Jennings again, end of the over, 177 without loss. Cartmel have been there quite a few times.
Loads, yeah.
Great little track, isn't it? Great little track. I think that's under the same jockey club ownership, isn't it? Like Aintree and Cheltenham, places like that. Yeah, I mean, in fact, I went up there, Cartmel, a couple of summers ago when it was the sort of temps that we've had, you know, recently in the 30s. And you could feel the car tyres sticking to the roads. Those little narrow roads with the hedges either side, the single track roads as you approach the venue.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Tarmac Adam melting.
The sticky toffee
Takes me
pudding.
back to when I was a lad.
You must have got
the goal
you
post.
must have got sticky toffee pudding from that shop.
Yes,
in Cartmel.
brilliant, isn't it? Yeah. All the owners of the winning horses, they get whatever prize they get, and they also always get a sticky toffee pudding. Each. Yeah.
That's it.
Great track. Only about a mile round.
And they get lost in the woods, don't they? They disappear into the woods.
Yeah. Funfair stuck in the middle. Bess in, and that is driven into the offside by Wells. There's no run. Bumble having a breather. And Scott coming back in the chair at 177 without loss. Bess wide on the crease and flicked into the leg side by Luke Wells, who will just amble through for another single. 83 to him, 89 to Jennings, 178 without loss. What have we got? 62 overs on the board, so there'll be 2 more after this before tea.
Yeah. Pretty decent this, isn't it, for Lancashire, as days go so far.
Yeah, his Best floats one up, pushed into the offside by Jennings. No, it's good to see you now. I thought you'd gone. I thought you'd maybe gone off to Whitby or Scarborough or something, having had the Yorkshire Tourist Bulletin.
Yeah, well, you were giving it the big sell then, weren't you?
Well, you know, it's that commission. It's fantastic. Better than the BBC pay. Pressing again, pushed into the offside by Keaton Jennings, right over the top of that. And Matthew Waite feels they get another one.
Bumble says Scarborough's his favourite cricket ground in the world. I've never been.
I'm not surprised. Yeah, listen, I keep harping on about this match I played in yesterday, but
did you play a game yesterday?
Had we won that game yesterday, we would have played in a, I think it was not like the final, but a plate final at Scarborough next week, and I've never played a game there, so I was quite keen on doing that. Obviously not to be this year, but I can get that as we see a single crashed into the offside really by Wells. Will Frayne got something on that, enough to keep them to 1.
It's almost like here's what you could have won for you, isn't it, really, yesterday then?
Yeah, that's just life, isn't it, really?
Quite, yeah.
Said to me last week, you're going to be commentating with Scott Reed next week at Old Trafford, and I said, here's have a look at what you could have won, don't you? That's pushed into the leg side by Keaton Jennings, last ball of the over, and there is no run. 2 overs to go before the tea break. It's been a tremendous day as far as Lancashire are concerned. Everything going right really since they won the toss this morning and decided to bat. Even when they offered a bit of a chance, a good chance, that one went down. And they have cashed in, haven't they, Wells?
They have.
84 from 167 and Jennings 90 from 205. And at the moment, you'd have to say, it kind of looks like it's continuing ad infinitum.
Yeah, well, going to be in we suspect, a pretty strong position unless there's a significant turnaround at the end of the Lancashire innings. It's gone to plan so far, hasn't it? You pick the team with an extra spinner or two, and then you want to win the toss and bat first and bat well, and that's what they've done through the first 62 overs of the of this match so far. You see George Hill return from the Jimmy Anderson end. Bowled 4 overs a little earlier on. 4 overs for 7. He's got Wells on strike, so this the penultimate over of the afternoon session, just turned away by Wells out to mid-wicket, and there's no run. These two have been in terrific form for Lancashire throughout the course of the season, both in the county championship, the one-day cup. They played together in the one-day cup. Lancashire's one-day cup team was kind of largely their county championship side, and Wells has, and Jennings have been in terrific form. They also played a lot together in the T20 Blast as well. Played plenty of innings together, these two. It's flashed away out towards the onside. Is this the breakthrough? It is. Wells has gone, caught by weight out at deep square leg. It ends a partnership worth 180 for the first wicket. Wells departs for 84 on the stroke of tea, and it was a rather awkward looking catch by Matthew Waite. Went high away to that leg side, took it bouncing forward, and then able to cling onto it. So a breakthrough at last for Yorkshire, and it ends a terrific opening partnership between Wells and Jennings. Wells going for 84, but caught it a deep square leg by Matthew Waite.
Yeah, and tell you what, just for a moment you wondered, had it hit the deck, he certainly didn't look comfortable. It sort of died on him as he got towards it, or maybe he didn't pick it up that well out of the black seats, because that's all there is that he's got behind the ball as he looks at it. Coming in and just not quite getting in far enough, and he tried to take it similar to Pato's drop this morning, in the sense that it was one of those, he wasn't sure whether to go hands under or fingers up, and he juggled with it, but he's managed to reel it in. And so Lancashire, that first wicket goes down. Josh Bohannon coming out just before tea. Can they bag a couple in quick succession? I mean, that's taken them, what, 62 overs and 2 balls. And it was the last bowler to which they've turned, George Hill, in his first day back bowling in Championship cricket for some time, who's taken it. So he'll be delighted with that. Says he wants to bowl more. Was a bowler originally. He's kind of clearly was obviously talented with the bat as well, but I think first and foremost he learned his cricket as a bowler. And talking to young cricketers, Paul Hebden says Lancashire versus Yorkshire under 15s today. Rocky Flintoff playing.
Excellent.
Did you enjoy your game yesterday apart from the result? Great spirit between the two sides, and I think yes is the answer to that. It was a little bit quiet in the field when we were out there, because I think trying to defend 123 and 30 overs when the opposition got 24 run start was always going to be a little bit tough to defend. George Hill then bowling here to Josh Bohannon over the wicket to the right-hander. They've brought in 2 men on the leg side here. Will Frayne was one who fielded it. He's at a short mid-wicket, and Adam Lyth a bit straighter, but also at a short mid-wicket next door to him. Russell Walker says, oh, Jonathan, long day at the coalface today for the Tykes. Our bowling lacks some venom. Perhaps it could be an agenda for the club's management. Well, yeah, I think it is on the agenda. I think, as I've mentioned earlier today, Russell, that they want to sign, if they can, find the right player, another fast bowler. Hill is in. Bohannon turns it down to fine leg for a single to take the score on to 181 and get himself off the mark. It's so difficult these days, isn't it? I agree with what Bumble was saying when he was on, or was it Paul Allott? One of the two, in terms of the Lancashire signings, however it is that they go about that, you know, generally speaking, there are good selections of players who play lots of games, you know, not loads missing. It's sort of, you know, when you're not with it all the time, it's not always easy to remember what the opposition are doing, other teams, but it doesn't feel like there's loads of call-ups all the time, and the side is decimated, is what I'm trying to say. As George Hill's in and pushed into the offside by Keaton Jennings, and there's no run. And I think, you know, one of the frustrations from Yorkshire supporters' point of view is that players are signed and they can't always play in that many games because of international call-ups, or franchise cricket is the thing, isn't it, as much as anything at the moment. And that's going to get, if the IPL is going to be extended, more difficult, you would think. Hill to Jennings, pushing out square on the offside, and there is no run. 63 complete, and therefore 33 left in the day's play, so one more until tea. Owen Mitchell's happy with the broadcast today, which is nice to hear. Thanks, Owen. You can get in touch on at Scott Reed 16 or at Jonathan Doidge or BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com. I've got plenty of contact coming in as well, which we'll probably have to get to at the other side of tea now. But as always, thanks for your correspondence.
Yeah, this is the final over, isn't it, of the session. 33 left in the day, so 32 after this one sent down by Tom Best. The last one before the tea interval. He's got Josh Bohannon on strike. Slip in place and forward short leg, backward square leg, backward point, short cover, mid wicket, mid off, mid on. And Bohannon leaning into it and defending out towards the offside for no run. 181 for 1. There's also a deep square leg out towards the building site to our right. Here's Bess again for Yorkshire. Forward goes Bohannon and defends away to extra cover. There's no run. For listeners on 5 Sports Extra, Kevin Howells will take you through the tea interval, and he's got Bumble with him for company as well, so I'm sure we'll take a look at all the scores and chat with David Lloyd through the course of the tea interval for Sports Extra listeners. As Bohannon defends to the leg side, gathered by Jordan Thompson. And there's no run, so 3 balls to go. 181 for 1. Best 21st over on day 1. Flicked out towards the leg side by Bohannon. Scooped up again by Thompson. Again, there is no run. So Keaton Jennings will get to tea unbeaten in the 90s. He's exactly 90 not out from 207 balls. Keaton Jennings. Bohannon goes back to defend. The ball trickles along the pitch. Will Frayne follows it and then leans forward and picks it up and loops it back to Bess, who will come bouncing in for the final time before the tea break. Best to complete the over and the session, and Bohannon defends, and there's no run. That is tea on day 1. Breakthrough for Yorkshire at last in that back end of the afternoon session. Luke Wells out for 84, caught by Matthew Waite, but Keaton Jennings will resume after lunch alongside Josh Bohannon there. Bohannon on 1, but Jennings the star for Lancashire. He is 90 not out from 207 balls, so it's 181 for 1 at tea. 64 overs gone for Sports Extra listeners. Here is Kevin Howells. That's with us on the BBC Sport website and the app, and Lancs TV as we watch Jennings and Bannon make their way back up towards the dressing room. He'll get a terrific round of applause, Keaton Jennings. There's some relief. There's Matthew Waite. He took the catch to dismiss Luke Wells. George Hill alongside him with the wicket for Yorkshire. They've managed to get one so far, but the days belong to Jennings, who allows Yorkshire to leave the field before receiving a healthy round of applause from his teammates. That's tea. We'll catch you in around about 20 minutes with Lancashire 181 for 1.
When you want the best seats in the house, it matters where you stay.
Life is what you make it, so make it count.
Make it better, make it greater.
Make it have a purpose.
Make it worthwhile, make it faster.
Make it work for you.
Make it loving what you do.
Make it your passion.
Make it happen.
Make it in media, make it in sport, make it in business, make it in digital.
Make it possible.
Make it easy.
Make it your way.
Don't just make it through each day.
Make it pay.
Make it for real at UA92.
We are driven.
We are passion.
We are the fans.
We are the future.
We are equal.
We are Manchester.
We are a community.
We are here to win.
We are exceptional.
We are spirited.
We are powerful.
We are the Manchester Indians Cricket Club.
The Ashton Tigers Cricket Club. The Lancashire Disability Squad.
Gladwick Cricket Club.
Didsbury Cricket Club.
Greenmount Cricket Club.
Haydock Cricket Club.
We are Thunder.
We are Lancashire Lightning.
We are
unified.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? UA92 is game-changing, created to accelerate careers in business, media and sport. Much more than a qualification, it's a personal development journey that prepares you for life. Become your best and connect with the best. With placements, with major players. Sparked from the minds of the class of '92. Their tradition of dreaming big. And inspired by the commitment to passion, preparedness, ambition and youth. So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
session on the opening day, and Keaton Jennings, the man that's at the beating heart of the day so far, unbeaten on 90, resuming after tea. 90 not out, Keaton Jennings. Lancashire 181 for 1. And I see Jordan Thompson to get things underway after the tea interval. And that's clobbered away through the offside by Jennings. Come back and run to George Hill. Managing to kind of scoop around from deep point to deep extra cover to retrieve the ball. Jennings moves to 92 not out. Yeah, 224th Roses Championship match. This one. And Lancashire are looking for just their 19th championship win at home against Yorkshire from 112 matches played. It's cut away through the offside by Jennings out towards deep backward point. And gets a single and moves on to 93. Not out. 184 for 1. So 184 for 1. Jennings on 93 and Bohannon on 1. Yeah, 19 championship home wins for Lancashire against Yorkshire in 112 matches played. Thompson into Bohannon. Is beautifully through mid-wicket.
Lights on.
pass hit back over his head for 4 and then clattered off a full toss out towards mid-wicket. Jennings moves to 117 not out, 216 for 1 now.
Yeah, Best just struggling with his control at the moment.
Bowling around the wicket to the left-hander. Eased along the ground. Up comes Hill to complete the fielding. Score ticks along to 217 for 1. Brings Bohannon back on strike.
Just important for Josh Bohannon to stay controlled and calm here. He's seeing Jennings picking off boundaries at will almost now. Bohannon just tends to get a little bit carried away at times.
Gets a run, does he? No, he thought about it, sent back. Patterson does really well at short fine leg to stop the ball, just worked across his pads around the corner, but for no run.
Get the feeling Bohannon is a player who likes to accelerate the tempo, likes to pick up boundaries and runs, and if he sees it happening at the other end and he's not doing it, can get a little bit frustrated at times.
Goes back to defend this next delivery. End of the over, 72 gone. Best has bowled 25 overs now for 80 on the first day of this match.
He's looking at just a touch disgruntled as well, probably with himself, because he knows that this pitch is not a bad one for him to be bowling on. I know it's the first day, but it is giving a little bit of help, and he's just struggling to maintain control and consistency over his line and length.
It's difficult to know what Yorkshire kind of do from this position, isn't it, really? I mean, they need this new ball in 8 overs' time to work for them. Probably go back to Code and to Thompson, as they started with the new ball this morning. And just played gently back along the ground by Keaton Jennings. And there's no run.
I was doing a bit of a chat with Bumble at lunchtime, just at the start of the afternoon's play. And we're chatting away about the game and what's happened in the morning and talking about the pitch and whatever. And Keaton Jennings and Luke Wells walked past him. He says, "I'm coming with you. I want to have a bat on here."
Hill to Jennings, that's nudged off the hip. Down to long leg for a single.
He did say that Lancashire would bat all day and not lose a wicket. Posing the question already of how do Lancashire take 20 wickets. But they've got a balanced attack, and there's a long time to go yet. A long time.
Hill to Bohannon, that's played nicely away down towards short third man for a single. Moves to 10, 219 for 1. Yeah, they've got Hartley and Parkinson in their team. Plus Luke Wells, there's lots of spinning options there.
And Crofty, don't forget Crofty.
Crofty, yeah. Not bowled much these days.
No. He's too tired from all the batting he's doing.
That's fair enough. I had kind of ruled him out, really. But maybe I shouldn't. Hill to Jennings. Again, there's no run.
So had I until I was talking to... This was from Glenn Chappell this morning, was standing on the outfield. I said, "What are you doing?" I said, "We won the toss and we're batting." I said, "Oh, that's good." I said, "What's your bowling?" I said, "I've picked two spinners." I said, "Oh, 2. No, I said, "Have you picked 2 spinners?" He said, "No, we've got 4. So there you go, you see. Hartley, Parkinson, Croft and Wells were his 4.
Hill to Jennings, that's turned to the leg side again, there's no run. I mean, has he... I think he has bowled in the county championship this year, hasn't he? But I don't think he's bowled...
Not with a great deal of success, I don't think, or very much either.
He's bowled 10 overs.
There you go.
Final ball of the over. Jennings again neatly in behind to defend And there is no run. End of the over. 73 gone, 219 for 1. In contrast to very much kind of a front line spinning now, isn't he? Luke Wells.
Luke Wells.
Yeah.
Well, he's developed into a decent all-rounder, hasn't he? He really has. Yeah.
99 overs Luke Wells has bowled this year.
Well, I was looking at his performance in the Royal London Cup as well. I mean, I think he's got 9 wickets in that, plus the runs he's got. And I think Lancashire felt that they can play him as their spinner, basically. And Jack Morley's not been bowling quite as well as he would have liked. So Luke Wells was the number 1 spinner at times.
There's Bess into to Bohannon. He goes back, works the ball away. They flirt with the idea of 1. Sensible that they decided against it.
Well, there was never 1 on, was there? Only if he went straight away, and it was an afterthought in the first place.
219 for 1. I was chatting to Luke Wells about his bowling the other week.
Mm-hmm.
His best bowls again, and it's cut out through the offside. Oh, we might get 4 here. He's timed that beautifully.
Well, it deserved hitting for 4. It was a half tracker. That's not turned much. Bohannon very quick to get on the back foot. You've got a difficult combination to bowl out this. Bohannon, who's 5'5", is he 5'6", and Keaton Jennings, who's 6'4". So your lengths obviously have to vary. I think the ball's just sploshed into a puddle on the covers.
It's not ideal, is it?
No, but you shouldn't bowl short and wide, should you?
So they're going to have a chat about this, the umpire.
Well, it's got wet. I mean, you can't change the ball just because it's got wet. You can dry it. Just get it dried.
Well, they're going to change it in 6 overs anyway, aren't they? I suppose you could do a bit of damage in that time. So Wells was saying that he barely bowled at Sussex. In fact, he didn't even think he bowled in the blast for them. So he was just kind of seen very much as a championship batter and not really a bowling option for them, which I find quite difficult to believe, having watched him.
Yeah. He's all right, isn't he?
Yeah.
And getting better. I find this extraordinary. If it had been raining and they'd just gone back on the field and they'd taken the rope round and they'd been, they'd have had a cloth out there and they'd dry the ball and get on with it. This has landed in probably the only puddle on the ground left from one of the thunderstorms of last evening. That's if it is
a puddle.
Because it's wet. No, that's.
Is it definitely a puddle?
Well, it's definitely a puddle.
Right.
But the ball might, of course, be out of shape or whatever as well.
But they didn't put it through the magic rings, did
they?
No,
they haven't, and they've just said it's wet, and that's just some new-looking balls in there. If it's 71.02 over, what is it, 72? 73?
Yeah.
73 overs and 2 balls old. You just throw one out that the dog's been playing with.
Well, they've gone into the magic box of balls and found a dry one. I mean, it's hardly like a swamp out there, is it? So I can't believe it got that wet anyway.
No, it's in the covers.
Right, it went into the covers.
It went into the covers by the advertising boards, and I don't know whether we could get a replay of it really on Lancs TV, but it definitely sploshed into a puddle.
Oh, yeah, not ideal. Well, it's been selected a different ball, and that's hammered away down the ground for 4.
Has he got another puddle? Has he?
over the rope and landing on the dry patch of grass for 4 runs to Josh Bohannon. 227 for 1. Good job Keaton Jennings got out of the way, isn't it?
Nearly hit him on the top of his head, didn't it?
Yeah. I think he was expected it to be a bit higher. He kind of almost ducked into it.
successive boundaries then for Bohannon. He'll feel better for that.
Yeah, moves to 18. It's a foolish ball by Bess and dug out by Bohannon. And there's no run. Quite breezy looking at the shirt of Josh Bohannon. Quite a windy day actually. The wind blowing, the looks of it, down the ground, kind of pushing into the back of Don Bess as he comes into ball.
It's a rare breeze at Old Trafford, this, a southerly.
Goes back and tries to work the ball away into the offside, Ben Coldfields. And there's no run.
Hit that fielder a few times as Josh Bohannon. There's only one fielder just behind square on the offside, big gaps either side. He's hit him about 4 times.
Does he get it away from mid-off? He does. He's going to get 4 more. Third boundary in the over for Josh Bohannon. 1 square of the wicket, 1 through mid-on, and 1 to the left of mid-off. Just beyond the dive of the fielder. In it came. Tumbling away from it in the end was Hill. And 4 more to Bohannon. 231 for 1.
Yeah, good batting from Josh Bohannon. Best getting a bit of the run around here. I mean, ideally, and he shouldn't need me to tell him this, he's got to be bowling a bit tighter than this. With his record that he's got. This has been the criticism, hasn't it, that has been levelled at him when he played Test cricket, that he struggled to maintain accuracy. And unfortunately he's showing that again now. As he's coming up to the second new ball, it's not a time for experimentation, it's not a time for variation. You just need to try and keep everything as tight as you possibly can.
It's a 50 partnership as well. It's a 51 from 70 balls between Bohannon and Jennings. With that on that boundary. Here's Hill. Just the 1 slip now. Oh, he's bowled him. Jennings has gone and kind of stares back down the pitch, trying to work out what happens. Second wicket for Hill. He's got rid of both Luke Wells and Keaton Jennings. But that fabulous century comes to an end.
Looks a pretty good delivery to me. Looks like it's from round the wicket. It's pitched roundabout off and hit off. Beaten the outside edge of Keaton Jennings' bat. And Jennings, flummoxed by that, played it on the walk a little bit, but receives a standing ovation from all those present here at Emirates Old Trafford this afternoon. He's gone for 119 and he's put the Red Rose in a commanding position at 231 for 2.
His teammates applaud him as he makes his way back up towards the dressing room.
It's the new ball, you know. That's what it was, this new ball. It's just held up. Bit of seam.
The rate in which the balls were being changed at the start of the season appears to have eased as the season's gone on. But maybe they seem to be being changed every 4 or 5 overs at times. I mean, it was bizarre.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I think they've either got a new batch or something. Something's happened, hasn't it?
Yeah, I think it looks that way.
Well, let's not forget this one was changed because it got wet. The original ball got wet, which seems strange. But that has definitely seemed a touch. And defeated the forward stroke from Keaton Jennings. Might have played just slightly across the line or from off to leg. Croft is in now, though.
Yeah, and he's enjoying
1,500 runs, hasn't he? In all competitions, which is great performance.
Pushing up to 700 in the county championship to go with his work in the T20 Blast and the One Day Cup. He's having a fabulous summer, Stephen Croft. 231 for 2. But for Yorkshire, they've managed to get a breakthrough just before the new ball's due. They've got rid of Jennings as well. It's been a Pretty tough day for the White Rose. It's been a good one for the Red Rose. So far, we've got how many left today? 21 after this. There's Croft clips the ball away to the leg side, but for no run. He's been captain again for Lancashire this year. He took the responsibility in the one-day competition when it was an England Lions call, wasn't it, for Jennings?
Yeah.
And the front foot just pushing out into the offside, no run. 2:31 for 2. Second wicket for George Hill. Shuffles his way back in again, balls, and again Croft defends. And there's no run. Yeah, 21 overs left today. There will be a new ball due in 5 overs' time. Comes Hill, balls, and then Croft turns it to the leg side, and there is no run. Final over of the coming up, final ball of the over coming up from George Hill as he wanders back to his mark. Century for Keaton Jennings today for Lancashire. He eventually was out for 119. It's his 4th successive century for Lancashire against Yorkshire. Earlier, Luke Wells made 84 in a partnership worth 180 for the opening wicket. We've now got Stephen Croft on 0 and Josh Bohannon on 22 with Lancashire 231 for 2.
Plenty of applause for George Hill. He's bowled well. Got good figures. 9 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 19 in that scorecard. They're admirable figures. With Wells and Jennings, the men dismissed. Wells caught at deep square leg, more the fault of the batsman than the endeavours of the bowler, to be perfectly honest, on that occasion, but Jennings beaten by a beauty for 119. Ball that just clipped the top of off stump.
Wait, returns the attack. They bowled 8 overs a little earlier on today. 8 overs, 3 maidens for 27. So Dom Bess, he was used leading up to tea and then straight away after tea, but from different ends. 26 overs, 4 maidens for 92 for Dom Bess. Wait returns.
Yeah, I think that's fair enough to give Dom Bess a bit of a rest. He's just starting to be a little bit too expensive for his and Yorkshire's liking. Just 5 overs to go to the new ball. Waite will bowl his fast medium deliveries. They've got this, they're besotted with this 2 mid-wicket regime to Bohannon. He pushes that straight back to mid-off quite firmly. Off the middle of the bat.
This would be generated by data and the analysis on it. This kind of fielding setup.
Bowl straight at him. He plays across his front pad. He hits in the air a little bit through mid wicket, and if he misses it, he's LBW. That's the theory.
Wait 2 Bohannon. Plays 4 in defence and there's no run.
I would counter that by saying if you put those 2 fielders there, he's not going to play a shot there. So he's going to look to play straighter. So the counter argument is leave that gap there, get him to hit it through mid-wicket, and he might miss it.
.231 for 2. Just drops the ball away into the offside, and Crofter's calling through for a single.
Just back to what I was saying about strengths and weaknesses in a bit earlier. Your strength can very often prove to be your weakness as a batsman, and sometimes that obviously leads to your downfall. But if you shut off the strong shot, it sometimes helps the batsman avoid his weakness, if you see what I mean.
Yeah, it's kind of almost doing Bohannon a favour.
Yeah, well, yeah, because I don't, he's seen those two there. He's certainly not going to hit. Oh, they've got him for Crofty as well.
Halfway through the 76th over. Oh, Croft plays forward the ball, just snakes past into the gloves of the keeper, no run. Just looking elsewhere in the county championship, day 1 games. There's been a little bit of rain around elsewhere. It's affected the match on the south coast. Hampshire against Northamptonshire. Hampshire 134 for 3 against Northants at the Ageas Bowl. Waiting again. That's clipped to mid-wicket. Oh, goodness, it's deflected up and hit. And that's Adam Lythe at mid-wicket. And he'll need to be checked out. Yeah, he's got that deflection up onto some part of his face. I mean,
did that deflect off what?
I think he pushed it up, didn't he?
Yeah, it's off his. It was a chance, was it?
I think technically it's a chance. Yeah, well, yeah, I think it is. I think he just chipped it straight to him and
hit him in the face or somewhere around.
I think he got hands to it, yeah, and then it deflected up onto his face. So he's going to need a bit of treatment. Might be a bloody nose or something. We'll go back to the scores while this takes place. So Hampshire 134 for 3 against Northamptonshire at the Ageas Bowl. Essex 235 for 4. They're in Canterbury this week to take on Kent, 235 for 4. And Gloucestershire are at Taunton taking on Somerset. And Gloucestershire 265 for 2 in the scores elsewhere in Division 1. And in Division 2, Derbyshire-Durham. Derbyshire 251 for 5. Worcestershire 241 for 4. They're up against Glamorgan. Nottinghamshire 201 all out against Leicestershire, who in reply are 27 for 1. Notts 201 all out against Leicestershire, who are 27 for 1 in reply. 232 for 2 here as we wait for the treatment to Adam Lythe. I think he's going to be okay, but fingers crossed he'll be okay. Paul Allett has left us, and Jonathan Doidge is back alongside me. Good afternoon.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
Rather marvellous to be with you again. Adam Lythe, yeah, he's in the walls with that one. Hopefully no serious effects, although look, he's walking off towards us with a towel as if maybe there's a cut there. The seam might have caught him. It looks like probably over the bridge of the nose, something like that, doesn't it? Maybe between the eyebrows. Getting a pat from Matthew Fisher. There's probably going to be a few little jokes as well there from the players, asking maybe whether or not he felt it. Something like that. He just kicked something off along the deck with a bit of frustration. But yeah, hopefully he'll be okay. Getting some warm applause as he's making his way off. But we're not going to see him for a little while by the sound of things. I think was that me. Yeah, I think you turned me off there.
Oh, did I? Sorry.
So Matthew Fisher discarding the green bib because it looks like he's going to be called back into action on the field of play for a little while. Adam Lyth still walking off with head bowed slightly. It looks like he's probably gripping the towel over the bridge of his nose. So he's either got maybe a nosebleed or it's caught him superficially, and he's got a bit of a cut. Hopefully he will be fine. What have we got for you in terms of correspondence? Blot asking if we know what's happened to the scheduled second 11 game in the fixture list to start at Scarborough today. No. I'm afraid don't have the answer to that one. Still the stoppage goes on. And I think this is now about what's going on with the patch of ground that caused that. Harry Duke is stamping his foot down on one of the strips.
So did it hit the ground and bounce up, or did it go straight to him and he deflect? I
must confess, because I was just about to come on, I was gathering stuff together to come back to the desk, so I didn't actually see it happen in real time. I haven't seen a replay.
No, we were unsure, me and Paul, whether that kind of went straight to him and he kind of pushed it up onto his face, or how the ball hit there. I thought, watching it first time, it was kind of just deflected up off his hands onto his face. Final ball of the over coming up. 2:32 for 2. Full toss, actually, which is punched down the ground by Croft. A low full toss. And it's gone for 4 runs. It gets Croft off the mark with that full toss to the right of mid-off. Driven firmly for 4. 2:36 for 2 now, with 4 overs to go before that new ball becomes available.
But if you can't get anything out of the pitch, I mean, why use it? Just bowl a full toss?
Well, yeah.
Same result, though, unfortunately. So, 2:36 for 2, as you say, and poor delivery to end the over by Matthew Waite. Dealt with, so Bohannon 23, Croft on 4. And another great knock. Yorkshire absolutely sick of the sight of Keaton Jennings.
Yeah.
I think there's going to be a few hitmen in operation prior to the next Roses match. Take a contract out on him beforehand.
If you missed that before, he's become the first batter to score 4 centuries in 4 innings for Lancashire against Yorkshire, and that's not been done before. I mean, there's been batters who've got 3 consecutive centuries against Yorkshire, but the first to get 4 on the spin. 114, 132, 238, and now this innings of 119.
So what's that total in his last 4 innings against Yorkshire? I dread to think it's got to be 600. Here's George Hill from the James Anderson end, pushed back down the pitch by Bohannon. No run. What were the figures again? Just 119?
Yeah, hang on. 114.
114, sorry, yeah.
132.
Yeah.
238.
Yeah.
And today's
119.
119, yeah.
603. 603 as Bohannon flicks to leg. It's in the air for a moment on its way towards Will Frayne. It's short, straight, mid-wicket, no run. That is just phenomenal. And, players have these teams, don't they, that they do well against. It's almost like it's Yorkshire versus Keaton Jennings when they turn up against each other, and then if they can get him cheaply, they're going to be buoyed by that, and might actually reduce them to a workable score at some point in the future. Good delivery from George Hill here that catches Josh Bohannon amidships. So players going down from both sides in recent overs. Bohannon is clearly feeling that. He's doubled over, down on his knees and praying for the pain to go away. Scott's taking a breather, and Kev is back alongside.
That was very dramatic. See? Down on his knees, praying for the pain to go away. I don't think he's down on his knees praying.
Do you not?
I think he's counting.
Okay. Well, I thought it was just a bit of poetic license.
No, I thought it was good. Oh, he's rocking now, a bit of rocking, a bit of bend in the back, a bit of a swivel. Too late for this year strictly, but I'm reckoning perhaps next year. Could be considered a contender. Oh, he's down again. Bit of deep breaths, my friend. Let's well, there's no need for that, was there? But I mean,
the ref stopped this fight, hasn't he? By now, the ref stopped the fight.
Bit of deep breathing.
He's really struggling. He's taking a drink of water on board. Not sure what water does when you've been hit amidships, but
makes all the difference.
Does it make a lot of difference?
Yeah, it makes. Look at the difference it's making now. It looks much better. Oh, maybe they'll. Dr. Croft's come along. He's had a word, and he's offered, as always in these situations, a lot of sympathy.
Yeah. Can I give it a rub for you?
Yeah. No, thanks. Oh, he's been caught again. He thought he was over it, and bit of delayed reaction there from Bohannon.
That's going to hurt in the morning sun.
A bit of rearrangement going on there. That's it. I think he's going to be okay, though. Hey, it's no good him complaining about that. What about your sore left toe?
I know.
That's what pain's really. That's what pain's really about, isn't it?
Do not understand, do they?
Nope.
George Hill then running towards us. Right arm over the wicket. Josh Bohannon just cloths that slightly wider mid-wicket. Wasn't a complete cloth. When is a cloth not a cloth and a complete cloth? He got an inside edge on it, didn't he? Basically, as he was trying to play it straighter than that.
Cloth was fine. You've done a shift today. Not only were holding the forward during all the kerfuffle at the start of the day.
I have been in severe pain. Severe pain
all day as well.
Day.
Yeah,
and that's nothing to do with the toe.
Oh,
I'm at Old Trafford, and
what?
Lancashire are 237 for 2. George Hill in and shouldering arms here. Stephen Croft. No,
so what's to say?
Severe pain from the toe. Then I had to. Hold the fort this morning.
You were good this morning, I tell you. You were good.
I'm going to be checking back on the BBC payment terms, but when you have to commentate on your own for more than an over, does that not? Is that double the daily rate?
No, it's actually it lessens the amount you're going to get.
Because people have to put up with me more.
No, I wasn't going to go down that line actually, but it lessens somehow for the honour of broadcasting for so long.
Hill in, good delivery, and keeps a bit low. Stephen Croft stooping to play that, but manages a solid block in the end. 237 for 2 at the end of the over. And you look at the Yorkshire bowling cohort, Ben Code, opening bowler, Jordan Thompson, leading wicket taker the past couple of seasons, Stephen Patterson verging on 500 first-class wickets, Dominic Bess, international, got through loads of overs this season. Man who's barely had a bowl in Championship cricket this year has got both wickets.
It can be a bit like that sometimes, can't it? But fair play to him, and also from a Yorkshire point of view, thank goodness.
And no disrespect to Matthew Waite, whose name I didn't mention there, but here he is again from this Brian Statham end.
Indeed. We'll go through a few scores around the country. There have been some big runs being scored in various matches as the Championship is back, of course, into September. We believe that promotion relegation are going to be an issue as this next ball is bowled full and pushed onto the onside. And regardless of whether it's formally announced or not, I mean, the players have to play believing that the bottom two will go down and the top two will come back up. So got to play it that way. And from a Yorkshire perspective, that is... Well, it's going to be in their mind because the coach has made sure it's in their mind. I've read a bit of a quote from Otis Gibson saying, this is, we could be involved in a bit of a scrap towards the end of the year. Wait is in bowls and a delivery not far past the off stump through to the keeper.
They could, so all the more important here on a benign pitch where it's going to be difficult, proving difficult to take wickets, that you at least drag the opposition back. You extend their innings time-wise. To give them less time to have a go at you. If it's feeling like it's that scenario of another draw possibly, or that the win is getting out of your hands, then you've got to try and do that.
Waits to Bohannon. Just tickle round the corner down towards fine leg. He'll get a single. He'll move to 25. And the score up to 238 for 2 in the 78th over of the day. So we've still quite a lot of cricket to come. Well over an hour, you'd imagine. 18 overs left after this one. Hampshire lost another wicket, 141 for 4. Hampshire second at the table. There's no match for Surrey, leading the championship title race at the moment. Felix Horgan is not out 61. But the others not really managed to get going there. Forward defensive from Croft this time. He'll remain on 4, push back up to the bowler.
Looking forward to that.
What?
The week down at the Oval, a couple of weeks' time. Where did you say you were taking me clubbing? Was it?
I don't know.
Stringfellow, something like that.
I don't know as I'm going yet. And if
you'll be there. You know you'll be there.
No, I don't know I'll be there. I've no idea where I'll be.
So,
I tell you where I won't be. I won't be in that place you've just mentioned. I'll go home straight after the day's play. Further research for the next day. Wait in, short ball. I'm looking to hook that one away. Doesn't get anything on it.
Everyone believes you.
Of course they do. You won't find me. You won't find me going in a nightclub. I never did as a youngster. I'm not going to do it now, am I? Especially not taking you anywhere. Anyway, so that's you against Surrey. Lancashire got Surrey the last round of the championship as well. So Surrey figuring for both these two teams in the latter stages of the season. And forward defensive from Croft to be onside, and there'll be no runs. Trip to Essex as well, I think, for Lancashire. And for the Yorkies, what else you got?
Essex, Headingley next week.
All right, so there's a little bit of similarity between the run-ins for both teams here then. Yeah.
Then Surrey the week after, and then Gloucestershire to finish off with at Headingley.
Okay. Well, the mighty Gloucesters might. Look,
I know what you're thinking.
That could be a right humdinger of a game, couldn't it? Plenty riding on that one.
Yeah.
238 for 2 here. Meantime, 125. Croft on 4.
And George Hill going to continue at the James Anderson end. Yorkshire have been scratching their heads for most of the day, trying to think of wicket-taking ideas and then the deliveries to go with them. They've managed to take the 2 opening batters' wickets, but both of them scored pretty heavily. As Bohannon's pushing this first ball up to mid-off. There's no run. They've stuck with these 2 men in catching positions for that little aerial flick off the legs through mid-wicket.
Did that go straight into the face of Lively, or did he sort of parry it into his...
I was just saying, I was prepping to get back on, grabbing all the stuff together and missed the actual delivery, unfortunately.
Yeah.
I haven't seen the replay.
Looked nasty. Very nasty.
George Hill, again, his mane flapping in the Old Trafford breeze as that's turned into the leg side by Bohannon. Again, no run. Still with the slip in. They want to try and find an edge, but that's really looked the least likely mode of dismissal somehow today, hasn't it?
Yeah, and it's been a tough day out there for Yorkshire. Perhaps lacking a bit of variety in their attack, but we all know that injuries have been a bit of a problem, and the effort's not been lacking.
No, Hill in, Bohannon. A little bit edgy, but he was also opening the face, and he got it way down to 3rd man, where Matthew Waite does the fielding. Gets a bit of a hand slap from TKC.
So Nottinghamshire, Leicestershire, there are a lot of wickets falling there. Notts 201 all out, leading the Division 2 title race. Leicestershire 32 for 4. So they're not going to be hanging about there for many days by the looks of it at Trent Bridge. Worcestershire 250 for 5 away to Glamorgan in Cardiff.
Hill in again, and Bohannon drops into the offside, no run. That's Notts Leicestershire. Few games are bigger than that in terms of local rivalry. I'm talking
well, yes. Well, you're right. You're definitely right. But I tell you what, the animosity in sporting terms between the cities of Derby and Nottingham.
Oh, yeah.
They're pretty much there. Gosh. They don't care for each other there.
That lot over there. Here's Hill in. Bohannon opens the face and runs it out to point where Waite fields. That's what we. One of the things that we love so much about sport, isn't it? Whichever sport is your chosen preference, it's the rivalries. And I don't know whether you agree with this or not, but I always think, as a fan on the terraces, going back in the day, that you you want your rival team to be strong because that makes it worth winning against them, but you just want to be a bit stronger. In comes Hill. Bohannon runs it out to point where Matthew Waite fields again, and there's no run. It's not as much fun, anything like as much fun, is it, beating them when they're rubbish?
No,
do you not think?
100%. Well, you know, this at the moment, you see, to me has a bit of a classic Roses feel to it. That this could be one of the classic slow burners.
You think so?
No, it could be.
You're building this up.
Well, I think with reason. You know, remember, I'll never forget Parkinson, and he took that wicket 2 years ago now, when he ran off. That's the sort of finish I want. Keep us here, right on the edge of our seat. Actually, at the end, to see who can come out on top. With a lot riding on it, you know. Championship title for Lancashire, possible double for the season as well, and then for Yorkshire, an opportunity for them to ease the nerves a little at the other end of the table. Derbyshire, by the way, talking of Derbyshire, 259 for 7 against Durham. Lewis Deploy, 82. He's now out. Wayne Madsen, who made himself a bit of a hero for the originals in this part of the world in the recent 100, but he was out for only 9 today. But Derbyshire 259 for 7 against Durham, as we see Waite running away from the stay them end, in and bowls, and solid defence from Croft, who still sits there on 4 at the moment. The last man out was Keaton Jennings, 119. One of 2 wickets to fall in, and both of them to Hill, whose figures are 2 for 22 from 11 overs, a couple of maidens. The Gloucestershire now 279 for 2. Marcus Harris not out, 144, a couple of half centuries for Charlesworth and Ollie Price. Now both of those batters are now out. It's Miles Hammond who's out at the crease, and once again powering in his weight, a little bit of width, and sits up nicely to be punched by Croft in a real Croft sort of style over the boundary rope to our left hand side. 4 runs for him. He'll move to 8 and take Lancashire up to 244 for 2. Sat up really nicely, didn't he? Found the gap well, but it was perfect for him to really, as I say, just punch that one away. And once it's gone past those fielders close in, it's obviously going to be further back, and it's a 4 to cheer the Yorkshire supporters. There'll be a few in town today. They may make the journey daily. I wonder if there are any Yorkshire supporters up on the balcony. Maybe booked a bit of a hotel room in there as well, maybe for these 4 days, as Waite bowls again and pushed into the offside this time of Croft, and he clearly calls no to his batting partner. Essex and Kent is not a game we should ignore, because Kent themselves might find themselves in a bit of bother. Essex, you'd imagine, should be safe enough. They've got a game in hand. They've got to make use of that game in hand. Essex 271 for 4 against Kent. And we've seen Sir Alistair Cook with a 78. Matt Critchley a 55. Wesley made a 54. Waite bowls again, able to leave this one. Croft through to the keeper, still bowling with 1 slip in. And the Hampshire score is still 4 down, but now moved on to 162, with Liam Dawson joining Felix Organ in the middle, and Organ is not out 70 off 130 balls. So if you are just joining us, there is a chance you might still think that we started at 11. We didn't, although they have lost some cricket to the weather there at the Ageas Bowl. But 10:30 starts, so right now we're coming up to 16 overs left of the day, and that one is short enough to be pulled, and again finds a lovely gap there behind square on the lakeside, over the rope into the board. And that's 4 more to the Lancashire total, and with 1 ball left of this over, they move to 248 for 2. It's about a patience game here then, Jonathan, and when the ball is there to be played, on 2 occasions now we've seen this over, he's played them really well. Croft moves to 12.
Yeah, it's just not quick enough, Matthew Waite, to have bowled either of those deliveries that have gone for 4.
He's a huffing and he's a puffing, and he wants that ball. Thank you. Bit of extra shine put on by his former captain, Steve Patterson. Waite bowls again, straight at this time, and they fight over it. They have a little squabble over it to those 2 fielders out there, Duke being one of them. And that's the end of the over. 248 for 2. Bohannon on 27, Croft on 12, Lancashire with a plan. 2 spinners in the team. Win the toss. Can't always guarantee that, of course, but you win the toss, you bat first. And they've got some good runs on the board here. Jonathan Deutsch.
Yeah, Harry Duke just gave Matthew Waite a big slap on the backside. Not the sort of thing commentators tend to do at the end of a spell, I've got to say. But
I suggest you don't try it. Otherwise, there could be all sorts of problems later on. Jonathan?
Is it litigation, is it?
Well, that'll be one of the things you might find yourself facing, yes.
Okay. As well as a sore hand, no doubt. Anyway, moving swiftly along, Harry Duke slapped Matthew Waite on the backside. That bit of encouragement. Matthew Waite just with an air of resignation as he walked off. Frustration, because it's one of those benign pitches, isn't it? You just keep bowling it straight and they might play it back, they might leave. So you try something different, but if you don't have the pace to go with it, if you're trying that short ball and you don't get it bang on in that danger area, sort of chest height, even then you might still get pulled for 4. But anything other than that, you're probably going to go. And that was the case with both of them. The first one, as you described it, was a lovely punch through the offside and then got rid of the other one on the leg side of straight. So George Hill going to continue.
How old's this fella? Such a young face.
In he comes. Bohannon has hit one in the air and gone. Caught by Finlay Bean at short extra cover. So George Hill is taking wickets today. He's got all 3 of the Lancashire ones to have fallen, and they're 248 for 3.
You're going to say he's on for all 10?
Yeah. Well, he still is. He's the only player in the in the Yorkshire side at the moment that can do that.
I mean, in fairness to him, this is only his 12th over. But Bohannon will be disappointed with that. Seemingly a soft way for him to end. You know, such a lot of promise. Bohannon will see more from him. Just sliced it out there. But such a good low catch. Really good low catch from Bean. So now 3 down at 248. Out comes the captain. To applause from the Lancashire supporters. So 57 balls faced by Bohannon before he made his way off the field. Hill in, bowls full and just slice. But I say that's a really good catch. Therefore, for Bean, he did have to just pluck it off the ground a little bit. Just dipping on him. Did look a little relieved. And applause there for Villas making his way out to the middle. 248 for 3 then.
Yeah, he put it up there, didn't it? Just short of that totally drivable length, but he was tempted into playing the shot, like you say. He opened the face, he sliced it really in that general direction, but maybe partially slow pitch, partially length, just reaching for it that little bit more. Couldn't control the shot. And there you go, back in the changing room for 27 off 56. So George Hill with 3 for 22. Destroying Lancashire here at 248.
Well, he's having a decent enough day, isn't he? I mean, terrific looking figures, really. Look at the context of everything else. Be delighted with that. You still haven't answered my question. How old is he? I'm going to look at myself.
He's coming in and bowling here to Dane Villas, Lancashire captain, who's out there and shouldering arms to his first delivery. George is
only 21. 21 years of age. Well, I'll accept that because he does look a young-faced lad out there.
The cherubic George Hill.
Yes, I suppose so, yeah.
Here he is. Bowling to Villas, who opens the face and runs it out to point, where Waite fields. Bumble saying earlier that his nickname should be Q. George Christopher Hindley Hill, GCH.
Q. Oh, gosh, that's very Bumble, that, isn't it? Fantastic. But I would put it, and forgive me for saying this maybe, but I would put that might be a bit beyond most dressing rooms to get their head around that one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And 1 or 2 in the Yorkshire dressing room might struggle as George Hill's in. That's dropped into the leg side. Will Frayne skipping across to do the fielding.
And I'll openly admit, I needed explaining as
Yeah.
well. So
Well.
Again, no great surprise there, I understand.
Not at all. Andy Walker says, pretty typical late season pitch at Old Trafford, I think, JD. Really enjoying the comms, especially chewing the fat with the great Bumble. Quick shout out to the mighty Keighley Cougars Rugby League team who've won every match this season. Brilliant. George Hill in, pushed into the offside by Villas. There's no run. Did my first Rugby League commentary. My first live radio report.
From Keighley?
From Keighley.
Back
Keighley
in 1800 and what was that,
Featherstone
Jonathan?
Rovers, 1998.
Well, I attended with my boy. We actually attended a pre-season friendly with Keighley. We'd not been before. We actually attended one that we haven't been able to go since for all sorts of reasons. But he's been following it match by match. Couldn't quite believe what's happened there. Formidable season. Amazing.
George Hill in. That's pushed into the offside by Villas, who's going to get off the mark as a result, taking on his opposite number, 33, Finlay Bean. Wonder what the two reasons for those number choices were from the two fellas. End of the over. George Hill gets a warm round of applause. 12 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 23, 249 for 3. Got to do this. Just indulge me one moment. You know from Airedale and Wharfdale Cricket, my association at Rawdon Cricket Club, congratulations to them, because for the third time, only the third time in their history, they are league champions and completed the
Many
job
congratulations.
at the weekend.
Many congratulations to Rawdon. What a fine club, fine team. Fine club, fine
Thank
team.
you very much.
I overheard umpires talking about you the other day.
I had nothing to do with the championship win whatsoever, but I'm just congratulating them.
Yeah, no, but they were talking about you, saying they remember you being a fine player in your time. Honestly. I mean, I struggled to believe it as well.
I think they must have got them.
No, they
got me
said
confused
you were,
with.
they said you. I mean, they didn't
one of
make
my
it too
brothers.
big a thing of it, but they reckon that. No, it's definitely you, because they knew of your brother. Anyway, I thought it'd be something nice to pass on to you, Jonathan.
Thank you, Kevin. Thank you.
So stop your false modesty.
Who was it? The fivers in the post.
And talking to Keighley, of course, that's George Hill's. Well, he was born there. It's his patch. But now it's Steve Patterson, who comes from elsewhere over Hull way, over in East Yorkshire. This one is punched his first delivery of his little spell here towards Bess, and there'll be no...
Over Hull way.
Oh, Beverley?
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, there might be some locals who are going, you don't class Beverley at all, lad.
Well, fair play. But anyway, it's over that way. And he's back into the attack now. He dropped... Was it Luke Wells on 43 today?
Yeah.
Patterson bowls full. Almost takes him off his toes there, Villas, but doesn't do so. It's Wade doing the fielding at mid-on. Is that the only drop today? Only chance being put down or not?
Well, unless the Adam Lythe one was, we're not sure, because none of us saw it clearly enough. But yeah, that's the only other one.
Yeah, and I'm not going to include that. When a fellow walks off, clearly in distress, I'm not going to include that one. But technically, it might have been. It was hit. Well, it's so close in, it doesn't have to be hit with that much venom to be a real stinker out there for him. Next ball. And again, work towards those two fielders, of which Lythe was one of them.
So what you're saying is that if somebody's out there in the field and they drop one through their hands and it whacks them on the head and they take a bit of a blow and leave the field, that doesn't count as a drop, because you feel sorry for the lad.
I feel sorry for them. And I think that's called human decency. That you forget it, because the most important thing is that they took a nasty knock and a nasty blow.
Okay, right. I'm learning human decency on air with you today as well.
Technically, it's a drop, but you forget about it. 2:49 for 3. Next ball, punched into the offside again, but defensively this time from Villas.
It's just an edge every day.
I just think it's a nice. I think we're all looking for kindness and generosity whenever we can, Jonathan. That's all I'm saying.
It is an education, human.
Talking of which, there's air ambulance. Hopefully that's not going to land here for Lythe. A few moments' time, just flying high over. Going from right to left as we look out of our commentary position. The same end from which Patterson is now coming in and bowling. And he was looking for that, I think, Villas, to be a little bit wider. Sort of seemed a little bit cramped in the end on that one. But the applause for another bonus point, because it's 250 for 3. All these points, crucial. I mean, they are from the word go. It's daft to say they're even more crucial now, but they certainly seem to have more of a context to get your teeth into at this stage of the season. 250 for 3. Villas has moved his score onto 2.
Yorkshire would like to take another bowling bonus point before the 110 overs is up.
In the 82nd over at the moment, and Patterson bowls again and pushed for no run by Croft. That's next ball is coming back in.
It was an overthrow actually, and Matthew Waite cleaned up and flicked it back in just for a moment. Dane Villas looked like he might have been struggling, but he was okay. Gary Naylor has messaged in and said, never mind Q as a nickname for GCH Hill.
Yeah.
How about Ben Betsy Code?
Ben Betsy Code. Oh, Betsy Code.
Yeah.
Oh, that's one for our Welsh listeners out there. Fair play. I mean, to be honest with you, to come up with that at 5:10 on a Monday afternoon is not bad going.
It's taken a bit of doing that, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has. Well done. Well done, everybody.
So here he is, the little cherub, George Hill. He's not really little, is he? He's quite tall, actually, but he's pushed that into the offside. Has Dane Villas, and there is no run. Bit of a switch of headsets. Am I stepping out? Is that the general idea? Okay. I'll do that in a moment. George Hill is about to deliver, so I'll leave you in the capable of Scott.
Cheers, Dodgy. Thank you. Yeah, here comes Hill in and balls to Villas. That's driven away into the offside. That's a good stop by Bean. Extra cover. He caught it pretty sweetly, did Dane Villas. Remains on 2. So 250 for 3. Croft on 12. 13 overs remaining in the day. 10:30 starts now. We're into September. Got 13 left. George Hill, 3 for 23. He's running in towards us from the Anderson end. Oh, that's edge. Oh, that's a terrific catch. Brilliant take. At first slip, Villas has gone. It's a 4th wicket for Hill. But a superb one-handed diving catch at first slip.
Tom Kohler-Cadmore, it's terrific take there. I mean, you know, just stick the left hand out, but the dive, and again taken fairly low down. But I love this little tail that's building here now with George Hill on for all 10. Having taken the first 4, looking to work that one leg side, and yes, what a superb catch, as you say, from Kohler-Cadmore on his way at the end of the season, but still doing a really good job for Yorkshire out there. Really good job. Hugs all round from the Yorkshire players.
Lovely.
But Villas has gone cheaply.
Good little fight back this, isn't it, for Yorkshire?
I think so, yeah.
180 without loss. Now 250 for 4. The departure of Keaton Jennings with a score at 231 for 1. And now 250 for 4. So they're fighting back well in the evening session. George Lavelle, the new batter. Umpires having a lengthy conversation. But having a lovely day out.
Well, there were pleasant smiles between the two.
There were, yeah.
Not guffawing laughter, but certainly one of them had said something that tickled the other one.
Definitely.
They felt a little tickled out there. And anyway, what about this lad? Both teams have got them, but a lot of promising, exciting young players for Lancashire, and this Lavelle certainly one of them, isn't he?
He's enjoyed a very good Royal London One Day Cup campaign. And in fact, such as his performances in that competition, he's kept his place in the team, and he'll keep wicket as well. So he got his chance because Villas was injured, and it's allowed him to get into the team for the previous championship match at Northampton, which feels like 3 years ago. And then he's kept his position in the team through the One Day Cup, and so he's done that well. He's got his place in the championship side for this game, and he'll keep wicket as well. I suppose it allows Villas just to concentrate on captaincy.
This is turning into a right dilemma for our colleague Doidgy, this now, though, isn't it? I'll explain why. Is this my over?
You can take it.
Hill bowls into the pads. LBW Pierce has got 2 in 2. No, it isn't. It's yours. Anyway, you'll pick up again here now. No, the reason I'm saying it's a bit of a... Because surely, lovely little story for Finlay Bean on his debut today. What if Georgie out there now takes a fifer?
Aye, yeah.
Who's he going to go for, do you think?
Well, he has to go for Georgie.
Hold the Beanmeister till tomorrow, I'd say. Yeah?
It's kind of good for Georgie if he gets a
yeah,
fiver.
I'd say. And he's just realised it as well. Look at that smile on his face now, thinking Georgie will have a word with me at the end today.
It's a rather innocent-looking smile, that, isn't it? And he comes and bowls to Lavelle, who just drops it into the offside for no run.
And there's the man who's going to miss out on the interview today, picking it up for him, Bean. I bet it's all the talk at breakfast. Who's going to end up talking to Doiji at the end of the day? I hope it's me, though, somebody will say.
Well, it means you've had a good day, doesn't it? Yeah.
It does, yeah. Or the coaches are thinking, if it's us, we've not had a good day.
Had a poor day.
Yeah, poor old coaches get wheeled out then on days it's not such a good day.
Final ball of the over. Could be a wicket maiden, this. It will be, as it's eased away off the hip out towards the leg side. Well bowled, George Hill. He's having a terrific day. 4 for 23. Yorkshire 250. Sorry, Lancashire 250 for 4, with Croft on 12 and Lavelle on 0. A wicket maiden for George Hill.
News coming in from the Aegeus.
Oh,
the very latest to tell you that 5 down. It's Felix Organ, who's out for 71. So Hampshire in second. We all know the scenario here that Lancashire need to win matches, these last few matches. Hope that Hampshire or Surrey mess up, slip up. So, of course, Surrey will be delighted if Hampshire mess up. But that said, I mean, it's too early to call in the sense that if Hampshire maybe are struggling, tricky conditions with that bowling attack, Northants may struggle against them. Patterson in bowls and gets behind that. Does Croft, and defensively pushes out for no run. But it is 5 down, 169 for 5. Only 50 overs so far been bowled because they've had a bit of rain there today.
Yeah.
What you say? Was it you that said we might have a bit of weather?
Well,
over the next
that's what I've kind of heard that. Yeah, that it might be a bit dicey.
Oh dear.
I'll double check.
Yeah, please do. Gloucestershire 289 for 4. Harris is still going there at Taunton. 148 not out. As Patterson comes into bowl to Croft and defensively back to the bowler. There'll be no run. But the context of this, it could easily have been a coach's day at the end of the day. Things not going well for Yorkshire, but it's got a different look and a different feel about it now, hasn't it?
Absolutely has. Yeah.
How many overs left today? We've got 12 overs. Pick up another wicket here or two, and let's see. Lavelle and Croft are the not-out pair, and it's Croft facing at the moment. And it's Patterson in and bowls and push back to Patterson. Steady as you like, Patterson.
The weather forecast suggests that tomorrow might be some showers late afternoon.
Oh, no.
Likewise Wednesday and Thursday.
No. But all of them late on in the day.
Yeah, late on. Yeah, kind of past 3.
Yeah. I'm putting good money on that. It's not going to happen then.
Well, that's good.
Yeah. But those when they say it's going to be later in the day.
Yeah. There's a get out there, isn't there?
I think so. Patterson bowls full. Good solid defence from Croft. That's what we've missed over the last 5 or 6 weeks. Good solid defence. Proper cricket. There's room for everyone. 250 for 4. 2 balls left to this 84th over.
Floodlights are on.
Good spot. Not too much work being done on the construction site today. Did a little bit early on, but not too much today. Patterson bowls, driven. Nice looking drive, but that's well stopped by Revis. It's down well at mid-off to stop that. Essex 296 for 4 away to Kent. Derbyshire 275 for 8 against Durham. What of that game where wickets were tumbling at quite a pace? Game between Nottinghamshire and Leicestershire. Leicestershire 51 for 5 after Nottinghamshire 201 all out. Worcestershire 268 for 7 against Glamorgan. Patterson bowls and again good. I mean, you're not going to get from Patterson here. You're not going to get that ball away, and they've got to remain patient here of Lancashire. They don't want to mess up today. They've had a really good day. But I say this, 12 overs to finish off the day with the lights now on, shining brightly at this venue. So make sure they don't lose that advantage. Lavelle on Nord, Croft on 12. Gosh, they are sparkly, aren't they, the lights? Because there is actually quite a lot of blue sky around as well, which you can see. But we're getting that time of the year where 5:20 can be not ideal, perfect light for your cricket.
It's always sad, isn't it, 10:30 starts? I find them quite sad. Because
is it taken till now to open up on that, Scott? Oh, bless you.
It's sad a 10:30 start. Hill to Lavelle, it's to mid-wicket and there's no run.
I quite like it because it means I get supper and bed early.
Okay.
And you know, I prefer to get up and get the job done as opposed to hanging around till 11. But I know what you mean. I only mentioned this to Mrs. Howells over the weekend because she's not really massive into cricket. I said, you've got to understand, there's a bit of sadness because the end of the season, it also means it's the end of summer and the oncoming sets of winter. But have you seen the temperatures today? I mean, there's nothing autumnal about the temperatures today, is there?
No, quite perky. Hill to Lavelle, but down the leg side, and a wonderful take from Johnny Tattersall, who's kind of star-like on the ground as he took the catch and almost as some kind of funny little walk or dance.
As you can imagine, Mrs. Howells' take on the proposed reduction in the number of days of cricket didn't go down at all well.
No, I can imagine.
She says, what, does that mean you'll be home more?
Forget that.
She actually asked for Andrew Strauss's email address to be included on the high performance review.
Everybody else is. It's Hill to Lavelle. That's turned to mid-wicket and there's no run.
Saying you can't possibly be suggesting a reduction in the number of fixtures. Unless you can find something else to keep him away. Bit harsh.
It's a bit harsh. You had DG on, didn't you, at lunch?
Oh.
You did.
Oh, the big Mr. Didn't he?
Yeah, DG was on. Hill to Lavelle. Gets his first run this time. Steering the ball down backward of point. Matthew Waite fields. Lavelle off the mark with that. 2-5-1 for 4 now. Brings Croft back on strike.
It really does seem to me now as though next year it's got to be pretty much what this year was. After all that, you know? All looking now to 2024.
Yes.
And then we'll look next year to 2025. And, oh, my days.
Hill over the wicket to Croft. It's a wide ball, which is left. Taken by Tattersall, and there's no run.
I don't know.
No.
Actually, having said that, I'm now thinking there'll be change to the what's run alongside the 100. I'm going championship now. Red ball.
Okay.
White ball start of the summer. 50 overs. Blast just a little bit later. Mid-June to mid-July. Championship during the 100.
Final ball of Hill's 14th over. He brings Croft forward in defence and it's deflected back along the ground, scooped up by Hill. He's enjoying a very good afternoon with the ball here for Yorkshire. He's bowled 14 overs, 4 for 24. It's the end of the 85th. 11 to go today. Lancashire 251 for 4.
Yeah, just the one run coming from that over. You know, look at that 251 total of runs. Then you look at Hill's 14 overs, 4 for 24. I mean, that's pretty stunning stuff, isn't it? 3 maidens. From the man who's, you know, he's a genuine all-rounder. I mean, that's not. But there are more out-and-out bowlers out there who'll be thinking, God, how did it all work out so well for him? Mind you, Bumble, was it Bumble or no? Paul, wasn't it? Paul Alice who said, you know, there are a few, not only here but around the country, there'll be a few bowlers who are starting to remember what it's like to do a full day, not only bowling but out in the field as well. For a competition which only finished 48 hours ago.
Quick turnaround.
Under that, yeah. So Steve Patterson. Yep. Puts his hand up, says I'm happy. With one slip in. Man comes in on the leg side. You've got 2 in catching positions out there, short mid wicket, and then Man comes in just around about square leg. And say a slip for Lavelle, who's on one. And Patterson now bowls to him. Goes back and pushed up towards mid-on. The left boot of Dom Bess, who's got through a few overs himself. Reminder that Lancashire playing 2 spinners in their team. So the plan was pretty clear from their perspective. And it looked to be going ideally. And it is still good at 251, of course it is. But to say that maybe just face a little testing time now at the end of this first day. Under the lights as Patterson comes in to bowl. And that's pushed into the offside. There'll be no run. The way that Patterson's coming into bowl, actually, although he's not been involved with the 100, it looks like he's maybe reminding himself as he begins his 12th over here of what it's like for a full day in the field. And I say that, can you imagine what you and I would be like out there, standing out there in the field all day long? God, it wouldn't be pretty at the end of the day, would it? We'd have to be carried off.
Yes. Yeah.
Patterson bowls, field into extra cover, and no run. Jordan Thompson, he's reasonably happy. Look at that lovely cheeky chappy smile. Jennings making 119 today. Got all those stats still lined up?
Do you want them again?
Well, I think so, because it's it's a bit of a different audience. Code here's bowled 11 overs, no wicket for 16. Thompson's got through 12, the aforementioned for 41. Patterson, we say, bowling his 12th. I mentioned Bess, he got through 26 overs, no wicket for 92. 4 maidens from Don Bess. And we're now seeing Tattersall get the helmet. So he's going to stand up to keep Lavelle in his crease. So changes the cap, got the helmet on, he's now ready. There's the current captain for the former captain to come in and bowl. And big cry of no as it's played out square on the offside for no run. But it's the bowling figures there. George Hill standing out, 14 overs, 4 for 24, all 3 maidens. And Keaton Jennings today has done something which no other batter has ever done. Just building it up.
Yeah, as good as this.
Yeah, and if you're wondering, what's he done? Well, Scott Reed is going to put it all into context for you in a few moments' time if you missed it earlier. Lavelle still on 1. Next ball bowled, pushed again onto the onside, and no run. Don Bess and Will Frayne it is out there in that area where unfortunately Adam Lythe was fielding and got and I didn't really want to look too much, but I mean it must have been straight into the nose, was it? And also parried off his hand.
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Technically it was a drop.
Yes.
But that really is not the issue here right now. I'm hoping
that
he's not too much damage done, but it looked painful and it looked nasty. Pushed into the offside by Lavelle again to finish off that over. 251 for 4 now. Lavelle on 1, Croft on 12. But that innings from Keaton Jennings, 119 before he was bowled by George Hill, 236 balls. Put some context on that, please. Scott Reed.
Well, he's become the first batter to score 4 centuries in 4 consecutive innings in Lancashire, Yorkshire matches. So there have been 2 players previously have got 300s in consecutive innings against Yorkshire, Jeff Puller and Clive Lloyd. Jennings becoming the first in the history of this fixture to get 4 on the bounce. Edged, taken. It's a fifer for George Hill, his first for Yorkshire. A moment to remember, a fifer in a Roses match. Croft has gone for 12. Caller Capmore with a catch, a low catch at first slip. And George Hill with 5 wickets for Yorkshire. His first fifer for the club. A low catch by Caller Capmore. And what was previously been a tough day for the White Rose. They have responded beautifully. And young George Hill with a moment to remember.
This is a wonderful little catch, this, isn't it? Because look how low that is. And where he gets his hands just down to it, cup them, just down. Virtually, well, the bottom of the hands must be touching the ground there, but he just picks it up. And therefore, a lot of congratulations for him as well. That's 2 catches, but what a story for George Hill today. Fantastic stuff. But this is spoiling the day for Lancashire. Big style as well, isn't it?
Absolutely is, yeah. So, I mean, it's fought back superbly. Just a reminder that when Jennings was batting, Lancashire were 231 for 1. Now 251 for 5. So a fantastic evening session. No wonder he's got a big beaming smile on his face. What a terrific moment for him. George Balderson, the new batter for Lancashire.
Getting the edges, just pushing forward, getting the edges. So Lavelle and Balderson there. New pair. I mean, another wicket here, and you will be asking the question at the end of the day, I'm sure, who's the happier here? Right now, I mean, the momentum with Yorkshire, I mean, they'll be the cock of hoop with this. You say, terrific comeback. 251 for 5 then. So it's George Balderson who makes his way out to be alongside Lavelle. 2 stretches, gets himself right, marks out his guard. He's another fresh-faced player. Tattersall just has a word with Hill. All of a sudden it's getting very serious for the bowler. Because they fancy here that they're on a roll. Well, he's on a roll. Kohler Cadmore's on a roll with his catches in the slips as well. It's 2 good catches, different sort of catches. But he's nicely placed. It's a shame from Yorkshire point of view to lose Kohler Cadmore, but he's off at the end of the season. But if he can do them a job to take catches like that to make sure they don't get involved with a relegation scrap, this first ball is pushed down towards the gully area. And it's fielded there by Revis. So Balderson survives that, but it's tails up here for Hill at 5 for 24 at the moment, and for Yorkshire. The plan seemed to be working so well for Lancashire. Big runs on the board, and it was all going along very nicely. The only, well, 2 chances we're saying now, technically, because of the live one, but 43 when Wells was put down this morning. Not only creating opportunities, but taking them now are Yorkshire. Oh, and another delivery which just moves away through to the keeper. Gets nothing on it. Very fortunate not to get anything on it there. Balderson. Captivating cricket towards the end of this first day of this Roses match. Lancashire versus Yorkshire here in Manchester. A lot riding on it for differing reasons for these 2 teams. But for both of them, there's the pride of their supporters. These matches still mean a lot. As Hill comes around the wicket. Gosh, that one's played square. I say gosh because, I mean, he's coming in with now such purpose as well. It's in his 15th over. And, you know, you put that in the context of that score. 251 on the board. Done a wonderful job. It shouldn't be a great surprise because people have been talking about his all-round talents and skills. But when a player does it on a stage such as the Roses match, it should mean a little bit more, and it probably does. And I'm sure you'll be maybe talking of that with Jonathan Doidge if you want to pick that up on social media overnight after today. A little redder in the cheeks at the moment is Hill. Comes around the wicket. Up onto toes, another catch, yes, another wicket, taken low down again, and the slips is another catch for Kohler Cadmore, and he is on such a roll here as Hill. He's now got 6 wickets down for Lancashire, 251 for 6. Well, this man is on course to take all 10, and he is bowling beautifully, causing all sorts of problems here for Lancashire. Their day is falling apart. It's another catch for Kohler Cadmore, perhaps one of the more easier ones of the day. Can't quite believe what I'm seeing here, quite honestly. Taking a look at that again on the replay, just goes back and, you know, the most comfortable of all the catches we've seen, perhaps there for Kohler Cadmore, but reliable there at first slip. And it's 6 down, and Balderson has gone for naught, having faced only 4 balls, and that's 2 wickets there in this over. That's 2 wickets in 5 balls, but we take as Tom Hartley, who's been getting rave reviews, of course, for the originals in the 100, but he's now out there for Lancashire, needing to do a job to save a day here for them, which have been going so much Lancashire's way. But now in this final session, What a comeback. What a fight back here for Yorkshire, led by 21-year-old George Hill. Terrific stuff. And he's got one ball left of this over. And if he can take 3 in it. When I was saying about when they were 4 down, if they can get another 2, what a terrific day this in the end will look for Yorkshire. I can't quite believe it's actually happened. Are you back with us?
I'm back with you.
I missed you.
You know, of course, double wicket maiden this. I mean, you was maybe you weren't joking with Doige about him being on for all 10, but he's.
I never joke. I'm
no,
always
you're
deadly
very,
serious.
very serious.
You know
Very
this.
serious. I know that.
But
He's having some day, isn't he?
Yeah. This is going to go down in Rose's history. And he's got 1 ball left to this over, and he's bowling to Hartley. Can he take 2 in 2, 3 in the over? As he comes around the umpire now, in bowls and defensively oohs and ahs, but nothing more off that last ball. So 251 for 6. Applause all round. A double wicket maiden. And you take a look, and now that bowling analysis, just look at the comparison of the others. That's how you do it, everybody. 6 for 24, 4 maidens off 15 overs. And the other, I mean, Code, terrific with 16 runs just from his 11 earlier, but nothing in the wickets column. Okay, Scott, you carry on. And how many overs we got left of the day? About 9. And Jonathan Doige will come in to join you.
Thanks, Kevin. Yes, 6 for 24 for George Hill. Some turnaround in this Roses fixture. 2-5-1 for 6. And now George Lavelle and Tom Hartley trying to piece things back together. Here comes Patterson bowls. Back and across goes Lavelle. And defends into the onside. There's no run. Jonathan Doige, what a magical moment for George Hill. A 5 foot and now 6 wickets in a Roses match.
Yeah, fantastic. Great to see from his point of view. Works hard at his game. And probably having a word with the skipper afterwards saying, hang about a minute. Just let's have a look down that bowling lineup. Last bowler to be used.
Keeper standing up as Patterson comes in from the Brian Statham end. Again, back and across. And defending into the offside goes Lavelle, and there's no run.
We all know that's what the game's about, though, isn't it? So everybody, has their time, has their moment, has their day. So they're all working hard for it. But some days you get the rewards, some days you don't. So we're getting them today. Just wobbles the ball about that little bit, and that's all it's taking. A bit of cloud cover.
Patterson to Lavelle. It's kept away down to fine leg. For a single, 252 for 6.
You look back, we're getting towards the end of the season. I was listening to your lament. Sad.
You shouldn't mock my sadness. That's not fair, isn't that, Doige?
I'm not mocking your sadness. It's back-endish, isn't it? I always call it back. It's getting a bit back-endish. 10:30 starts.
Hartley on strike. Patterson balls and Hartley defends. Now towards the onside, there's no run.
He's nearly on turbo, and I'm going to be following Burnley.
I've already started, haven't I?
Yeah, we never want the end of the season to come, do we? Cricket or football?
There's only one winner, isn't there, really? From around the wicket, Hartley waits. It's in behind it, he defends again. There's no run. I suppose September's okay for the football season to be on now. August is too early.
I remember that you got to the end of the season when I used to play regularly in the typical end of season bash. And you kind of woke up on Sunday morning, apart from with a sore head, feeling just a bit empty. Just a bit empty.
final ball of the over. Shadows follow him as the floodlights are on. Also a Yorker, which is fired into the off stump, and Hartley brings his bat down, fends it out into the offside, and there's no run. And George Hill, here he goes, he removes his cap. There's no stopping George Hill. He's in a fine spell here. This is spell 10 overs, 3 maidens, 5 for 16 for George Hill in this spell from the Jimmy Anderson.
Yeah, he's been used, I would say, sparingly in his first-class career so far. 2 for 12 at his best figures prior to today. He's tended to sort of come on and maybe nip out one, maybe a couple, and then out of the attack late on, you know, with the ball well used. But, as Milton Spate was saying the other week when he was on with me, it was what he did first, if you like, before he became a batter, and I use that term loosely, obviously, but you know what I'm saying. It was his premier skill of the pair that was turned into the leg side. There's no run. Paul has tweeted with nicknames doing the rounds. Sorry if it's been said, but just finished work. And puts a picture of Guillermo ringing the bell at the test match, presumably Villas. As that is down the leg side.
Oh yeah, that's Dame Villas. Yeah. Oh, so that was a test match here. He had the honour of ringing the bell, did he? Oh, good.
Ben Crossland, the very ball from George Hill that captured Yorkshire's first wicket today. Wells caught a deep mid-wicket by weight. He's got George just going into his delivery stride on his little photograph there. Thanks, Ben. Lily, great fifer for George Hill. And here he is again. Bowling here to Lavelle. He's dropping that into the pitch. There's no run. Ben Nielsen says lately the Lancashire batters are facing an uphill battle. Phil Stevenson said George Hill dragging Yorkshire CC back into this Roses match. This has been a little bit of an enjoyable afternoon. Well done, Q. Here comes Hill once again. Bowling to Lavelle, who's flicking it to leg. No run. Few warm-ups been done, stretches been done by Ben Code at this moment in time. George Hill is not going to want to let the ball go at that end.
10 well, this is 11th over on the spin.
Yep.
It's quite a lengthy spell, but blimey, it's been a great one for him.
It's one of those when you walk off down into the distance at the end of your over, and you can skip as distantly, you can hear him shouting, Georgie boy. This one's run down to third man by Lavelle, who's quick between the wickets here. Race down to the other end and he's back very comfortably indeed before Will Frayne can get the throw launched. 2 runs. Yeah, walking off into the distance and skipper's saying, you know, George, you just got to pretend you've not heard that one. Keep going. Ignore him. Hopefully it'll go away. Getting the ball back in my hand again. Start of the next over from this end. I'm fine. I'm feeling good. You've barely used me all season, so I'm carrying on now. I'm bowling the overs in this spell that I've missed this season. Here he is again. That's turned to leg by Lavelle, fielded by Thompson. End of the over. 16 overs, 4 maidens, 6 for 26. I'll say that again, George, because when you're watching this back, as we know you will at some point, 16 overs, 4 maidens, 6 for 26. George Christopher Hindley Hill. Remember that moment. Sprinting on from the side. Shuttle run light to pick up a discarded helmet. And Jordan Thompson at the Brian Statham end. They tried all sorts, didn't they, to get a wicket, although not bowling over the wicket enough for David Lloyd's liking earlier in the day. Too much round the wicket by the right arm, as he said, but barring that, they tried a few ideas. They tried the short stuff. Nothing really stuck, did it? And then, certainly did for George Hill. I'm going to pop off for a moment.
Certainly did, yeah. I mean, that's an absolute kind of magic spell from him, wasn't it, really? Pushed away into the offside, and there is no run. 254 for 6. Just looking elsewhere. County Championship. Mooch around the ground, see what's going on. Hampshire 205 for 5 against Northamptonshire. Day 1 of the game at the Ageas Bowl. 205 for 5 Hampshire, who are currently second in Division 1. Short by Thompson and just eased off the hip by Hartley for a single. In fact, that's his first run. 255 for 6. Essex are playing Kent, and Essex are 316 for 4. Alistair Cook making 78. Currently, Matt Critchley 76, not out. Essex 316 for 4 in Canterbury. Over the wicket this time. Turned out to the leg side by Lavelle. No run. And Gloucestershire Somerset in the cider derby. Gloucestershire 310 for 5, and Marcus Harris is 158 not out. So 310 for 5, Gloucestershire against Somerset. They are the Division 1 scores. Is 3 games in Division 2. Three slips waiting. Thompson bowls forward as Lavelle drops it into the offside for no run. Derbyshire 291 for 9, taking on Durham. Worcestershire 285 for 7. They're up against Glamorgan 285 for 7, and Nottinghamshire. Blimey, what's going on here? Nottinghamshire 201 all out. Where is this game taking place? Is at Trent Bridge. 201 all out, Nottinghamshire. Defended by Lavelle for no run. And now Leicestershire 65 for 7. Big Fletcher. Luke Fletcher. With 4 wickets for 15 runs. Great afternoon for Fletcher. Leicestershire 7 down at 65 runs for 7. Final ball of the over coming up here. It's cut away down towards third man. It's a nice shot. Played it late. Plays it well. Ben Cole will catch up with the ball. Lavelle comes back for 2. I think that is the over. It is. So we've had 90. So 6 left today. George Lavelle unbeaten on 6, Tom Hartley on 1, and Lancashire. Thanks to that brilliant century from Keaton Jennings and the 84 there from Luke Wells, a terrific opening partnership. But it's been Hill's day, all 6 of the bowling with George Hill. See that the floodlights are on. 2 umpires just had a little brief conversation. The possibility of light being potentially an issue. Ben Cole's going to return, so that spell comes to an end. Congratulations to George Hill. What was that? 11 overs, 3 maidens, 5 for 18. So a brilliant spell from George Hill, but it does come to an end from the Jimmy Anderson end. Ben Coe to replace him, and Hartley off his toes drives up to mid-off, and there's no run. So 11 overs, 3 maidens, 5 for 18 for that man there, George Hill. Brilliant spell for Yorkshire in the evening session. Ben Coe back into the attack. Tom Hartley playing his first championship match of the season. Played a first-class game since last year. Runs this down to third man. for him. It is. It's back for 2. Hartley moves on to 3. The score moves on to 259 for 6.
It does, and it feels, I don't know about you, but it just felt we kind of set ourselves. Almost everybody on the ground set themselves for a big Lancashire first innings score here on a pretty benign pitch. Ball not doing much. Enter GCHQ. I can't take any credit for that.
Hartley again defends into the offside. There's no run. 2:59 for 6. Well, it'll be interesting to speak to the players tonight, actually, to see what kind of changed. Evening session. We played certainly in the cloud cover. The floodlights have been on for a lengthy part of this evening spell.
Just looked like it was nibbling about a bit more. I've not been close enough to the screen a lot of the time because I've not been on that much.
It's defended by Hartley and there's no run.
In fact, I think you've got all the wickets, haven't you?
Did, yeah,
you've got all the ones.
yeah.
Well, you need to be off air. You sacked by the likes stream in the BBC today because you've taken all your own wickets.
Mark Chilton, the director of cricket, was saying get him off.
And there'll be similar questions asked about my role in all this because I've not taken a single one.
No, you haven't.
Taken one with me at all.
Well, you did say at the start about swapping roles, didn't you? There's codes in left and through to the keeper and there's no run.
Oh, I'll do that like a shot because I mean I know what you get paid.
2:59 for 6. Yeah, I think I had a good spell there with George Hill. But yeah, it'd be interesting to see what they say. Maybe just going to nibble around a little bit more. Certainly the ball change for the Jennings wicket. It changed the ball. It landed in a bit of water by the covers. Cole comes in and bowls, and Hartley off the back foot punches to point, and there's no run. End of the over, 2:59 for 6. And the change ball Hill sent down and just got one to move a little bit more and did something perhaps that the previous ball hadn't done up until that point, and it just seemed to get into a little bit of a roll. It's obviously a terrific spell. Bottom of the screen there, final bowler used by Yorkshire today, but the pick of them by absolute miles. 16 overs, 4 maidens, 6 for 26.
Who knew? Everybody else wicketless at varying degrees of runs per over. Ben Code tightest, 12 overs. All is bowled in the day for a concession of 18. It's Jordan Thompson bowling right arm over the wickets with a ball that looks like it kicks off the pitch. Tattersall does the devil's own job of trying to reel it in. Can't do so cleanly. There's no run. George Lavelle out there a while now, 27 deliveries for his 6. There's also to take into account, yeah, we've had some cloud cover for a while. The floodlights have been on. Usually indicates that batting conditions are not going to be as easy as perhaps they were earlier in the day. The ball for long enough was obviously soft. Have taken the second cherry now, and Thompson's in. It's pushed in front of square on the offside. Nicely played by Lavelle. Good control. Man of the moment, George Hill doing the fielding. And very definitely Lavelle like a whippet between the wickets.
Quick, isn't he? Yeah.
Really runs that first one hard, as they say. Run hard. Get to the other end. Have a quick look before you tap your batting. That second one on, he's certainly turning ones into twos. 3 slips away. Jordan Thompson trying to create another opportunity to get another Yorkshire name in a wickets column. It's angled in towards the right-hander, then holds its line. No run. 261 for 6.
Lancashire 8 down now. They're 70 for 8 in reply to Nottinghamshire's 200 all out.
That could be over by tomorrow.
England played at Trent Bridge.
Thompson in he comes. And it's pushed out to the offside by Lavelle to Revis in the covers. So those of you who are asking why Matthew Revis isn't playing, I think it's pretty clear that he's been rested from, if you like, active service in this one. He's just doing, I was going to say 12-man duties, but Yorkshire have pretty much fielded 2 teams today. There's been so many 12 men out there. Harry Dukes had a go, Matthew Revis, Matthew Fisher. 14 players in use as Thompson slings one wide of off stump and Lavelle gets into the crouch position to play the cut shot, but then watches it go by. Still pretty much those who turned up this morning expectant before the start of the match still in. People on the hotel balconies over there. Yeah, just get a quick shave, love, between overs before we go out for dinner tonight. Thompson in, that's wide of off stump. What happened there? Did you miss it? Yeah, you just left it, love. Okay. How long will it take you to get ready? Not long, mate. Quick cat lick, bit of soap on face. Change my t-shirt, we'll get out.
Are you in that hotel tonight?
No, up the road, the usual spot in Worsley. Got to say, it was easier to get in this morning than I thought, because there's been roadworks on the road between the M602 and Old Trafford for about 3 decades.
Yes.
It just never seems to change whenever you drive down that road.
Yeah. Well, we've been doing it for ages. Code to Hartley. He's left that, and that's come back in, and Tattersall making that point pretty clear by cartwheeling away to his right-hand side.
Russell Walker says 6 wickets. 6 wickets? I pop out for a walk to get some fresh air, returning home to discover we've taken 6 wickets. Correction, Hill has taken 6 wickets. Just when you think you're able to wrap your head around cricket, you discover that you know nout. Crack on, Yorkshire.
Code to Hartley. It's defended to mid-off and there's no run. Closer play in the game between Glamorgan and Worcestershire for the day. Worcestershire 285 for 7. Taking on Glamorgan at Sophia Gardens in Cardiff. Closer play too, Somerset against Gloucestershire in Taunton. Defended by Hartley for no run. Gloucestershire 320 for 6. The close of play. Harris actually the last man out. I think Harris fell in what was effectively the final over of the day. So Gloucestershire 320 for 6 and Harris out for 159. Code to Hartley again, waiting with 3 slips behind him, plays forward and defends. And again, there is no run.
Paul in Lancaster emailed in with regard to Paul Allott's Test debut here back in 1981, unbeaten 50. Something that generally gets overlooked, he says, because of I.T. Botham's majestic 118. Maybe we'll get to ask Paul another day about his memories of that knock.
I think he's back tomorrow, actually. I think he's with us tomorrow. Go to Hartley again, that's off the front foot, pushing it in towards the offside, and there's no run.
He also says, Chris Old, brilliant if you could get him on the field. And finally follows up with, speaking of Fred Truman as we were earlier, had a habit of prefixing cricketers' names that he hadn't come across before with young, as in young Paul Allott. He took the biscuit though once in the late 80s when he said young John Childs, who was making his England debut at the age of about 35.
Here's Code to Hartley, leaning into it and just dropping the ball into the offside. completes the over. 3 left today, 261 for 6. Lavelle 8 and Hartley on 3. Standout partnership of the match belonging to Luke Wells and to Keaton Jennings. A quirky scorecard actually, because it 180 for the first wicket and then 51 between Jennings and Bohannon. Anything of note since that?
That was young Scott Reed. There in the commentary box with me. Privileged for you, lad. This club's been a bit of a breeding ground for cricket commentators. The 2 that we've had today. Michael Atherton, of course, as well as Jordan Thompson's first delivery. It was short of length and wide, and dealt with a lovely cut shot down through third man by George Lavelle to get himself into double figures. He's on 12, 265 for 6. May have to nip off before the end of the over. Deliberation between Messrs. Waite and Thompson here. Jordan Thompson. What's he going to do with this delivery? Hopefully not quite as wide and short. Second ball of the 94th is in straight, and that is a better delivery, and it's caused problems for Lavelle. He might pick up 4 again. George Hill's going to haul the ball in a couple of metres from the rope down at third man, but that was much more on the money and very definitely not an intentional shot from the batter. So, good response, which is what we see from JT on a regular basis when things maybe don't go the way he wants them. Lavelle 14 now off 34. That one boundary earlier this over. 267 for 6. And he's up, back and across and dropping that one into the offside. And there's no run. Bit of gardening then from Lavelle. Tom Hartley's had a bit of a look at this from the other end. 18 he's faced himself for his 3 slips in place meanwhile, but he can't induce a false stroke from Lavelle to this delivery. Too wide of off stump to get him interested. Through to Tattersall. George Hill, he might get the post-day chat.
Just about secured it.
Not sure he's been tight enough to justify having a word, but you know, I like to share things out. Thompson in, and forces Lavelle to play, gets fully behind that. Lovely straight blade. That run rate has never been huge, but there have been pockets, there have been moments in the match, haven't there? You think of particularly just after lunch, where Keaton Jennings and Luke Wells both felt like they were really trying to clock on, trying to add a bit of increase the scoring rate. It was up above 3, but it's down to 2.85 at the moment, as Jordan Thompson just strays a bit leg stumpish and is clipped down to long leg by Lavelle for 1 run. End of the over, 268 for 6. Lavelle 15, Hartley 3. Got to go do a Leeds update this time.
2 overs left. $268 for 6. 2 to go. Closer play in the game between Kent and Essex. Essex are 327 for 4. actually 80 not out overnight for Essex, 327 for 4 against Kent and Canterbury. Nudge away to backward square leg. Jogs through for 1. 269 for 6. The only other game in Division 1 that's still playing is the match in Southampton. Liam Dawson 43 not out for Hampshire, who were 5 down at 228 for 5. Taking on Northants this week. Code in and balls, and Hartley looks to defend, but he's gone. LBW. And Code celebrates his first wicket. It's the 7th to fall of the day. It's a brilliant fight back by Yorkshire. Lancashire 7 down now. 269 for 7. Hartley gone. LBW. Little hesitation from the umpire. 3 runs for Hartley from his 19 balls faced. And it's not all just about George Hill. It's largely been about George Hill. But Ben Cole gets it on the act. Hartley LBW. So Lancashire 269 for 7. A reminder, Lancashire were 231 for 1. 269 for 7. Tom Bailey, batsman, wanders out to join George Lavelle. We've only got 4 balls left of this over, and then 1 over left in the day's allocation. If you have just joined us on Lancs TV or the BBC Sport website and the app, watching Bailey join Lavelle in the middle for the closing stages of the opening day of the Roses fixture. A game which most of it dominated by Lancashire, the first kind of half of the match or the day. With an excellent fight by Yorkshire. Coe gets his first wicket. He bowled nicely at the top, I think, with the new ball, Ben Coe, but not for much reward. But picked up his first of the day. 3 slips in place. Oh, he's edged it, I think. He has. And Bailey's gone first ball. Code gets his second. He's on a hat-trick. Lancashire are 8 down. 269 for 8. Continues to be an outstanding fight back for Yorkshire. It looked like a batter's paradise for most of the day, with thoughts of big first innings scores on the board. Forward press from Bailey, thin edge through. Tattersall takes the catch. Sorry, Tattersall takes the catch, and Yorkshire have Lancashire 8 down. And Ben Code is on a hat-trick. 2 in 2 for him. Hartley LBW for 3. And Bailey first ball for 0. And now Will Williams comes out trying to avoid becoming the victim of a hat-trick. For Ben Code, that's a big round of applause. 2 in 2 for Ben Code, and 8 down. Jonathan Doidge is back alongside.
Just in time. 6 for George. Who knows? Could be 2 bowling stories in the day then. To find out. It's just a remarkable turnaround in the day's events, isn't it? From what we were seeing earlier in the day. 231 for 1 to 269 for 8. Suddenly Lake batting looking significantly more difficult. Ben Code on the hat-trick then. 4 slips in place. TKC at first, Will Frayne second. Third slip is Finn Bean and George Hill at 4th. Wouldn't it be apt if he takes a catch here? Ben Code in and bowling, and there's an appeal for LBW to one that slants away down the leg side. Tattersall giving chase. And Russell Warren is going to signal 2 leg byes in the end. So Williams survives. And Ben Code hat-trick avoided. 2 left in the over. 8 left in the day. Looks like it's just got a little bit brighter generally. Floodlights not having as much effect right at this moment in time as they were doing for a little while. 271 for 8. One of the slips taken out. Code in and bowling. And Williams pushing much more confidently to Patterson at mid-off. There's no run.
Well, it's been a quirky day, hasn't it? It's been difficult to try and. I mean, it'd be fascinating to hear what the players have to say. I mean, we're obviously kind of second guessing from up here, aren't you? But it'd be interesting to see what the dressing rooms make of it now. It's kind of explain the shift in the game.
Code in again. Williams pushing to Bess. Short extra to complete that over. 2 wickets in it for Ben Code, who's picked up the rewards really for a lot of hard work earlier in the day. He's only bowled 14 overs in the day, but he's bowled 4 of them as maidens and now taken 2 for 19.
Wells 84, Jennings 119, Bohannon 27, Croft 12, Villas 2, Balderson 0, Hartley 3, Bailey 0. 231 for 1.
It's a really lopsided looking scorecard.
Completely is. 271 for 8. Final over them. Thompson to send it down from the Brian Statham end. It's a bit of a change to the field. He's got 3 slips in place. And he's sending George Hill out towards deep backward point, I think. Down towards the boundary at deep backward point. So 3 slips, deep backward point, extra cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, and long leg. Just steered off the back foot by Lavelle through that point region for a single.
But obviously suggesting he was going to bowl that sort of delivery, having sent him back for the sweep. Maybe if he got the cut shot away, didn't quite go over the top of it, bowling maybe for slip catches, top edge, something like that. But again, the slow nature of the pitch, even with the harder, newer ball, just sapping the life out of it.
Will Williams facing Thompson for the first time in the match. Shoulders arms to this first delivery, which has decent pace on this occasion, taken at shoulder height by the keeper. There's no run, so 4 balls left. Opening day of the Roses fixture. Thompson to Williams, running up towards the old pavilion. To Williams, that's defended to mid-on.
That's good stuff from Jordan Thompson, forcing him to play. The last thing either of this pair will want to do before the end of the day is to have to use the willow. 3 nice easy leaves Williams will be hoping for. And again, a little subtle change in the field because George Hill's been brought into the cordon because Will Frayne is coming out of it to go and stand under the helmet. Short leg, Harry Duke scurrying across the ground, just dragging it out. I was watching that sort of story of Shane Warne the other day at home, where he talked about dragging it out when batters wanted to get off and in that sort of position, just play it at your pace. and all these little things. End of the day, you want to be off, don't you, as a batter?
Short ball by Thompson, but Williams just drops his hands, bends the knees, allows it to go through. He didn't really get up. Trouble Williams.
That thing of Warney moving a fielder 2 yards, then moving somebody else where he wanted them, and then moving that fielder back 2 yards. He just dillying and dallying and wringing out every moment, ramping up the pressure on the batter.
2 balls left. Williams defends. This comes up from backward point to field, and there's no run. It's been a terrific end to the day for Yorkshire after an excellent start to it for Lancashire. So really good tussle between the two teams. Hopefully a sign of things to come over the course of the next 3 days. Final ball of the first day to be sent down by Jordan Thompson. Will Williams on strike. Thompson's in, and it's wide and left. It's through to the keeper. And that ends a fascinating day's cricket, really. Extraordinary turnaround. Lancashire have got to the close of play at 272 for 8. But the man of the moment is George Hill, first fifer for Yorkshire. Finishes the day with 6 of the 8 wickets that have fallen. Williams and Lavelle will resume tomorrow morning for the Red Rose. But at 272 for 8, having been 231 for 1, as the umpires just jot down their little notes in their book. And plenty of smiles on the faces of the Yorkshire players. A century for Keaton Jennings, 4 on the spin for him against Yorkshire, and 84 to Luke Wells. And then plenty of low scores in and around that, with George Hill 6 for 26. What an interesting day's cricket.
Yep, interesting day's cricket. It looked like it was going to be a long Lancashire first innings, but they're nearing the end of it now with just those 2 wickets still to take. They talk about momentum in games, don't they? And of course it was with Lancashire for long enough in this one. Yorkshire hauling it back in their direction in the latter stages. But I think both sides have obviously had, positive points out of the day. Another brilliant knock from Keaton Jennings, 119. Yorkshire sick at the side of him, 603 runs in his last 4 innings against them. Is a tremendous return. Luke Wells played well for his 84, rode the 1 chance, and then a great comeback effort from George Hill with those 6 wickets and a couple for Ben Code towards the end of the day. So they'll be going off feeling much more positive, and they'll be talking about the fact that they stuck with it in the tough times during the day and got their rewards for that. And Lancs, well, they got off to a good start, haven't been able to capitalise on it, but at least for them, from their perspective, got off to a very good start. And so I suppose at this moment in time, Scott, at the end of day 1, both sides will feel that they're in the game.
Indeed, yeah, and we'll be back tomorrow to bring you day 2 and see how this game continues to unfold. The ground staff just making their way out towards the far side of the ground to push on the covers. Floodlights are still on. The spectators have pretty much left, and they've witnessed 96 overs of really interesting Roses cricket, and Yorkshire finishing well after a terrific start from Lancashire with the bat. And George Hill 6 for 26, a century for Keaton Jennings. Close of play on day 1 here on Lancs TV and the BBC Sport website and app. Lancashire will resume tomorrow morning on 272 for 8.
want the best seats in the house? It matters where you stay.
Life is what you make it, so make it count.
Make it better, make it greater.
Make it have a purpose.
Make it worthwhile, make it faster.
Make it work for you.
Make it loving what you do.
Make it your passion.
Make it happen.
Make it in media, make it in sport, make it in business, make it in digital.
Make it possible.
Make it easy.
Make it your way.
Don't just make it through each day.
Make it pay.
Make it for real at UA92.
We are driven.
We are passion.
We are the fans.
We are the future.
We are equal.
We are Manchester.
We are a community.
We are here to win.
We are exceptional.
We are spirited.
We are powerful.
We are the Manchester Indians Cricket Club.
The Ashton Tigers Cricket Club. The Lancashire Disability Squad.
Gladwick Cricket Club.
Didsbury Cricket Club.
Greenmount Cricket Club.
Haydock Cricket Club.
We are Thunder.
We are Lancashire Lightning.
We are unified.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? UA92 is game-changing, created to accelerate careers in business, media and sport. Much more than a qualification, it's a personal development journey that prepares you for life. Become your best and connect with the best. With placements, with major players. Sparked from the minds of the class of '92. Their tradition of dreaming big. And inspired by the commitment to passion, preparedness, ambition and youth. So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA92.